Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
The game ended, and just as Fang Zhou was about to find Zhou Yongliang to settle the score, the latter quickly entered the stream, shouting for a rematch. Xingchen Xiaoliang, best of 3. Let's go for 2 more rounds. That was just a warm-up. This shameless attitude infuriated many viewers in the stream. Fang Zhou hadn't even spoken yet, but the viewers were already voicing their displeasure. If you can't handle losing, don't play. Are you just here to act shamelessly? Throw some rice on the keyboard, and even a chicken could play better than you. You call yourself a game streamer? Go work in a factory. What's this best of 3 nonsense? You didn't say that at the start. Are you just pulling this because you can't handle losing? Is Xingchen Guild a shameless guild that trains unscrupulous streamers? Seeing the viewers berating Zhou Yongliang, Fang Zhou felt relieved. Indeed, the eyes of the masses are sharp and won't be deceived by such petty tricks. Fang Zhou, too lazy to argue, said in a deep voice, the game is over. Don't forget the bet we made. Go back and have your teammates display my name in your stream all day. Zhou Yongliang, on the other side of the computer, was so angry that veins popped on his forehead, and he began cursing in the chat. Xingchen Xiaoliang, aren't you just a washed-up streamer? What are you bragging about? Even if I admit you're better than me, can you surpass my popularity? Can you earn as much money as I do? You make a few peanuts a month and still call yourself a streamer? Just as this message floated by, Han Shi saw it. Her eyes narrowed slightly, thinking, who dares to flaunt wealth in front of me? Han Shi made a grand gesture, and a rain of special effects filled Fang Zhou's stream. Yuanqi Girl Pig Gang Lai has sent 99 carnivals. Yuanqi Girl Pig Gang Lai has sent 99 castles. Yuanqi Girl Pig Gang Lai has sent 99 hot air balloons. The flood of special effects dazzled everyone, and those who were about to curse Zhou Yongliang could only exclaim, whoa. When in doubt, a whoa will suffice. Fang Zhou was also stunned, rubbing his eyes in surprise. When did the top supporter come in? To be fair, this top supporter was truly straightforward, not bothering to refute Zhou Yongliang with words but with money instead. Fang Zhou already had ways to deal with Zhou Yongliang, but before he could act, the top supporter stepped in. Though a bit embarrassing, Fang Zhou had to admit, it felt great to have someone backing him up. He suddenly understood the phrase, I have someone behind me. On the other side, Zhou Yongliang, seeing the flood of special effects in Fang Zhou's stream, angrily smashed his keyboard to the ground. Damn it! Who is this person? Do they have to humiliate me like this? The gifts sent were worth more than his 3-month revenue? Wasn't Fang Zhou washed up? Where did this sponsor come from? If it converted to cash, it was a hefty sum. Who wouldn't be jealous? Not only did she use money to slap him, but Han Shi also lightly typed, how much can you earn? I'll double it for Fang Zhou. Viewers in the stream cheered, top supporter, you're awesome. Socialite UNG, no nonsense, just action. Ha ha ha, who's flaunting wealth now? Our girl can drown you in money. Fang Zhou, seeing her message, felt a warm sensation in his heart. He didn't expect the top supporter to go this far for him, even a simple message made him feel warm inside. I hope you understand that making money in this industry is due to the era's advantages, not because you're particularly capable. I don't think making less money disqualifies someone as a streamer. Fang Zhou spoke, countering Zhou Yongliang's words. Many viewers immediately supported him. See, that's called having a perspective? What do you have? Pure arrogance. If anyone goes to Xiaoliang's stream to send gifts, I'll laugh at them for a year. He's running away, ha ha ha, I'm going to his stream to mock him. With Zhou Yongliang gone, the chat became much clearer. Fang Zhou felt refreshed. He chuckled and thanked the top supporter. Thank you for stepping in. You didn't have to send so much, making money isn't easy for you either. Listening to the man's deep, magnetic voice through the speakers, Han Shi felt all her work fatigue vanish. She couldn't help but laugh softly and replied to Fang Zhou, it's nothing, I have money. I just can't stand such petty people. Han Shi would never admit in front of everyone that she felt heartache seeing Fang Zhou looked down upon. Some things were only meant for Fang Zhou to hear. As Han Shi was chatting with Fang Zhou, her secretary gently knocked on the door, but Han Shi, too engrossed, didn't notice. The secretary took the liberty to enter, informing Han Shi, President Han, there's an urgent document that needs your signature. Han Shi finally diverted her attention from the computer, naturally nodding, her voice carrying a noticeable joy. All right, bring it over. The secretary immediately noticed Han Shi's smile and thought, what made President Han so happy? Did she just secure a big deal? She quickly walked to Han Shi, handed over the document, and briefly explained its purpose. Han Shi gave a light and began reviewing the document, ensuring she understood it before signing. The secretary, standing by the computer screen, couldn't help but notice what was on it. One reason was the large screen, the other was Fang Zhou's handsome and striking face. Absolute handsomeness unifies aesthetics, so the secretary instantly noticed. She was shocked. OMG, I can't believe our President Han watches male streamers, and such a handsome one at that. Her eyes drifted down, and she was stunned to see how much money President Han had spent on the streamer. So many zeros she couldn't even count? Oh my, alright. After reading the document, Han Shi quickly signed her name on the last page and handed it back to the secretary. Still in shock over the iceberg CEO trying to win over a male streamer with money, the secretary struggled to regain her composure. Han Shi frowned slightly, realizing she had forgotten to turn off the stream. Xiao Song. Her voice turned cold, like ice, instantly making the secretary shiver and quickly take back the document. Yes, President, I'll leave you to it. With Han Shi's icy gaze on her, the secretary respectfully exited. Once outside, she let out a long breath, internally screaming like a groundhog. No wonder President Han was so happy. She was watching a male streamer. She immediately took out her phone and posted to her social circle, "My iceberg CEO is the top supporter in a handsome guy's stream." After finishing today's 6-hour stream, it was already around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. Fang Zhou had planned to personally cook a meal for his sister, but received a call from Li Siming. "Hey, come out for dinner? Ji Yin is back, shouldn't our trio celebrate?" Fang Zhou raised an eyebrow, remembering that Zhang Jiyin had just returned to the country and hadn't yet met with Li Siming. "Alright, you pick a place. I'll ask her if she's free." Li Siming agreed cheerfully. "Sure, let's go to Chef Guo's place. His iron pot stewed goose is amazing." Fang Zhou responded affirmatively, hung up the phone, and opened the WeChat chat window with Zhang Jiyin. "Yi Qingzhou, are you free tonight? Let's have dinner with Li Siming." "Anji Ting Lan, sure, where?" Fang Zhou sent her the location, informed his sister, and then headed out. When he arrived at the location Li Siming had specified, Li Siming was already waiting in the private room. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Li Siming grinning at his phone. Fang Zhou lightened his steps, circled behind Li Siming, and suddenly clamped his neck, laughing sinisterly. "This is a robbery." Li Siming, his neck held, could only grab Fang Zhou's hand while cursing. "Fang Zhou, you bastard, robbing your godfather? Are you tired of living?" Fang Zhou laughed heartily, releasing his hold and plopping down beside Li Siming. "You recognized me? As expected of my good son." Li Siming slapped Fang Zhou's shoulder in return, retorting with a laugh, "Go away, you're the good son." They exchanged a glance and burst into laughter. After a while, Fang Zhou stopped laughing and, with a wink, asked Li Siming, "What were you laughing about earlier? Did you get lucky in love?" Li Siming's reaction was uncharacteristically shy, a hint of bashfulness on his face. "Hey, you guessed it." Fang Zhou's eyes widened in surprise. "Really?" The iron tree bloomed. His reaction was due to Li Siming's past heartbreak, where he spent years chasing a class beauty only to see her marry someone else, leaving him in a slump for a long time. Fang Zhou encouraged Li Siming to pursue love again, but Li Siming shook his head, claiming his heart was broken and beyond repair. He said, "I've cemented my heart, I'll never love again." Yet today, he admitted to being in love? Isn't this the iron tree blooming? Wow, tell me, how did it happen? Fang Zhou's curiosity was piqued, wondering what circumstances led Li Siming to reopen his heart. Li Siming scratched his head and began recounting. "About a year ago, I had a car accident and met her in the hospital. We were in the same ward. Later, we kept meeting by chance, and I found my attention always on her, my emotions following her moods. So I tested her feelings, and it naturally led to us being together." After hearing the story, Fang Zhou could only say one thing. Fate. Isn't it said that the right person will always appear in your life? Li Siming's relationship was just a matter of fate? Fang Zhou patted Li Siming's shoulder, feeling gratified. "It's not easy to meet a good girl. Cherish her." Li Siming's face lit up with a blissful smile, nodding earnestly. "Of course, I'm planning to introduce her to my parents after the new year, then we can get engaged." Fang Zhou was stunned for a moment. After the new year? That was only half a year away. Engagement, a term that was once close to him but ultimately out of reach due to insufficient fate. Fang Zhou's mood suddenly turned a bit melancholic. He was genuinely happy for his friend finding love, but it contrasted with his own plight of being entangled with a Yandere ex-girlfriend. He silently hoped, after finishing that show, "I hope I can completely get rid of them." As they were discussing, someone pushed the door open. "Sorry, I'm late." It was Zhang Jiyin, in a light blue dress with light makeup, looking fresh and youthful. "No, we just got here." Fang Zhou stepped forward, gentlemanly taking her bag and hanging it up. Li Siming greeted her with joy. "Long time no see. Long time no see." The three friends had endless topics to talk about. After about 10 minutes, the food started arriving. First up was the iron pot stewed goose, its aroma instantly capturing everyone's appetite. "Come on, let's eat while it's hot." As Fang Zhou reached out to grab some food, Zhang Jiyin was quicker, placing a piece of meat in his bowl naturally. Li Siming said, "It's delicious, you try it first." Zhang Jiyin smiled brightly, seemingly unaware of the implications of her action, genuinely wanting Fang Zhou to taste the food. Li Siming, also smiling, didn't notice anything unusual. "Eat? My recommendations are always spot on." But Fang Zhou thought differently. He recalled their last dinner, which ended unpleasantly, starting with Zhang Jiyin serving him food. Back then, he didn't realize the implication of her gesture and accepted her kindness without a second thought. It wasn't until Zhang Jiyin clarified, saying, "Do you think I'd serve food to someone I don't like," that he understood. Indeed, Zhang Jiyin never served food to Li Siming. Fang Zhou hesitated, suppressing his unease, and took a bite, then said, "Delicious, everyone try it." She probably didn't mean anything by it, right? This gesture probably didn't carry any other significance, right? Sitting beside him, Zhang Ziyin lightly bit into a piece of goose, chewing thoughtfully, pondering, what kind of girl does Fang Zhou like now? She returned to the country for him, and if she didn't seize the opportunity to spend time with him, things would repeat after the show ended. No, that dream was too terrifying. Fang Zhou being with someone else felt unsafe. Only by keeping an eye on him herself could she be at ease. She would never let Fang Zhou die as miserably as in her dream. 2 days later, the show finally resumed broadcasting, and the second episode officially began. All the guests gathered again in the control room, waiting for the director's instructions. Due to his lower status, Fang Zhou sat in an inconspicuous corner. However, he didn't feel any disappointment about it. After all, he wasn't a celebrity who relied on his looks to make a living. No screen time? So be it. In the center sat the most popular guests, Xiao Sisi and Zhang Ziyin. Both were smiling brightly, one elegant and sophisticated, the other fresh and natural, offering a pleasing sight to the viewers. However, both of their gazes occasionally drifted towards Fang Zhou. The protagonist of their attention, Fang Zhou, was quietly discussing the latest games with Lu Hao. Both being game enthusiasts, they had plenty to talk about. As a soothing melody played, the live broadcast officially began, and tens of thousands of viewers flooded into the stream in an instant. Director Lu, beaming with joy, addressed everyone, "Welcome back to Love 100%. The recording location for this episode will be chosen by our guests. We have randomly selected 3 fan messages, and everyone will vote by raising their hands to decide the location with the most votes." As he spoke, the director brought out the electronic screen he had used on the island before. But before that, we need to reveal the mystery left from the last episode. Which guests sent out the affection messages? Fang Zhou's heart skipped a beat, his attention instantly returning to the director. "No way, sir, you still remember that? Can't you let it go?" Because at the end of the last episode, the revealed message results showed that only Fang Zhou, among the male guests, received affection messages. So revealing it now was essentially putting Fang Zhou on the spot. Please look at the big screen. Unfortunately, the director couldn't hear Fang Zhou's internal groan. Even if he did, he would pretend not to. Personal feelings are not as important as traffic. This was the start of the second episode, perfect for drawing viewers in. The electronic screen displayed a PPT, with Fang Zhou's name on the left and 3 arrows pointing towards him. Each arrow originated from a different name. They were Chu Xinran, Xiao Sisi, Han Shi. A stir of surprise filled the room, with several people exclaiming in shock. "Wow, it's actually those 3. Impressive." The live chat exploded, shifting from admiration of the female guest's beauty to a flood of woe. Chu Xinran and Han Shi, they consistently chose Fang Zhou from the start? They're so devoted, sob, 2 treasure female guests. I'm really surprised that even cold Han Shi has feelings for Fang Zhou, though, Fang Zhou is indeed good looking. The most surprising was the message from Xiao Sisi. Oh my, Sisi actually sent a message? OMG, she's a celebrity? Someone who's seen countless handsome guys in the entertainment industry. This reminds me of a romantic saying, love is seeing the dazzling starry sky and still choosing the first star you saw. I think Sisi feels this way about Fang Zhou. I'm so hooked. As the screen appeared, the director deliberately switched to close-up shots, panning across everyone's expressions from left to right. Qin Yun maintained a gentle smile, even clapping lightly, but her eyes didn't lift. Chu Xinran lowered her head, her expression not captured. Han Shi's face remained cold, as if her name wasn't on the screen. Xiao Sisi smiled shyly at the camera, looking a bit embarrassed. Zhang Ziyin glanced sideways, seemingly unsurprised. Tang Wan, like the other male guests, displayed a surprised expression, practically writing watching the drama on his face. Fang Zhou's expression froze, his smile not reaching his eyes, looking far from happy. This 5-second clip was captured by fans, analyzed frame by frame to decipher the guests' thoughts. Fang Zhou thought, well, now my anxious heart can finally rest. Alright, let's move on to our location selection. Fortunately, the director didn't dwell on the previous matter for too long, shifting everyone's focus to the next task. Here are the 3 locations for this episode. As he spoke, the director flipped the PPT to the next page and stepped aside for everyone to see. The electronic screen displayed 3 different images. The first showed a lavish hall filled with various jewels. The second depicted a vast grassland with countless cattle and sheep. The third showed endless mountains and an old Hope primary school. We choose one of these 3 places. Tang Wan was the first to speak. The director, monitoring the live stream data, replied, yes, you have 3 minutes to discuss and then make a choice. He was too busy watching the continuous influx of viewers to bother explaining the images. Glancing at his phone, he saw Xiao Sisi sends affection message to Fang Zhou trending at the top of entertainment news. The director thought, with a celebrity boost, the traffic effect is fantastic. No more worries about securing sponsors for the next season. The guests discussed the images' meanings. Fang Zhou, frowning, studied the PPT and formed a vague guess. He explained, the first image likely represents going to a gemstone origin, where the guests will experience the entire process from mining to selling. The second image suggests going to a place like the Inner Mongolia grasslands to experience nomadic life. The third image seems to indicate going to mountain areas to teach, bringing something different to the children there. Sun Haoshan nodded in agreement. Fang Zhou is right, I think that's what it means too. I want to go to the gemstone origin. Tang Wan's eyes lit up with excitement. Girls find it hard to resist shiny things. The grasslands sound good too. Xiao Sisi said softly, imagining the picturesque scenes. Everyone voiced their preferences, hoping to go to a location they liked. Fang Zhou hadn't spoken yet. He wanted to go to the mountainous area to teach. Having studied in a village school as a child, he had a special affection for rural areas. However, he knew the third option might be the least popular. After all, this was a romance show. Who wanted to go to the mountains? However, Fang Zhou did not remain silent out of concern that no one would choose the teaching location. He followed the others and spoke up. I want to go teach because I grew up in the countryside and have a special affection for rural areas. In front of the camera, Fang Zhou smiled shyly, but his expression was composed and confident, showing no sense of inferiority due to his rural background. On the contrary, he displayed a hint of pride. This sincere speech instantly won over a large number of viewers. I think I understand why Fang Zhou is so popular now. He's genuine and not pretentious. Exactly, for them, going to the grasslands or a gemstone origin would bring far more economic benefits than teaching. Who knows, if he goes to the gemstone origin, Fang Zhou might even land a jewelry endorsement? He chose not to go, so I don't know whether to call him silly or naive. The others also had different expressions after Fang Zhou spoke. Xiao Sisi's eyes shifted as she glared at Fang Zhou, mentally scolding him. Why go to the mountains and suffer when you could go to the beautiful grasslands? When the time comes, even bathing will be inconvenient. Who knows how you'll cry then? Qin Yun, however, didn't express any opinions but was somewhat interested in Fang Zhou's rural upbringing. He grew up in the countryside? No wonder he's proficient in so many skills. Whether it's cooking or changing a light bulb, he does it effortlessly, unlike some mama's boys who can't do anything. Han Shi's gaze lingered on the first image for a long time, as her company's next development plan included entering the jewelry industry. If she could seize this opportunity to investigate in person, she could make better decisions in the future. Everyone had their own thoughts, but Sun Haoshan, who was always straightforward, strongly recommended going to the grasslands. I have a ranch in Inner Mongolia, I can take everyone there to have fun. I guarantee it will be great. Sun Haoshan glanced at Fang Zhou with a hint of disdain, thinking, we're both from the countryside, but why is his vision so narrow, focusing only on that small piece of land? There's such a vast world out there, doesn't he want to explore it? Instead, he wants to suffer in some godforsaken mountains. These female guests definitely want to have fun or see the jewelry production process. Who would want to go to the mountains? People try to escape the 10,000-mile mountains, and this guy wants to go back. Is he foolish or what? Fang Zhou felt Sun Haoshan's gaze and smiled back, unconcerned by his disdain and contempt. Everyone has their own thoughts, and he couldn't interfere. He just needed to do his best. As everyone continued to discuss where to go, 3 minutes quickly passed. The director lightly coughed, made a pause gesture, and signaled everyone to be quiet. All right, I believe everyone has a preferred location by now. Let's proceed to the voting. By the way, we mentioned last time that the guest who received the most affection messages would have a surprise. This surprise is the right to cast 2 votes in this poll. This meant Fang Zhou had 2 votes. As soon as the words fell, the live chat exploded with bets. I bet my snacks for the next 3 days on the gemstone origin. I think it will be the grasslands, a beautiful but less popular place. Romance shows rarely go there, so it might have unexpected results. Speaking of niche, teaching is something never seen in romance shows, usually in charity shows. If they really go teach, it would be groundbreaking. Honestly, I'm kind of excited. Even if some female guests like Fang Zhou, they won't necessarily suffer with him. I bet on the grasslands. The director first pointed to the first image and said, those who want to go to the gemstone origin, please raise your hand. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Wan, Lu Hao, and Han Shi raised their hands. All right, that's 3 votes. The director nodded, signaling them to lower their hands, then pointed to the second image. Those who want to go to the grasslands, please raise your hand. This time, Xiao Sisi, Sun Haoshan, Dong Donghui, and Qi Eli raised their hands. The director continued tallying the votes and said, those who want to go teach, please raise your hand. This time, Fang Zhou raised his hand without hesitation. Following him, Chu Xinran, Qin Yun, Zhang Jiyin, Han Shi, and Xiao Sisi also raised their hands. The director was a bit taken aback. Why did you vote twice? Xiao Sisi cleared her throat and said matter-of-factly, teaching is also meaningful. I want to go too. Is that not allowed? Han Shi nodded and softly said, going to the places that need us the most is also good. Their righteous stance left the director speechless. He smiled and explained, your thoughts are commendable, but let's be serious about this vote. Each person only has 1 vote. Fang Zhou also smiled, glancing at them both. He was surprised they voted for teaching too. Han Shi, as the company's leader, usually made decisions based on the company's interests, so her voting for the gemstone origin wasn't surprising. Xiao Sisi, a pampered celebrity, would naturally prefer a fun trip. Feeling Fang Zhou's gaze, Xiao Sisi turned her head uncomfortably, not wanting him to see her proud expression. It's not like she voted for Fang Zhou's sake. Han Shi, however, was calm and even gave Fang Zhou a cold look. What are you looking at? If you can vote, so can I. Excluding your additional votes, teaching has 5 votes. So, everyone will soon prepare to head to the chosen destination. The whole journey will be live-streamed, so stay tuned. As the director finished speaking, the camera cut away, and commercials started playing. The guests had varied expressions, surprised by the final decision to go teaching. Well, teaching it is, it's quite new. Let's go, let's get moving. Sun Haoshan cheerfully said, acting as if he wasn't embarrassed. Fang Zhou gave him a knowing look, used to such changes in attitude. Old foxes, basic operations. Several hours later, after taking a high-speed train, a bus, a township bus, and finally an off-road vehicle arranged by the production team, everyone finally arrived at a remote town in a certain province. The mountains stretched endlessly, with layers of ridges and peaks. The green hills were a relaxing sight. If one could ignore the faint smell of cow dung in the air, it would truly feel like a vacation spot. After getting off the vehicle, Xiao Sisi couldn't help but lean on Han Shi, looking rather uncomfortable. Her fans in the live stream noticed and were very concerned. What's wrong with Sisi? She looks so tired. She probably got exhausted from the ride. Every time I travel from the provincial capital back home, I get dog-tired. They are lucky, at least they had people picking them up right away. I have to wait for the bus in between. She might have gotten motion sickness from the township bus. Some sections of the road aren't paved with cement, making the ride very bumpy. Poor Sisi. It could also be altitude sickness, the elevation here seems a bit high. Han Shi, who was being leaned on, also showed rare concern by asking Xiao Sisi about her condition. Are you alright? Xiao Sisi stood still for a while, eventually feeling much better. She let go of Han Shi and thanked her. I'm fine now, just got a bit carsick earlier. It wasn't just her, Zhang Jiyin and Chu Xinran also looked unwell. This rush had been hectic. To avoid delaying the filming schedule, the director's team had arranged a non-stop journey. Fang Zhou scanned the group, then took out a tin of mints from his bag and handed it to Zhang Jiyin. Take one of these, it will help. This was his habit from past travels. Eating one while feeling carsick didn't do much, but having one after getting off the vehicle worked wonders. Zhang Jiyin took one, then offered some to Chu Xinran and Xiao Sisi. Finally, even Sun Haoshan, Dong Donghui and the other male guests took some. Wow, it really helps a lot. Sun Haoshan cheerfully patted Fang Zhou's shoulder, acting like they were the best of friends. Fang Zhou subtly dodged his hand, putting the mints back into his bag while walking forward. I think I see the school building. Everyone got excited, following him along the winding gravel path. Really? Let's go check it out. After several transfers, they finally reached their destination, so excitement was inevitable. It was an old-looking Hope Primary School, exactly like the photos they had seen before. The walls were mottled, the old cement basketball court was still there, and the red characters on the teaching building, "Heaven's movement is ever vigorous, a gentleman should strive ceaselessly," were particularly eye-catching. Many children were already standing at the school gate, with 2 teachers in front, a man who looked about 40 or 50 but had graying hair, and a middle-aged woman with short hair and a kind smile. Welcome to XX Hope Primary School. Thank you for coming all this way. The male teacher quickly approached the guests as they arrived. Fang Zhou, leading the group, shook his hand and immediately felt the thick calluses on his palm. Hello, I'm He Qiang, the principal here. This is teacher Xie Chenyan. After their self-introduction, Fang Zhou politely responded. Hello, Principal He, teacher Xie. I'm Fang Zhou, and these are my teammates, the volunteers for this teaching mission. Unknowingly, Fang Zhou had become the leader among the guests, taking on the task of coordinating with Principal He. Fang Zhou introduced each guest one by one. Finally, under the warm welcome of the 2 teachers and the students, they all walked into the school. The live stream camera followed the guests, occasionally panning to the students. Viewers, looking at the not-so-luxurious but clean campus, sighed with emotion. Where did the show find such a poor mountain school? The Hope Primary Schools here already have brand new plastic tracks. Not every Hope Primary School has the funds for renovation. Some schools, once built, don't receive further financial support and repair, so they end up like this. Sigh, it reminds me of my own school days. Even with harsh conditions, it's better than not being able to study. I hope the show's arrival brings some changes. Fang Zhou walked on the smooth cement road, quietly listening to Principal He explain the school's current situation. We currently have 10 classes, from grades 1 to 5, with 2 classes per grade. Since many children live far away, most of them board at the school, going home every 2 weeks. So, the teachers not only teach but also act as dormitory supervisors. Principal He's smile was somewhat profound, and his eyes were full of expectation as he looked at everyone. We originally had 8 teachers, many of whom are from other provinces and haven't been home for a long time. Thanks to your arrival, I can give them a break to go home for a few days. On behalf of the teachers and all the children, thank you for coming. Saying this, Principal He bowed deeply to the guests. Fang Zhou and Lu Hao quickly went to support him. Not at all. You are the true educators. We are just passing by, and it's our honor to meet you. Fang Zhou genuinely admired these teachers who had been stationed in the mountains for so long. Not only were the conditions tough, but they also had to endure the loneliness of possibly not being able to go home during holidays. They were great people. The female guests behind him, seeing Principal He's graying hair, also fell into deep thought. They thought, Perhaps coming here to teach was the right decision. Even Xiao Sisi, who initially disliked the environment, began to take the children, with their bright, shining eyes, seriously. Since it's everyone's first time teaching, we'll assign 5 classes for you to manage, with 2 or 3 people per class. That should be manageable, right? Principal he sought everyone's opinion. The guests looked at each other and finally responded, it should be fine. 2 adults managing a class of students should be easy. In the end, they decided to draw lots to determine who would work together. Fang Zhou, Xiao Sisi, and Han Shi were assigned to grade 5, class 1. Zhang Jiyin and Chu Xinran were assigned to grade 5, class 2. Qin Yun and Lu Hao were assigned to grade 4, class 1. Sun Haoshan and Qi Eli were assigned to grade 3, class 1. Lastly, Tang Wan and Dong Donghui were assigned to grade 3, class 2. The lower grades were not assigned because the students were too young, and principal he was worried the volunteers wouldn't manage. Finally, everyone looked at the assignments with varying reactions: surprise, worry, or calmness. Naturally, the worried one was Fang Zhou. He really felt a bit unlucky. How did he end up being assigned to Xiao Sisi, the troublemaker? After putting down their luggage, everyone followed Principal He and Teacher Xia to their assigned classes. Class 1 of grade 5 had about 30 students, some with rosy faces from prolonged exposure to the sun. Fang Zhou, Han Shi, and Xiao Sisi worked together, preparing to distribute welcome gifts to the children. The gifts were study kits prepared by the production team. Each kit contained a brand new backpack filled with essential stationery and a children's book. Hello, students. Starting today, the 3 of us will be responsible for your lessons and daily needs. If you need any help, feel free to tell us. Xiao Sisi quickly assumed her role, smiling warmly at the students and greeting each one. The students responded enthusiastically, calling her pretty teacher. Xiao Sisi, delighted, couldn't stop smiling and told them to just call her teacher Xiao. In the live chat, viewers were unanimously praising Xiao Sisi for her beauty, generosity, and kindness. Sisi seems so gentle with the children. Her eyes are full of love when she looks at them. Exactly. Sisi has been involved in similar charitable projects before but never publicized it. She's so low-key. I think Han Shi is also admirable. Her naturally stern face has softened here. She doesn't seem as cold as before. Fang Zhou and Han Shi were on the podium, distributing gifts from large boxes filled with kits, asking the students to come up one by one. However, Han Shi noticed 2 girls who remained seated and didn't come up to get their gifts. She signaled to Fang Zhou, asking what was going on. Fang Zhou glanced over and saw the 2 girls smiling shyly. When they noticed his gaze, they immediately hid behind their books. He understood instantly they were too shy to come up. Just as he was about to bring the gifts to them, Xiao Sisi quickly walked over and placed her hand on his as he reached into the box. You're busy, let me do it, she said casually. Her cool fingertips covered Fang Zhou's hand, and she smiled naturally. The camera behind her would only capture Fang Zhou's expression, hiding Xiao Sisi's ambitious gaze. Her usually cold hand felt like it was on fire, igniting something in Fang Zhou's heart. What on earth is she doing? This is a live broadcast? The camera is right behind her? If the cameraman took a few steps closer, tens of thousands of viewers would clearly see their hands intertwined. Fang Zhou's heart raced as he maintained a calm facade, trying not to let anyone notice. In that moment, he even prepared himself for an online backlash. Fortunately, a timid question from one of the girls interrupted Xiao Sisi's maneuver. Teacher, can I get mine too? Xiao Sisi paused, loosening her grip. Fang Zhou quickly withdrew his hand and handed the backpack to the girl. Of course, here you go. Thank you, teacher. The girl happily took her backpack and returned to her seat, satisfied. Relieved, Fang Zhou escaped from Xiao Sisi's grasp in plain sight. Xiao Sisi then stood up, took out 2 more backpacks, and walked over to the 2 shy girls, smiling as she handed them their gifts. Everything happened in a flash, and from the viewer's perspective, they had no idea what had transpired. This was the boldness of Xiao Sisi. Fang Zhou glanced at Han Shi, who was focused on distributing gifts, seemingly unaware of what had happened. He felt a strange sense of relief. Xiao Sisi, now by the 2 girls, gently asked for their names as she handed them their gifts. Thank you, Teacher Xiao. The girls' crisp responses made her feel satisfied, and she instinctively reached out to pat their heads. But seeing their messy hair, she awkwardly shifted her hand to one of their shoulders. However, seeing their oversized clothes made her frown. The clothes were clearly meant for older children, making the girls look like they were wearing adult clothing. Xiao Sisi was about to ask when Han Shi called out to her. Sisi, it's time for dinner. After a day of traveling and only having some instant rice, they were indeed hungry. Principal He stood at the door, warmly inviting them to dinner. Xiao Sisi smiled and followed the group to the cafeteria. Fang Zhou, still leading, asked Principal He about the daily routine and was relieved to learn that they wouldn't have to cook their own meals. That's good, otherwise, it would have been overwhelming. The other guests arrived at the cafeteria, but their expressions were complicated upon seeing the food. Most of the guests were people of status or wealth, so the simple dishes were a shock. Fang Zhou, however, remained calm, stepping forward to serve himself. Is this blood sausage? He asked, picking up 2 pieces with a smile. Yes, it's a local delicacy. Try it. Fang Zhou took a bite and gave a thumbs up. It's delicious. His nonchalant demeanor made the other guests skeptical. Is it really edible? But with Fang Zhou leading, they eventually started eating. Except for Han Shi. She stood at a distance, not approaching the food. To some viewers, this looked like pretentious behavior. Several viewers were outraged and cursed Han Shi in the live chat. What's with the act? Food is food, no matter what it is. Even CEOs eat pig's feet. I knew the production team had ulterior motives. A romance show turned into a teaching mission. Can these pampered ladies handle it? Look, she won't even touch the food. They're just doing it for the views. Disgusting. The show's reputation was on thin ice. Principal He, please, everyone, enjoy the meal. This is our local specialty. Fang Zhou, thank you, Principal He. We're honored to try it. Han Shi, I'm just not feeling well. I'll eat later. Xiao Sisi, don't worry, Han Shi. The food is really good. Give it a try. Fang Zhou, thinking how dare she pull that stunt during a live broadcast? This is going to be a long mission. Han Shi's distinct behavior caught the attention of many viewers, and under the influence of certain individuals, some began forming a negative impression of her. Fang Zhou, after serving his meal, was about to dig in when he noticed her. Oh, right, he almost forgot Han Shi has stomach issues. Her stomach problems were partly due to her busy work schedule and partly due to her picky eating habits. If the food didn't taste good, she wouldn't eat more than a bite. Admittedly, the food here didn't look very appealing, but he found the blood sausage quite tasty. Fang Zhou slowly moved to Han Shi's side and softly asked, "Aren't you going to eat?" Han Shi glanced at the dark blood sausage and the discolored stir-fried vegetables in his bowl, feeling conflicted. She was a bit hungry, but the appearance of these dishes was really unappetizing. Han Shi knew that this mountain area wasn't a bustling city, and the school's resources couldn't cater to everyone's picky tastes. But for someone who had always been in a high position, it wasn't easy to step down. Fang Zhou saw the hesitation in her eyes and teased, "I thought people who could become CEOs were tough enough to endure hardships." Of course, he didn't mean that this meal was a hardship, just using a little reverse psychology on Han Shi. After all, Fang Zhou genuinely thought the food was pretty good. His words sparked Han Shi's competitive spirit. She turned and gave Fang Zhou a cold look, saying, "Being able to endure hardships doesn't mean having to." Despite her words, her gaze fell back on Fang Zhou's bowl. Why was he eating so happily? Was it really that good? Fang Zhou smiled lightly, knowing she was wavering. He pointed to the other guests and said, "Look, everyone else is eating." Han Shi looked around and saw that even Xiao Sisi, who usually seemed a bit pampered, was eating. She withdrew her gaze and, as if making a decision, said to Fang Zhou, "Let me try." Fang Zhou lowered his bowl, showing her the food, and asked, "Which one?" Han Shi pointed to the cabbage and said, "That one." She stared at Fang Zhou, her expression a mix of complexity and anticipation. The complexity came from having to try food that seemed unappetizing. The anticipation was because if Fang Zhou fed her, it might not be so hard to eat. Their conversation was noticed by the other guests. Qin Yun smiled and chewed faster, wanting to finish quickly so she could deal with Han Shi, who was using this as a chance to get close to Fang Zhou. "Trying to steal the spotlight in front of me? Think again." Xiao Sisi paused after each bite, not because the food was terrible, but because it lacked the spicy flavor she was used to. "Sisi, don't you like it?" Qi Li asked, concerned, as if he could come up with a solution if she said no. "No, I'm on a diet, so I eat less." Xiao Sisi, annoyed by Fang Zhou's concern for another woman, casually dismissed his question and continued eating slowly. Meanwhile, Tang Wan and the others adapted quickly, chatting and laughing as they ate. Except for Chu Xinran, who kept glancing at Fang Zhou, wondering if she should go talk to him. It had been days since she last spoke to Fang Zhou, and it was hard to bear. She automatically ignored Han Shi. Both were his ex-girlfriends, but Han Shi had no advantage. If Fang Zhou dared to feed Han Shi in front of everyone, she'd make a scene. Back with Fang Zhou, the atmosphere was light. "You want cabbage? Sure, hold on." Instead of feeding her in front of the camera as Han Shi expected, Fang Zhou went to the table, put down his bowl, and served her a portion of cabbage, handing it to her. "Here you go, enjoy." Han Shi's expectant gaze dimmed. What a crafty man, avoiding any chance of creating a romantic moment. She forced a smile and thanked him while taking the bowl. "Thanks a lot." Fang Zhou laughed heartily, seeming carefree. "Haha, no need to thank me. It's really good, you'll see." Then he turned back to his meal, leaving Han Shi to handle the rest. Fang Zhou felt he had done his part, and the rest was up to Han Shi. As the CEO of a beauty company, her PR and crisis management skills should be better than his. Even he knew that if she didn't eat this first meal in the mountains, the public backlash would be severe. Han Shi surely understood this too. His actions were just giving her an out. Since the show announced the second episode in the mountains, everyone should have known. They were here to teach, not to enjoy luxury. Even Xiao Sisi knew not to cause trouble and ate quietly. Han Shi wouldn't be clueless. Han Shi, aware of this, took a bite of the cabbage, her expression relaxing. She visibly loosened up and even praised the food. "It's actually good." She served herself more food and ate in front of everyone, finishing her bowl. To make up for her earlier hesitation, Han Shi approached Principal He, offering to provide meat for the school for the next 2 years. Principal He was deeply moved and promised to give her an honorary certificate. Han Shi, back in control, discussed the details with Principal He, smiling. Fans who liked Han Shi defended her. Who's hating on Han Shi? Did they pay you to bash her? She's eating just fine. She needs time to adjust from gourmet food to simple dishes. Yeah, she just promised to support the school. What a vision. You can't bash that. Get lost. In just 10 minutes, Han Shi single-handedly restored the show's reputation and took it in a unique direction. Others are falling in love? You're supporting education? Han Shi's proactive decision to sponsor the school was observed by all the other guests. Some thought she was kind-hearted, while others saw it as a way to make up for her earlier mistake and simultaneously earn good PR for her company, a win-win situation. Fang Zhou knew Han Shi was generous, but he didn't expect her to be this magnanimous, providing meat for the school for the next 2 years with a single gesture. At that moment, he felt a bit grateful for his decision to come here and teach. No matter where the next episode of this romance show would go, at least Han Shi's sponsorship was genuine. Of course, all this was possible because Han Shi was truly wealthy. After she finished discussing the follow-up matters with Principal He, Dong Donghui approached her to compliment her. As expected of President Han, your generosity is remarkable. These children will all be grateful to you. Being in the business world, Dong Donghui could see the potential benefits better than most. If he could ride this wave, the company's name might gain significant recognition, potentially leading to multiple returns. Unfortunately, his company was a fashion magazine, not a tangible business, or he would join in the fun. Fang Zhou also walked over and sincerely gave Han Shi a thumbs up. Beautiful and kind-hearted. Several others followed suit, praising Han Shi, but only in front of Fang Zhou did her smile become more genuine. Han Shi tilted her head slightly, about to say something to Fang Zhou when Qin Yun came over. There shouldn't be any classes for now. I want to find a place to remove my makeup. Where's a convenient spot? Her question seemed directed at everyone, but her eyes were fixed on Fang Zhou, clearly asking only him. Coincidentally, Fang Zhou did know. Principal He had mentioned it earlier, and he remembered the row of outdoor faucets. They were installed for the students' convenience to fetch water. It's behind that row of houses near the playground. He pointed out the location, hoping Qin Yun would go by herself. But Qin Yun, always one to create situations, wasn't deterred by Fang Zhou's slight resistance. When Qin Yun set her mind on something, she rarely failed, and being with Fang Zhou was one of those things. So this time, determined to succeed, no one could stop her. But it's getting dark, and I'm a bit scared. And the other girls will need water too, right? I'd like you to help us fetch some water. Can you? Fang Zhou's inner monologue. If I say no, would you ask someone else? No, Qin Yun was the type who wouldn't give up until she achieved her goal. Seeing Fang Zhou's silence, Qin Yun smiled softly, increasing her charm. As a gentleman, you wouldn't refuse me, would you? Still, Fang Zhou decided to give it a try. I don't. Oh, come on, if a lady needs help, a gentleman should oblige. Go on, go on. Before he could finish, Qi Eli pushed him from behind. With a mischievous grin, Qi Eli looked at Fang Zhou and Qin Yun, almost writing enjoy the show on his face. Fang Zhou stumbled, nearly falling onto Chu Xinran, who stood beside Qin Yun, but luckily, he dodged in time. However, he still caught Chu Xinran's resentful gaze. With the live camera nearby, refusing any further would seem ungrateful. Let's go, I'll show you. He walked straight towards the playground, ignoring the cold stares from behind. It's just fetching water, no big deal. After being on this romance show for so long, Qin Yun hadn't torn him apart yet, so what's there to fear now? However, the peculiar perfume scent he smelled from her last time made him wary. He suspected that the sudden sleepiness he felt was related to that perfume. This time, he wouldn't fall for it again. The production team had already prepared daily necessities for the guests, so Fang Zhou waited at the playground while Qin Yun fetched a bucket. When the dorms were built, only the accommodation was considered, not the students' washing and drinking needs, so everyone had to use the public faucets. Let's go. Qin Yun carried a blue bucket that matched her outfit perfectly. Fang Zhou led her across the playground, past the row of houses, to the line of faucets under a shed. Here, you can remove your makeup, Fang Zhou said as he wet a tissue under the faucet, then leaned against the wall. Qin Yun glanced at his actions, finding them amusing. What are you doing? Fang Zhou didn't respond, just tearing the tissue in half and stuffing a piece into each nostril. Humph, now I won't fall for it. He felt smug inside. Little did he know, his childish behavior looked like playful antics to Qin Yun. Hihi, are you guarding against me? Qin Yun's voice suddenly lowered, her face still smiling, but Fang Zhou felt the pressure in her tone. No, I'm allergic to pollen. There are too many camellias here, my nose can't take it. Fang Zhou waved his hands, thinking, of course, I wouldn't tell you I'm guarding against you, sis. Oh, is that so? Qin Yun raised an eyebrow, turning to pour makeup remover into her hand. Yes, that's it. Fang Zhou firmly assured her, determined not to admit anything. Qin Yun applied the makeup remover to her face, rubbing it in, then rinsed it off with water and dried her face with a towel. Just as she was about to proceed to the next step, she stopped and turned sharply to Fang Zhou. I remember you don't have a pollen allergy. You're lying? The last 4 words were spoken with absolute certainty, and she had already concluded in her mind. Fang Zhou froze, frowning slightly. Damn, I overplayed my hand. Qin Yun, being a doctor, knew all about different conditions. What started as a casual lie to brush her off turned into a problem because of her impeccable memory? I'm allergic. You must be mistaken. Fang Zhou laughed awkwardly, eyeing the exit, already planning his escape. If only I hadn't come. Is Qin Yun's illness acting up again? Why are you guarding against me? Qin Yun put down her things and slowly moved towards Fang Zhou, her eyes dark and unreadable. I've been so good to you, even following you here to teach. Why are you guarding against me? Fang Zhou, I love you so much, can't you see that? Qin Yun's gloomy, silent demeanor looked to Fang Zhou like she was plotting something sinister. He decided to make a swift exit. I suddenly need to use the restroom urgently. I'll help you carry the water back later. Don't wait for me if I take too long, I'll bring it to the dorm for you. With that, Fang Zhou turned and headed for the exit. But Qin Yun quickly caught up and placed a hand firmly on his shoulder. Her deep, lingering voice sounded in his ear. You, a male can just find a place to solve it, right? I think that vegetable patch over there is quite suitable. We know each other's bodies inside out. You wouldn't be shy in front of me, would you? Qin Yun's bold words left Fang Zhou momentarily stunned, looking back at her in shock. He didn't expect such words to come from Qin Yun, who was usually so elegant and dignified. Solving it in the vegetable patch, could she really say something like that? Seeing Fang Zhou's silence, Qin Yun looked around thoughtfully and said, You're afraid of being seen by others, right? I'll keep watch for you. If anyone comes, I'll let you know. She smiled gently and kindly, looking as if she was genuinely considering Fang Zhou's well-being. Fang Zhou wasn't really in urgent need and certainly wouldn't deal with it in the vegetable patch. He had just dug his own grave. He chuckled dryly and decided to stay. It's fine, I'll handle it later. You hurry up, I'll wait for you. Qin Yun had finished washing her face, revealing a fresh, clean look entirely different from her usual heavy makeup. It even gave Fang Zhou the illusion of seeing Chu Xin Ran. Alright, I'll be quick. By the way, I have something on my hand that needs your help to check. Qin Yun raised her hand, showing it to Fang Zhou. Fang Zhou, standing at a distance, couldn't see the red bump clearly. He stepped closer for a better look. Just as he bent down, completely off guard, Qin Yun grabbed him by the neck and pushed his head into the sink. Facing him, she smiled gently. Fang Zhou, a grown man, felt a wave of shame being held down by Qin Yun. What are you doing? Are you crazy? He tried to remove her hand from his neck, glaring at her in anger and humiliation. He knew this woman had no good intentions. Did she secretly train for strength? How could someone who usually handles surgical instruments be this strong? Qin Yun shook her head and gently stroked Fang Zhou's cheek with her other hand, whispering in his ear. Your face is a bit dirty. Want me to wash it for you? Fang Zhou finally reached her fingers and began to pry them off. No need, I have my own hands and feet. I can wash myself. He managed to free himself and stood up straight. But Qin Yun quickly lifted a leg, placing it on the sink's edge, pressing against Fang Zhou's waist, preventing him from standing fully. So he was forced to lean back. Even with hands and feet, you can't do many things well without me, like getting rid of your ex-girlfriend. Qin Yun's gaze was complex, filled with possessiveness and control, almost burning Fang Zhou. She rested a hand on his shoulder, tapping lightly, like a boss negotiating in a TV drama. I can help you get rid of Han Shi. Qin Yun's slow, resolute words wrapped Fang Zhou in a heated gaze, not letting him escape. She had seen his interaction with Han Shi. It wasn't Fang Zhou's fault for being kind, it was Han Shi's fault for standing out and drawing Fang Zhou's attention and concern. It made her hands itch. But it didn't matter, Han Shi was his past, and there was no need to target her. The forced leaning position was quite challenging, and Fang Zhou's clothes were soaked from the water on the sink's edge. Finally, he pushed Qin Yun hard, regaining his stance. He looked at her with deep, unreadable eyes. You help me? How? By dissecting Han Shi? Or by pretending to be my girlfriend to scare her off? Qin Yun staggered but quickly steadied herself, her eyes briefly showing hurt before it vanished. Whichever you want, I can do it. As long as you don't get back with Han Shi, as long as you come back to me. I don't want either. Fang Zhou looked at Qin Yun, speaking sternly. Han Shi hasn't been bothering me. We were just having a normal conversation. You're too paranoid, thinking too darkly. Fang Zhou's words were clear. He didn't need any so-called help. Using one ex-girlfriend to get rid of another, what kind of behavior is that? They are people, not tools. Moreover, in Fang Zhou's view, Han Shi seemed the most normal of his exes, though he might not have seen her true colors yet. He finished speaking, picked up the bucket, placed it under the faucet, and turned on the water. Qin Yun's condition was worsening. Since knowing Han Shi was also his ex-girlfriend, she seemed to keep a closer watch on him. The sound of water filled the small shed as Qin Yun stood behind, staring at the two pieces of tissue on the ground that Fang Zhou had dropped. She smiled inwardly, guarding against me so much, yet calling my thoughts dark? What did I do wrong? The hypnosis last time was just to erase your bad impression of me, that's all. The bucket was almost full, and Fang Zhou lifted it, ready to leave. Fang Zhou, do you treat Han Shi the same as you treat me? Avoiding and guarding against both of us? Qin Yun suddenly asked. Fang Zhou paused and answered softly, yes. They're both the same ex-girlfriends, just that one is more dangerous. Then why did you break up? Qin Yun's next question caught Fang Zhou off guard. Should he tell her? If someone asks why you broke up with your ex, would anyone seriously answer that? Most people would decide based on who is asking, right? Fang Zhou was no different. He didn't want to talk about why he broke up with Han Shi in front of Qin Yun. If someone asked during their passionate relationship, he would have told the truth without hesitation. But now, Fang Zhou felt uneasy about exposing everything. Qin Yun was already in the past, he didn't want to tell her. We broke up because we weren't suitable. Fang Zhou left a simple sentence, picked up the water, and walked out of the shed. The sky was gradually darkening, and Qin Yun slowly smiled, following behind him. Seeing Fang Zhou like this, she didn't feel rushed. If he still liked Han Shi, he wouldn't be this calm. Since that was the case, she could wait a little longer. They arrived at the dormitory building. The female guests were arranged in 2 rooms on the first floor of the girls' dorm, while the male guests were in 2 rooms in the boys' dorm. Can you manage? Fang Zhou stood at the door, hesitating until Qin Yun came over before asking. After all, it was the girls' dorm. Even if they were in grades 4 or 5, they had a sense of privacy, and he wasn't suitable to go in. Yes, leave it to me. Qin Yun took the water bucket with ease and walked inside. Indeed, the frail act was all a facade. No wonder her grip was so strong, she could even lift a bucket of water easily. Just as Fang Zhou was about to leave, Zhang Xian came out and called him. Fang Zhou, where are you going? I'm going back to make my bed. They would be sleeping here tonight, and his bed wasn't ready yet. Zhang Xian quickly walked over, handing him 2 fragrant pears. Here, for you to eat. They've been washed. Fang Zhou subconsciously took them, surprised. You brought fruits all the way here. Quite impressive. A slight ripple appeared in Zhang Xian's eyes, and she smiled, nodding. Yes, you forgot I used to love eating fruits. Indeed, when they were deskmates in high school, Zhang Xian always had different kinds of fruits daily and loved sharing them. Her desk, the front and back desks, were all treated to her offerings, and she never brought the same fruit twice, even out of season ones. But what was more amazing was that the fruits she brought were always Fang Zhou's favorites. Back then, classmates nicknamed her the Fruit Beauty. Fang Zhou thanked her and took a bite of one pear, the sweet flavor filling his mouth instantly. Food always has a magical power to heal the heart, turning sorrow into appetite. Fang Zhou's mood lightened immediately, and even the frustration from Qin Yun's earlier questioning vanished. Zhang Xian's eyes fell on Fang Zhou's clothes, noticing the wet stain on the side, looking surprised. Your clothes. Fang Zhou followed her gaze, instinctively covering the spot before returning to normal. It's nothing. I accidentally got it wet while fetching water earlier. I'll go change. If there's nothing else, I'll head off. You take a rest. We still have to monitor the self-study session tonight. With that, Fang Zhou hurried away from the girls' dorm towards the boys' dorm. This place wasn't suitable for a long stay, better to leave quickly. Zhang Xian watched his departing figure, lost in thought. Just now, he was with Qin Yun, but the wet stain on his clothes was in an unusual spot. It should have been on the front. So it must have been Qin Yun who splashed water on him. Were they flirting or arguing? At night, the silent forest seemed more mysterious, with only the classroom lights shining like stars in the mountains. Grade 5 Class 1 was supervised by Qiao Sisi and Fang Zhou tonight. The two sat separately, preparing lessons or helping with homework, and time passed quickly. The volunteers' dedication surprised even the live stream viewers. Wow, they are so serious, just like my elementary school teachers. If you come, you have to do your job well. Sisi is the best. Feeling a bit moved, actually. Love doesn't always have to be explosive. Emotions nurtured under such tough conditions can be more solid. The evening self-study for elementary students only required an hour, starting at 7:30. By 8:30, the students had left the classroom, heading back to the dorms to sleep. After confirming no students were left, Qiao Sisi picked up her language book, stretched, and was about to call Fang Zhou for dorm checks when she saw a large green grasshopper on her book. Ah! Her scream nearly pierced the ceiling, startling Fang Zhou. He hurried over to ask, what's wrong? What happened? Qiao Sisi, trembling, pointed out, there's a bug. She had never seen such a large bug before, right on her book. But despite her fear, she didn't dare to throw the book away. It was borrowed from another teacher and must not get dirty. Fang Zhou looked closely and saw it was a grasshopper, finding it amusing. He reached out and caught it. All right, it's just a grasshopper, harmless and fun to play with. Qiao Sisi, still scared, clutched her book tightly. Take it away. Fang Zhou laughed and held up the grasshopper for her to see. Really, it's harmless. Do you want to touch it? Many boys played with grasshoppers, mantises, and crickets as children, never fearing them but seeing them as fun companions. Fang Zhou seriously wanted to introduce Qiao Sisi to it. But girls often react differently, fearing unfamiliar things. Qiao Sisi frowned and screamed in refusal. No way. Seeing her strong resistance, Fang Zhou chuckled and threw the grasshopper out the window. All right, it's gone. Qiao Sisi's tense heart finally relaxed. She punched Fang Zhou lightly, glaring at him with tearful eyes, playfully chiding, you scared me to death. Fang Zhou laughed heartily, ha ha ha, it's all right now. At that moment, the distance between them closed significantly. Qiao Sisi wasn't the high and mighty star, and Fang Zhou wasn't a gaming streamer holed up in his room. They were just two simple volunteers, amused and exasperated by a grasshopper. This scene was captured by their CP fans and used as the opening for a fan video. The creator left a comment, happiness is her making a fuss and him smiling. In the girls' dorm, Qiao Sisi and Zhang Xian were checking the rooms one by one with a list, dividing their work. One started from the east, the other from the west. Soon, Xiao Sisi arrived at the 5th grade girls' dorm and saw the two shy little girls from earlier in the day. They still looked at Xiao Sisi with timid eyes, but the fear was much less, replaced by anticipation and joy. Teacher Xiao. They followed behind the other students, calling Xiao Sisi softly. Xiao Sisi's heart softened instantly, and she responded crisply. Hey, you haven't slept yet. The two girls blushed and shook their heads, answering in low voices, we'll sleep after the teacher checks. Xiao Sisi stepped into the dorm, observing the surroundings. Like the other dorms, the students had very few belongings, but everything was very clean and tidy. However, when she looked at the two lower bunks, she couldn't help but frown deeply. On those small single beds, there were only two thin sheets, an old quilt, and a pillow, nothing more. Xiao Sisi walked over, feeling the thinness of the sheets with her hand, frowning even more. Whose beds are these? Although all the children's quilts were thin, these two were particularly shabby, almost like sleeping directly on wooden boards. The two girls, who had blushed and greeted Xiao Sisi earlier, silently raised their hands. Teacher, this is mine. The other one is mine. They thought they had done something wrong and dared not look at Xiao Sisi. They had heard this pretty teacher was from the city and must dislike their beds. But, this was already the best their families could give them. If the teacher disliked it, they could only apologize. Xiao Sisi's eyes flashed with surprise, it was them. Seeing their oversized, ill-fitting clothes, her heart ached, and she had some guesses. Suppressing her rising sympathy, Xiao Sisi smiled and praised them. Your beds are very neat, well done. Though their things were few, these two girls' quilts were the best folded she had seen throughout her checks. Even their living items under the bed were neatly arranged. She had heard Principal He say during lunch that these two were the top students in the class. The unexpected praise made the girls look up in surprise, their expressions turning to joy and finally to smiles. Thank you, Teacher Xiao. All right, go to bed early. You have to get up early tomorrow. Xiao Sisi left the dorm with a calm expression, but the sour feeling in her heart overwhelmed her instantly. The world is a huge circus, with some people comfortably watching the show while others struggle as clowns for survival. Fang Zhou and Lu Hao, who was on duty tonight, quickly finished checking all the dorms from the 2nd to the 5th floor, even checking each student's health status. If someone was sick, they couldn't delay. Coming down the stairs, Lu Hao exhaled deeply, sighing, being a teacher is really hard, especially for these volunteer teachers. It's heart-wrenching. Fang Zhou smiled and sighed as well, yes, we're only here for a short time. Principal He and the others have been here for many years. The two exchanged a smile, walking back with arms around each other's shoulders. As part-time life teachers, the guests were responsible for waking the students the next day, meaning they had to get up at 6 in the morning. When Fang Zhou was woken by the alarm clock, he was completely dazed, turning it off in a haze, trying to go back to sleep when Lu Hao started calling him. Fang Zhou, you go wake them today. I'll do it next time, can't get up today. Fang Zhou then realized he had to wake the students. He opened his eyes wide, sat up, scratched his head, trying to wake up. Looking back, he saw Lu Hao sleeping like a log. Oh well, taking turns is fair. Sudden changes in routine are hard to adapt to, this way, everyone gets 2 days to rest. Calling out from the 5th floor down, Fang Zhou's body was fully awake, but his mind was still unwilling to wake up. He took his toiletries and walked slowly to the faucet on the playground. Half asleep, he suddenly bumped into someone. Fang Zhou woke up instantly, supporting the person while apologizing. Sorry, I wasn't watching where I was going. It's okay, I didn't notice either. The one he bumped into was Chu Xinran, who seemed to have finished washing up, looking radiant. In contrast, Fang Zhou looked much worse. Well, I'll be going. Fang Zhou didn't want to stay, letting go of Chu Xinran, ready to leave. But Chu Xinran stopped him, asking softly, you haven't talked to me for days. Don't you have anything to say to me? She meant to ask, don't you miss me? Chu Xinran's smile was sweet, her temperament pure, like a mountain elf. But Fang Zhou frowned, speaking sincerely. I do have something to say. What I did last time at my house was inappropriate. It was my fault, I'm sorry. Last time, he almost made a big mistake in a moment of confusion. He shouldn't have helped Chu Xinran with her bra strap, it was too ambiguous, giving her an opportunity. Facing Chu Xinran, refusing decisively was the best choice. It won't happen again. I hope we can keep a distance. His serious and stern expression was more real than any Chu Xinran had seen before. Her smile vanished instantly. What do you mean? Are you blaming me for kissing you? The opportunity she had painstakingly obtained to be alone with him outside the show was considered inappropriate by him? Chu Xinran's aura turned gloomy, looking extremely somber. Fang Zhou's heart sank, knowing he had to say this. Can't stop eating because of a minor mishap. I'm not blaming you. It's just that we're no longer a couple, and such intimate actions are inappropriate. I remember you as a self-respecting girl, and I hope you continue to be. After saying that, he quickly left Chu Xinran, not staying any longer. He feared seeing her tears and softening his heart. Chu Xinran's eyes indeed misted but quickly turned vicious. She murmured softly, it's okay, we'll be a couple again soon. As for self-respect, you stopped liking it a long time ago, didn't you? So what's the use of keeping it? On this day, the guests officially took over the teaching tasks for the 5 classes at this Hope primary school. The primary school curriculum wasn't too extensive. Besides the usual Chinese, math, and English, there were also classes in music, science, moral education, and physical education. The guests split into small groups, each taking on 2 or 3 subjects, efficiently handling the teaching load. After finishing 2 math classes, Fang Zhou returned to the shared office and collapsed into a chair for a moment. The livestream camera had already moved to this large office, occasionally cutting to the classrooms to show the viewers the live teaching scenes. How do you feel? Qi Li, sitting next to Fang Zhou, grinned and struck up a conversation. His physical education classes were probably scheduled for the afternoon, so he seemed quite relaxed. Fang Zhou spoke honestly, "It feels good, just not used to teaching 2 consecutive classes, ha ha ha." Qi Li laughed along, "Now we should call you Teacher Fang." Fang Zhou quickly waved his hands, modestly saying, "I'm not worthy of the title." After exchanging some mutual compliments, they went back to their tasks. It was break time, so almost everyone was either grading assignments, preparing for classes, or chatting. The harmonious scene made the livestream viewers sigh. "They're so serious, I feel like going back to study my Set 4 vocabulary. Damn, I should start studying for my teacher certification too. It's really inspiring." I'm dying of laughter. Watching a dating show actually made me want to work harder. Even Master Ma would say, "Drink mouse tail juice." Xiao Sisi came back holding a stack of assignments, her eyes brightening when she saw Fang Zhou. "Fang Zhou, I need to discuss something with you." Her voice was just loud enough for everyone in the office to hear. Some people subtly perked up their ears, curious about what they were going to say. Others paused their work, picking up their cups to drink while glancing toward Fang Zhou. Fang Zhou turned his head and saw Xiao Sisi's somewhat conflicted expression, so he straightforwardly asked, "What's the matter? Is it convenient to say here, or should we talk outside?" He was hinting to Xiao Sisi that if it was a private matter, it should be discussed in private, not in front of everyone. Xiao Sisi put down the assignments and motioned for Fang Zhou to talk outside. They stood in the hallway, and after making sure no one was around, Xiao Sisi spoke in a low voice, "I found that 2 girls in our class seem to be in difficult situations. I want to help them." It turned out to be a class matter, making Fang Zhou feel a bit embarrassed for his earlier small-mindedness. "You want to help them? That's great, it's a good deed." Xiao Sisi's initiative to help was much better than a token donation. At least the money she gave would be used effectively. "How do you plan to help them?" This was what Fang Zhou was most interested in. Xiao Sisi furrowed her pretty brows and said hesitantly, "I don't know their family situations well enough to decide whether to give them money directly or provide specific supplies." She had seen many news stories about donations to mountain girls being used for their brothers instead. The mountain area's mindset might still lag behind the towns of the same era. While town girls had already gained autonomy, mountain girls were still shackled by layers of constraints. Xiao Sisi was unsure, so she came to ask Fang Zhou. In her view, Fang Zhou was the person she trusted most and the one who had first suggested volunteering. He should have more ideas. Fang Zhou also fell into deep thought. Without knowing the family situations of the 2 girls, giving too much money rashly might be disastrous. However, if they bought supplies only for those 2, others might have opinions. Throughout history, the issue wasn't scarcity but inequality, and these 2 girls might even face targeting. "How much do you plan to donate?" Fang Zhou wanted to know a rough figure, whether vague or specific, to make a decision. 300,000, is that enough? Xiao Sisi blinked, asking sincerely. Fang Zhou was taken aback by the amount, laughing, "Of course, it's enough. You can start by giving them some practical supplies. Later, after a home visit to understand their situations, you can decide on further assistance." Xiao Sisi nodded thoughtfully, agreeing, "You're right. Since we're buying supplies, let's get some for the other students too. Bed sets, 2 quilts, a pillow, and 2 down jackets each. That way, when winter comes, the kids will be better off. Oh, and water usage is inconvenient here, why not donate a new dormitory?" Xiao Sisi recalled the scenes from her dorm checks, feeling both pity and admiration for the students' dedication despite their tough conditions. Just now, she had seen how focused the students were in class. Maybe it was because the previous volunteer teachers had taught well, or the kids were inherently diligent. As an actress, Xiao Sisi had strong empathy. When she put herself in the students' shoes, she was brought to tears. Fang Zhou looked up, surprised. "You want to donate to all the students? And even a building?" Xiao Sisi nodded firmly, "Yes, I'll call my agent later. She'll contact the foundation. Every year, the foundation named after her donated money. This year, it could go here." Fang Zhou was impressed by Xiao Sisi's generosity, giving her a thumbs up. "That's amazing. If it weren't for needing to save money for his sister's treatment, he would have donated tens of thousands himself." For him, being there was also a form of contribution. Don't do evil just because it's small, don't neglect good just because it's minor. He could always contribute more after his sister's illness was cured. Xiao Sisi, receiving the praise, couldn't hide her smile, modestly covering her mouth. "Oh, it's just something within my ability." Fang Zhou couldn't let her be so modest, showering her with compliments, making Xiao Sisi feel on cloud 9. "You're the most compassionate celebrity? I must thank you on behalf of the kids." He silently added in his heart, "I won't call you a crazy tsundere anymore. You're a living bodhisattva, a great philanthropist, the reincarnation of Guanyin." Receiving Fang Zhou's praise, Xiao Sisi showed a genuine smile. The bell rang, signaling the end of the break. The two walked, laughing and chatting, back into the office to either prepare for the next class or take a short break. Xiao Sisi, thinking quickly, placed the stack of assignments on Fang Zhou's desk and winked at him. I'm going to handle what we just talked about. Can you help me grade these assignments? I need them for the afternoon class and might not have time. Her playful voice was loud enough for the entire office to hear, whether intentionally or not. Fang Zhou smiled gently and agreed instantly. Sure, you go ahead. I'll grade them after finishing my tasks. Considering she had just casually decided to donate a building, how could Fang Zhou refuse? Go ahead and get busy. I'll handle things here. They exchanged a knowing smile, rekindling their old camaraderie. Viewers in the livestream couldn't help but exclaim, I'm shipping them. He smiles so lovingly. Wow, his eyes are so tender. Sisi really has a special feeling for Fang Zhou. She never asks anyone else for help. Damn, I said before, the male streamer and the big star are a perfect match. Just skip to their wedding already. Fang Zhou, listen to your brothers. If you like her, go for it. Don't end up regretting it when she's dating someone else. Their interaction caught the attention of others in the office. Some gritted their teeth silently, while others tore up the tissues in their hands. Why had their relationship suddenly become so good again? Seeing Fang Zhou's agreement, Xiao Sisi's smile became even brighter, and she walked out with a spring in her step. Chi Li, noticing her departure, quickly leaned over to ask Fang Zhou, Bro, what did Sisi want to discuss with you? Tell me. He had joined the show mainly for the big star Xiao Sisi, but she barely paid attention to him. The last time she sent a good impression text, it went to Fang Zhou, making Chi Li lose sleep in anger. Why couldn't he, a famous racer, compare to an outdated game streamer? Besides his looks, what did Fang Zhou have? After a few days of rest, Chi Li adjusted his mindset, realizing Fang Zhou must have some qualities that attracted Sisi. So, he decided to befriend his rival, learn from his strengths, and then make his move. Chi Li's curious eyes almost bore a hole into Fang Zhou. Fang Zhou chuckled lightly, realizing that this matter was not a secret worth keeping. Xiao Sisi's quick actions meant everyone would see the results in a few days. Telling Chi Li now wouldn't matter, especially since Fang Zhou had already asked Xiao Sisi if she minded others knowing. The actress had laughed flamboyantly, saying, spreading this news should only benefit me. Fang Zhou motioned for Chi Li to come closer and then whispered, she's planning to donate some supplies and a building here. Chi Li's eyes widened, and he forgot to lower his voice, exclaiming, what? Sisi is donating a building. My goodness, that's a building? At least 600,000 to 700,000 yuan? No wonder she's a big star, so generous? While he could also donate that amount, it would still hurt a bit. Moreover, Sisi had just arrived here and was already willing to donate a building. What a kind girl. Chi Li's loud voice was heard by everyone in the office. Fang Zhou didn't expect such a reaction and quickly reminded him, don't shout so loud. Wouldn't it be more surprising if she told everyone herself? He had only meant to tell Chi Li, but now the other guests knew too. Hopefully, Xiao Sisi wouldn't get angry. After all, she liked creating surprises. Everyone else had heard and couldn't pretend otherwise. Qin Yun twirled a pen in her hand, deep in thought. So, Xiao Sisi was using this method to get closer to Fang Zhou? By donating a building, she showed her firm stance, both spiritually and materially supporting the volunteer teaching. This would undoubtedly make Fang Zhou see her in a new light. Look at Fang Zhou's precious smile just now, she had succeeded. Qin Yun abruptly stopped twirling the pen, pulled out her phone, and started looking through her contacts. So she donated a building? I'll just do something even better. Han Shi, sitting opposite Fang Zhou, also glanced thoughtfully at them, thinking, do I need to donate a building to get his special attention? Her hand tapped lightly on the table as she pondered whether the 2 years of meat supply were enough. As the saying goes, it's better to teach a man to fish than to give him fish. Setting up a farm in this mountainous area could be suitable, free from external interference and able to provide quality feed. Han Shi liked her idea and immediately began drafting a plan on an A4 sheet. Meanwhile, Chu Xinran and Zhang Xian, who were out teaching, missed the news. They only heard about it in the dormitory in the evening when Xiao Sisi mentioned it. In private, she was unguarded and loved sharing her joy. She told the female guests that the foundation had started purchasing supplies and that they would arrive within a week. Both women's eyes became deep and contemplative. You're amazing. Donating a building. Chu Xinran praised Xiao Sisi while planning to call her mother to invest in a project here, citing the delicious rice. She couldn't let Xiao Sisi hog the limelight. Zhang Xian, on the other hand, opened her laptop and updated her personal Weibo with a photo of the pomelo given by teacher Xie. Caption, the pomelo here is really delicious, fragrant, and sweet. Then she texted her brother at the Kunming Institute of Botany, the pomelo here seems similar to what you developed. Your level isn't that impressive. Her prideful PhD brother couldn't tolerate such provocation and immediately replied, nonsense? Send me the location, and I'll come over to compare. Zhang Xian smiled, her eyes gleaming with joy. Success. Once her brother arrived, boosting the fruit income here would be a piece of cake. Perhaps she was too focused during the tug-of-war. Chu Xinran didn't notice the force from the other side, causing her to be dragged to the ground suddenly. Her delicate palm was scraped, with several scratches and small beads of blood emerging. Many students were alarmed, calling out in worry. Teacher Chu, The other guests noticed Chu Xinran's situation and hurriedly helped her up. Everyone gathered around, showing concern for Chu Xinran. She's bleeding? Does anyone have a bandage? Han Shi frowned, trying to think of a solution. Xiao Sisi, feeling guilty, apologized to Chu Xinran. It's our fault for using too much force, otherwise, you wouldn't have been hurt. Stop talking and get her some medicine. This wound looks painful. Qin Yun, as a doctor, knew what to do next. She squeezed through the crowd, fetched medicine from the dormitory, and instructed Chu Xinran to wait in the office, promising to return soon. Fang Zhou, seeing there was nothing more he could do, dispersed the onlookers, letting them play freely since the sports meet was over. He and Lu Hao then started organizing students to clean up. At this moment, Chu Xinran, who was supposed to head to the office, called his name. Brother Fang Zhou, can you carry me? Fang Zhou turned to see Chu Xinran looking at him with big, moist eyes. He frowned slightly, about to ask why she couldn't walk herself, but seeing the dust marks on her knees and the fringed denim, he guessed her legs were also hurt, making walking difficult. Chu Xinran's pitiful gaze was hard for any man to resist. But Fang Zhou had just decided to distance himself from her. Would this complicate things again? He parted his lips to speak. Sun Haoshan jumped in, volunteering. I'll carry you, Xinran. How could he not help a goddess in distress? Chu Xinran smiled and refused without hesitation. No, I saw your stamina on the first day here. Recalling his performance, Sun Haoshan blushed and regretted not training and losing weight before coming. Lu Hao, seeing through the situation, patted Fang Zhou's shoulder, urging him. Go on, Fang Zhou, it's urgent. The viewers won't blame you. Lu Hao thought Fang Zhou hesitated to avoid seeming opportunistic, not realizing he didn't want to give Chu Xinran any chances. But letting her walk alone in public would be heartless and lead to online backlash. Fine, one last time. Fang Zhou sighed inwardly, deciding to be the good guy once more. Under the scrutiny of other female guests, Fang Zhou crouched in front of Chu Xinran, letting her climb onto his back, then supported her legs. He slowly headed toward the office. The female guests behind them showed varied expressions. But on camera, Xiao Sisi quickly returned to normal, gathering the others to play with the Polaroid. A mere piggyback was nothing, it wasn't a princess carry, and Fang Zhou didn't initiate it. No big deal. Others also collected their thoughts and resumed their activities. Carrying Chu Xinran, Fang Zhou proceeded normally across the playground. But once they were away from the crowd, she started acting up. Chu Xinran leaned closer, whispering in his ear, her breath tickling him. Brother Fang Zhou, you're so kind. Fang Zhou felt itchy, as if something was crawling on him. He knew Chu Xinran wouldn't behave. He tilted his head, avoiding her mouth, and sternly warned her. Don't get so close. But she didn't listen. Instead, she pressed her face against his neck, her long eyelashes brushing his skin. The sensitive spot on his neck made him shiver, not from fear but from being teased. I'm so tired, let me lean on you? Her voice, softer than before, was like cotton candy, making him want to comply. Fang Zhou fell silent. The squeaky wheel gets the grease. Chu Xinran not only cried but also acted coquettishly. A woman who acts coquettishly is the best off. Fang Zhou chose not to speak, silently carrying her to the office. It was just a short distance, he could endure it. But as he felt a warm sensation on his neck, he couldn't take it anymore. Chu Xinran's lips brushed against him, teasing him just enough to drive him crazy. He coughed heavily, lowering his voice to warn her. Stop moving, or I'll put you down. Okay. Some people, despite agreeing, don't follow through. We call this behavior saying one thing and doing another. Chu Xinran wouldn't listen. Though she stopped brushing, she started pecking like a bird. For a moment, Fang Zhou considered getting back together with her. Her teasing promised unique experiences. But the memory of her wrist-cutting scene was fresh, unforgettable. No, he couldn't give her hope. Fang Zhou stopped, crouched, and set her down. Walk yourself. It was only a few steps to the office. She could manage. He couldn't carry her any longer, her teasing was unbearable. Without looking back, he headed to the bathroom, ignoring her calls. Brother Fang Zhou, Xinran, come up. Chu Xinran couldn't call Fang Zhou back but caught Qin Yun's attention. Looking up, she saw Qin Yun watching from the second-floor corridor, smiling knowingly. How much had she seen of their interaction? The large office was now occupied by only 2 people, accompanied by a rich, fragrant perfume scent. One was Chu Xinran, whose palm was scraped, and the other was Qin Yun, disinfecting her wound with an alcohol swab. Hiss, it hurts a bit. Chu Xinran cried out in pain, looking pitifully at Qin Yun, seemingly begging her to be gentler. Qin Yun sneered inwardly, thinking, this is nothing. Cutting flesh with a dull knife is real pain. Can't handle this? Then how dare you flirt with Fang Zhou? But Qin Yun was someone whose anger manifested in a more gentle and smiling demeanor. She smiled at Chu Xinran. This is disinfecting, a necessary step before applying medicine. You should have experience from before. Qin Yun referred to the last time on the island when she treated Chu Xinran's wounds. Why didn't she cry out in pain then? And now, with such a small wound, she suddenly became so delicate. Perhaps knowing someone would feel sorry for her? Thinking this, the darkness in Qin Yun's eyes deepened, and her hand unintentionally applied more pressure. Ah, it hurts. Chu Xinran, being only human, naturally felt the pain in her normal state, unlike when she was in a self-destructive frenzy. At those times, the emotional pain outweighed the physical, leading to such actions. Qin Yun realized she was being harsh and calmed herself, reminding herself, stay calm, more important things are ahead. She gently raised the alcohol swab, soothing Chu Xinran while wiping the wound again. All right, bear with it, it'll be over soon. Indeed, within a minute, the wound was cleaned. Chu Xinran breathed a sigh of relief and whispered, Sister Qin, are you angry? Why was she angry? Was it because she kissed Fang Zhou just now, or because she saw Fang Zhou carrying her? Either way, it indicated that Qin Yun had special feelings for Fang Zhou. On the island, Qin Yun didn't send Fang Zhou a message twice, which should have been a signal. A signal that Qin Yun didn't like Fang Zhou. So, why was she angry now? Chu Xinran's mind raced, and she decided to ask directly. After her question, the office fell into an eerie silence. Qin Yun turned to get the medicine without instantly answering Chu Xinran. It wasn't until she had the medicinal powder ready to apply to Chu Xinran's hand that she countered, why would you think I'm angry? Chu Xinran honestly didn't know. Qin Yun seemed so gentle and kind, always smiling, not appearing angry at all. But a woman's sixth sense told her that Qin Yun was indeed angry now. She answered truthfully, I don't know, I just felt it. Qin Yun's smile deepened, and she sprinkled the medicinal powder on Chu Xinran's wound. Then why do you think I'm angry? Chu Xinran felt a burning sensation on the wound, as if something was on fire, but it was soon cooled by the medicine. I guess it's because you saw Fang Zhou carrying me. Chu Xinran's pure and innocent demeanor made her words seem unguarded, like a naive fawn. Her tone was both innocent and natural, not at all like testing Qin Yun. Qin Yun's hand didn't waver, her expression remained soft, revealing no cracks. Why would I be angry about that? After applying the powder, Qin Yun fetched a bandage to wrap the wound. I don't know. You seem to dislike Fang Zhou, so logically, you wouldn't be angry about this. Suddenly Chu Xinran's head felt dizzy, and she became sleepy. She turned, laying her head on her free hand on the table, murmuring softly, why would you be angry? It's really strange. With that, Chu Xinran closed her eyes. Her mouth still pondered why Qin Yun was angry, but her mind had already fallen asleep. With Chu Xinran quiet, the office became silent too. Only the cicadas outside kept chirping, signaling the arrival of summer. The window's glass reflected the shadow of someone still moving, her curly hair falling smoothly behind her, her graceful figure faintly visible through the strands. Finishing the last round of bandaging, Qin Yun placed Chu Xinran's hand back on the table. Her gaze fell on the other side of the desk, where Chu Xinran's phone lay. Qin Yun's hand hesitated between the phone and a pair of scissors, eventually picking up the phone. Oh well, wishful thinking shouldn't lead to rash actions. Using Chu Xinran's hand to unlock the phone, Qin Yun opened it to see the wallpaper. She raised her eyebrows slightly, the darkness in her eyes growing thicker. It was a youthful photo. Fang Zhou, around 22, wearing a graduation gown, held flowers in front of his university. And beside him stood Chu Xinran. They smiled at each other, captured like a golden couple. Qin Yun sneered, whispering, so they knew each other long ago. She thought back to when Chu Xinran suddenly called Fang Zhou brother while cooking on the island. That made no sense. Who calls a guy they just met brother unless they're a little green tea? But Chu Xinran clearly wasn't that type. In hindsight, Fang Zhou's explanation was flimsy. How did she fall for it? Qin Yun was angry at her own stupidity, but more so at Fang Zhou's deceit. Maybe Chu Xinran was also his ex-girlfriend. Adding Han Shi and herself, 3 exes in one dating show. This guy had guts. The more Qin Yun looked at the photo, the more it irked her. Young Fang Zhou and young Chu Xinran looked perfect together. Jealousy twisted and screamed within her, wanting to destroy something. Qin Yun's heart churned with bitterness. She gritted her teeth, quickly sending the photo to her phone via Bluetooth. Then, she opened Chu Xinran's album, found the wallpaper photo, and deleted it without hesitation. What I can't have, no one else can. If it exists, destroy it. If it can't be destroyed, destroy the person. Qin Yun placed the phone back, her eyes cold and determined. TLN, finally, now Qin Yun only need to know that Sisi also Fang Zhou's ex. Fang Zhou had just exited the restroom, intending to return to the playground to check if the students were done with their cleaning. His phone rang suddenly, it was Qin Yun. Uncharacteristically direct, she called him to the office, stating that Chu Xinran's wound had an issue. Without hesitation, Fang Zhou went up to the second floor. Upon entering the office, he saw Qin Yun sitting by the window, playing with her phone. Chu Xinran was asleep on the table. What happened? Fang Zhou frowned slightly, not understanding how Chu Xinran, who seemed fine a few minutes ago, had suddenly fallen asleep. Was she that tired? Qin Yun looked up with a faint, mocking smile, her red lips parting slightly. She cried earlier, saying you didn't like her and felt very hurt. She cried herself to sleep. Her words, half-truths mixed with lies, were surprisingly believable. Fang Zhou remembered Chu Xinran's low emotional threshold and unconsciously believed Qin Yun's words. However, he still felt a bit awkward. How did Chu Xinran end up confiding in Qin Yun? Were they that close? More importantly, did Chu Xinran know Qin Yun was also his ex-girlfriend? She probably didn't, or she wouldn't be this calm. On the other hand, Qin Yun, with her gentle smile, was likely seething inside. Chu Xinran's affection for him, known by Qin Yun, would only harm her. Because who knows when Qin Yun might lose control. Fang Zhou's heart sank, deciding he had to protect Chu Xinran at all costs, or he would never find peace. Well, you know, life's full of disappointments. It'll pass. Qin Yun raised an eyebrow, looking at Fang Zhou with slight surprise, and softly asked, "Oh, so, you really don't like her?" Her tone was certain, reflecting the implication Fang Zhou had given. If that was the case, maybe she could get along with Chu Xinran. After all, Fang Zhou didn't like her either, so no one had the upper hand. "Yes, I don't like her," Fang Zhou admitted without hesitation, his expression unaffected, not even blinking. The breeze outside gently blew in, bringing a hint of coolness. Qin Yun felt her agitated heart calm down, suddenly feeling relieved. She pocketed her phone, slowly rising from her seat, and walked towards Fang Zhou. "If you don't like her, then who do you like? Was it the cold CEO Han Shi? Or the dazzling star Qiao Sisi? Or perhaps the talented writer Zhang Ziyan? Or the eloquent lawyer Tang Wan?" These faces flashed through Qin Yun's mind like game cards, ready to be overturned if Fang Zhou mentioned any. Fang Zhou wasn't a fool. He couldn't let anyone else suffer like his sister did. Qin Yun's dark, sinister eyes couldn't hide her intentions, looking like she wanted to tear him apart. Of course, he wouldn't tell her. "I don't like anyone." Fang Zhou suddenly grew impatient, tired of Qin Yun's threats. He stared at her, his voice deepening. "What's wrong with her wound? Why did you call me up? If there's something to say, say it. If not, leave." Chu Xinran could wake up at any moment, and hearing something she shouldn't would be troubling. Qin Yun suddenly smiled, pointing to her chest, and said meaningfully, "Her heart is hurt. She needs your comfort." Her tone, to an outsider, would genuinely seem like Chu Xinran had a serious issue. Fang Zhou couldn't help but roll his eyes, exasperatedly saying, "Qin Yun, are you sick? What kind of wound is this?" This woman's words really couldn't be trusted. Probably triggered by his words, the darkness in Qin Yun's eyes suddenly turned into a thick black mist, her aura dropping, like the prelude to a storm. She quickly dropped her smile, stepped forward, grabbed Fang Zhou's collar, and said forcefully, "Yes, I am sick. Is this your first day knowing me? I was fine until I met you. How could I have gotten sick otherwise?" Qin Yun's expression held a mix of resentment and accusation, her grip on Fang Zhou's collar tightening. "If I weren't sick, why would I join this dating show, follow you to teach, and watch you with your ex-girlfriends?" She grew more agitated, her voice rising. Fang Zhou had no doubt that anyone outside the classroom could hear her clearly. "Don't get excited." Seeing Qin Yun lose control, Fang Zhou began to regret his words. He had acted rashly, shouldn't have provoked her. Had Qin Yun learned something new? Otherwise, why was she suddenly so unstable? Wasn't she usually calm and composed? How did a single sentence make her lose it? "Calm down? Haha, how can I calm down? Isn't Chu Xinran also your ex-girlfriend?" Qin Yun's accurate guess made Fang Zhou's guilt skyrocket. Damn it! How did she know? Did Chu Xinran tell her? No way. If she had, wouldn't Chu Xinran know Qin Yun was also his ex-girlfriend? How could she sleep so calmly? Fang Zhou's mind was in chaos, but his mouth remained firm. He quickly denied, "No, of course not." Without concrete evidence, Fang Zhou couldn't admit anything. Last time, admitting Han Shi had led to her hypnotizing him. If it happened again, he might lose everything. Though lying was wrong, a little harmless lie for safety shouldn't be too problematic. Fang Zhou couldn't afford to gamble. Despite his quick response, human micro-expressions don't lie, and Qin Yun saw through him immediately. Though she had prepared herself, the truth still made her laugh bitterly. She had suspected it. Fang Zhou's care for someone unrelated was too suspicious. Disappointment and jealousy flooded her, nearly drowning her in an instant. From that photo, their relationship likely dated back to university. 2 or 3 years before her. Chu Xinran had Fang Zhou's precious youthful years. The boyish Fang Zhou she had never seen. How could Qin Yun stay calm? A strange silence spread throughout the office, with Qin Yun still gripping the corner of Fang Zhou's shirt. For some reason, Fang Zhou's heart suddenly tightened. Being stared at by Qin Yun's dark, piercing eyes made everything feel dangerous. "Listen to me, Fang Zhou tried to explain, but halfway through, he realized that the truth would eventually come out. Would saying too much now only make Qin Yun angrier later? Would her revenge be even fiercer? Say what? Go on, speak up." Qin Yun slowly began to smile, looking very gentle but with an inexplicable sense of danger. These two contrasting traits made her appear very contradictory. "Are you trying to say you two are just ordinary friends?" Qin Yun moved closer to Fang Zhou, becoming even more tender in her demeanor. She gave Fang Zhou the illusion that as long as he explained things well, she would believe him. "We were just classmates before, just acquaintances." In the end, Fang Zhou forced himself to say it. No matter what, the first lie had already been told, so he might as well get through today. Unexpectedly, after he finished speaking, Qin Yun suddenly slapped him across the face. Slap. The slap was solid. Fang Zhou had no chance to dodge. Since becoming a volunteer doctor in the mountains, she seldom wore tight dresses or high heels. She usually wore loose sports clothes or a vest with a sun-protective jacket. After slapping Fang Zhou, she even pulled a separately wrapped wet wipe from her sun-protective jacket and slowly began to clean her hand. "Are you crazy?" Fang Zhou was inexplicably slapped, his face stinging with pain, and his anger flared up instantly. "This slap is for Chu Xinran. Poor her, dating you, and you don't even have the courage to admit it." Qin Yun leisurely wiped her hand, as if she had touched something she shouldn't have. Fang Zhou was at a loss. He thought Qin Yun couldn't see through him. Damn, never underestimate this wicked woman? Her psychological manipulation was spot on. Having just been slapped, Fang Zhou's anger was extinguished by her words, replaced with inexplicable guilt and a sense of shame. Indeed, it was not manly at all. After all, Chu Xinren had been with him for so long. Fang Zhou covered his face, falling silent. Damn, she made too much sense. He really seemed to be in the wrong. Seeing him fall silent, Qin Yun turned to tidy her desk, throwing some trash into the bin and glancing at the sleeping Chu Xinren. Her eyelashes were already trembling, indicating she was about to wake up. Having slapped Fang Zhou, Qin Yun's anger and disappointment were mostly vented. She thought, there's a long way to go. For today, let's end it here. After all, she had given him a gift. She smiled lightly, gave Fang Zhou a meaningful look, and left him with a parting remark. The matter of ex-girlfriends, I will slowly settle with you in the future. Remember that well. With that, Qin Yun picked up her belongings and left the office without looking back. Fang Zhou was left baffled by the slap. Settle accounts? What accounts? They had nothing to do with each other anymore, so why settle accounts? Reflecting on his initial denial, which only earned him a slap, Fang Zhou realized something was off. He was trying to protect himself and Chu Xinren. What did he do wrong? Damn, this wicked woman was truly terrifying. Qin Yun always tried to pull Fang Zhou away from the normal world, making him only interact with her, excluding everyone else. Such strong control and possessiveness, who could stand it? This only strengthened Fang Zhou's resolve to leave after finishing the dating show, never to encounter Qin Yun again. One lesson was enough. While Fang Zhou was lost in thought, Chu Xinren woke up. Ugh, my hand is numb. She straightened up from the table, lifting her hand and shaking it in the air. It must have gone numb from being pressed under her. Huh? Wasn't she talking to Qin Yun just now? How did she suddenly fall asleep? As her thoughts returned, Chu Xinren looked around and didn't see Qin Yun. Instead, she found Fang Zhou. What are you doing here? Chu Xinren found it strange. Hadn't he left long ago? Fang Zhou forced a smile, grabbed a notebook from his seat, and said, I came to get something. I'm leaving now. With that, he tried to leave the office. He couldn't be alone with Chu Xinren. This woman was too seductive. Fang Zhou feared he might lose control again. Chu Xinren picked up her phone to check the time and see how long she had slept. But when she unlocked her phone, she froze. Where was her screensaver? Why had it reverted to the default? Stop. Chu Xinren called out to Fang Zhou, who had reached the door. Her eyes misted, and she looked at him angrily. Did you touch my phone? Fang Zhou was bewildered. I didn't. Who touched her phone? He hadn't even approached her side since entering. Chu Xinren held up her phone, showing him the interface and display. Then why is my screensaver photo gone? Fang Zhou found it even stranger. How would he know why her screensaver photo was gone? I don't know. He shrugged innocently, feeling utterly confused. Chu Xinren pouted, looking utterly wronged, evoking sympathy. That was a photo of us together, taken at your graduation. I checked just now, it's not even in the recently deleted folder. If Fang Zhou didn't delete it, who did? Qin Yun? But why would Qin Yun delete a photo of her and Fang Zhou? It's just a photo, right? Why would she go that far? So, Chu Xinren thought Fang Zhou was more likely to have done it, given how resolutely he had rejected her. Fang Zhou was surprised she kept that photo for so long. It's been 2 or 3 years, and she still used it as a screensaver. That was even more surprising. He scratched his head, feeling a bit awkward, and said, maybe it's a system bug. If it's gone, it's gone. After all, it's in the past. A photo doesn't mean much. But what he didn't care about was a treasure to Chu Xinren. Feeling wronged, her head drooped, and tears started falling onto her clothes. That was their beautiful memory. How could he say that? Did she mean so little to him that she couldn't even appear in his memory for a few more seconds? If that's the case, what's the point of living? The sudden silence in the office made Fang Zhou feel a bit uneasy. He glanced down at Chu Xinren, only to see tears falling onto her clothes. She was crying. Fang Zhou panicked, not understanding why Chu Xinren was crying. Wasn't it just a photo? He wasn't dead or incapacitated. Why use a photo to remember the past? Are you okay? Fang Zhou asked, remembering Chu Xinren's past extreme behavior. He didn't dare leave at this moment. Chu Xinren slowly lifted her head, her teary eyes looking at him. No, that was one of the few photos we had together. Fang Zhou didn't like taking photos, so there were mostly selfies of Chu Xinren or secret shots she took of him. Formal photos of the two were rare. Although there were a couple more, Chu Xinren's favorite was that one. The two of them stood openly at the school gate, as if performing some kind of ceremony. This was a sacred feeling unique to Chu Xinren, something Fang Zhou wouldn't understand. Why don't you look for backups elsewhere? Fang Zhou feared women's tears, especially Chu Xinren's, which were like a wounded fawn's, evoking pity. No, there's only that one. Tears kept falling from Chu Xinren's eyes, her nose red from crying, looking pitiful. A gentle breeze blew in from the window, lightly moving the strands of hair on her cheeks, adding a sense of fragility. Fang Zhou genuinely felt she might fall apart. Then you should look for a technician to see if it can be recovered. His nonchalant tone made Chu Xinren feel worse. What she treasured dearly was worthless to him, so he could easily say, if it's gone, it's gone. These past years, it turned out, she was the one stuck in the past. She was the clown in Fang Zhou's eyes. Chu Xinran suddenly laughed, wiping her tears as she did. No need, if it's gone, it's gone. She turned and moved towards the window, her expression a mix of crying and laughing, making her intentions unclear. Fang Zhou panicked, thinking, no way, is she going to do something drastic? Why else would she go to the window? Why suddenly say it doesn't matter? He nervously stepped forward, only to be reprimanded by Chu Xinran. Don't come near me, I hate you. Her tears flowed freely. With only 2 steps to the window, she quickly moved, climbing onto the window ledge. Fang Zhou rushed forward, pulling her back. Xinran, what are you doing? Get down. Let's talk it out, don't be impulsive. Chu Xinran was light, and Fang Zhou easily pulled her down. Leave me alone? Why, if you don't care, what's the point of living? Chu Xinran struggled, trying to get back to the window, pushing Fang Zhou away with one hand and grabbing the wall with the other. Her struggles almost scratched Fang Zhou's face. I'm not leaving you alone? Who said I didn't care? To calm Chu Xinran, Fang Zhou gently explained, you think it's a pity that photo is gone? I'll take another one with you, okay. Damn, he should have known Chu Xinran wouldn't be so easy to handle. Fang Zhou never thought she'd get suicidal over a photo. It was his own carelessness, not noticing Chu Xinran's emotions. Girls are sensitive, especially harmless-looking yanderis like Chu Xinran, who might do unpredictable things to themselves if they felt hopeless. You'll take another one? How? Hearing Fang Zhou's offer, Chu Xinran calmed down a bit, her struggles less intense. I'll take another one with you, is that okay? What else could he do? He didn't understand data recovery. Especially in the mountains, where could he find a professional to recover data? He could only take another photo with her. Take it now. Chu Xinran stopped struggling, looking seriously at Fang Zhou, demanding they take the photo now. She thought Fang Zhou was stalling and would forget about it once the moment passed. All right, let's take it now. Fang Zhou had no choice but to agree. First, calm her down, everything else could wait. Chu Xinran pulled away from him, grabbing her phone. As she turned it on, she saw her reflection in the black screen. The girl in the screen smiled slightly, a small but clearly smug smile. Come over. Chu Xinran opened the camera, set it to selfie mode, and called Fang Zhou over. He took a couple of steps, appearing in the camera. Chu Xinran checked and found Fang Zhou still a bit far, enough space for another person between them, making her dissatisfied. Come closer, what is this? Fang Zhou moved closer. Chu Xinran pouted, is it so unpleasant to take a photo with me? Fang Zhou, fearing her overthinking, quickly put on a professional smile. Of course not, I'm very happy, see. Finally satisfied, Chu Xinran handed him the phone before taking the picture. You hold it, I look better that way. Fang Zhou smiled wryly, recognizing the common trick many girls used before taking photos. They cared about their image, noticing every little detail. All right. Fang Zhou took the phone, found a good angle, and snapped a photo. But as the shutter clicked, he felt a soft touch on his cheek. The photo captured Chu Xinran kissing him. Fang Zhou quickly retrieved the phone, opening the gallery to delete the photo. Chu Xinran grabbed the phone, don't delete it. Fang Zhou, stronger, snatched the phone and deleted the photo and the recently deleted folder. Chu Xinran, dissatisfied, complained, what are you doing? Angrily, Fang Zhou threw the phone back to Chu Xinran. If you keep this up, I'm leaving. What was this? Pushing boundaries, right? Seeing him angry, Chu Xinran panicked. He really seemed different, more assertive than before. I'm sorry, I was wrong. She apologized softly, hoping for another chance to take a photo, but Fang Zhou refused. I'll look for similar photos at home and send them to you. With that, he left the office, not caring about Chu Xinran's emotions. Everyone had emotions, and so did he. If that intimate photo remained, he couldn't imagine how he would die. Time passed quickly. It had been 5 days since the guests arrived in the mountainous area for their teaching support, and 3 days had passed since the sports event. Due to some of the boarding students living far away, the mountain roads were difficult to traverse, requiring 1 to 2 hours of walking. Therefore, they were usually dismissed from school early. Coincidentally, after 1 p.m. on Friday, the school was preparing for a holiday. After some discussion, Qiao Sisi, Fang Zhou, and Han Shi decided to visit the students' homes. This time, the focus of the home visits was on the 2 girls in the class whom Qiao Sisi wanted to provide special assistance to. To offer further support, they needed to thoroughly understand the girls' original families to plan the next steps. Initially, Han Shi wasn't planning to go, she wanted to implement her farm planning project. But as she turned around, she saw that Fang Zhou had already followed Qiao Sisi out of the school gate. Without hesitation, Han Shi joined them. Several staff members from the program team also accompanied them, responsible for live broadcasting the entire process. There was no choice. Since switching the setting to the mountainous area for teaching support, the program's viewership had dropped significantly. Sometimes, the director wondered if this decision was a mistake. Their positioning seemed to be off, but it had already been a week since the second episode started. Changing course now would be as difficult as reaching the sky and might even draw criticism. So, they continued broadcasting under pressure. Fortunately, Qiao Sisi had enough influence and popularity. Additionally, the supplies she donated had arrived at the school yesterday and were reported by the local news. Many philanthropists also began to pay attention to the program. These people weren't originally the target audience of the romance show, but they came for the teaching support and aid activities. As they watched, they found it quite interesting. They eventually became loyal viewers. Local residents also began watching the program after the local TV station reported it. In the live broadcast chat room, many comments expressed their thoughts. This place is the last area in our city to escape poverty. Many roads are still not accessible. The children have to take shortcuts and small paths to get to school on time. Yes, when the poverty alleviation officials came, they faced many hardships. Fortunately, they eventually overcame this tough challenge. Oh my, the mountain road they're walking on looks just like the one I used to walk on as a child. On rainy days, it was wet and slippery, and the branches on the side could easily fall and hit your head. It was really tough. The mountain road the audience was discussing was right under Fang Zhou and the others' feet. They were lucky not to encounter a rainy day, but after walking on the yellow mud road, their shoes were still covered in dust. No one minded. They chatted as they walked, making the journey less boring. The two little girls were from the neighboring village and always went to school together, returning home together on weekends. The mountain road that Fang Zhou and the others found curious was a difficult path for the two girls to pursue their education. How long does it take for you to get home? Xiao Sisi glanced at her watch. It had already been an hour, and the winding mountain road ahead seemed endless. She couldn't imagine how hard it must have been if she had to endure this to attend school as a child. The two little girls smiled simultaneously. One of them tilted her head and said, "About 2 hours. Teacher Qiao, are you tired? Shall we rest for a bit?" The children were very considerate and suggested taking a break. Fang Zhou looked at Han Shi. Her expression wasn't as cold anymore. Instead, she showed a hint of fatigue. "Let's take a break. We'll continue in a few minutes." Xiao Sisi and Han Shi leaned against a tree trunk to rest. Fang Zhou took out water from his backpack and handed a bottle to each of them. Xiao Sisi didn't drink it herself but gave it to the two little girls. "Teacher Qiao, we're not thirsty. You should drink." Han Shi's gaze shifted, and she took out 2 candies from her clothes, giving one to each girl. "Eat." The usually silent female CEO softened for once. The two little girls beamed with joy, somewhat overwhelmed by the actions of the two beautiful teachers. "Thank you, Teacher Han." They couldn't drink the water since Teacher Qiao only had 1 bottle, but they could accept the candies because the teachers were adults and might not like sweets. Fang Zhou was also surprised. It turned out that these two were quite thoughtful and considerate. Xiao Sisi was always the one being served, only thinking of herself first. Han Shi, even more so, was a high-ranking CEO who only needed to make decisions without considering others' feelings. But today, they actually started caring about the two children. It's said that these volunteers had an impact on many students after coming to teach, but in reality, the students were also influencing them. After resting for a while, they continued their journey. About an hour later, they finally reached one of the little girls' homes. The other girl went back to the village first to inform her family. "Teachers, my home might be a bit messy. Please don't mind." They followed the little girl to a 1-story house with many farming tools in front of the door. There was also a fenced area with many chickens and ducks clucking loudly. "It's okay." Xiao Sisi smiled gently, not minding at all. But when she stepped into the little girl's home, she couldn't smile anymore. Not only was it messy, but it was also dirty. The air was filled with a strong smell of alcohol, making it very uncomfortable. Many wine bottles were scattered in the center of the room, and used dishes and leftover food were left on the table, not cleaned up. Clothes were piled up everywhere, on the sofa and chairs, leaving no place to step. "Dad, the teachers are here." As the little girl shouted, they noticed a man lying on the sofa, his face covered with clothes, blending in with the sofa. The little girl called out, but the man didn't move. "Dad, wake up, my teachers are here." Feeling embarrassed, the little girl called out again, this time removing the clothes from his head. In the next moment, something unexpected happened. The man slapped the little girl across the face, cursing, "Get lost, you worthless wretch. Call me again, and I'll beat you to death." Xiao Sisi's smile vanished instantly. Her eyes darkened, brewing an unknown storm. The guests did not expect the man lying on the sofa to suddenly lash out at his daughter. Fang Zhou quickly stepped forward to stop him. Han Shi's gaze turned cold, and Xiao Sisi stood still, her smile fading. "Sir, let's talk this over. Why did you suddenly hit her?" Fang Zhou pulled the little girl behind him, protecting her as he looked disapprovingly at the man. The girl, slapped across the face, covered her cheek and cried softly, as if afraid that making noise would provoke her father into hitting her again. The man, who had closed his eyes preparing to sleep again, suddenly opened them wide and sat up from the sofa, glaring menacingly at Fang Zhou. "I'll hit my own worthless daughter. What's it to you?" As he spoke, the man stood up from the sofa, reaching to grab his daughter while cursing. "Come here, you worthless wretch. I'll beat you to death. Please, Papa, don't hit me." The girl hid behind Fang Zhou, her face full of fear and tears streaming down. Fang Zhou felt the veins on his forehead throbbing. He restrained his agitation, grabbing the man's arm while trying to reason with him. "This is your daughter. How can you hit her like this?" The man, drunk and red-faced, glared at Fang Zhou with cold eyes. He sneered dismissively and tried to shake off Fang Zhou's hand but failed. Seeing Han Shi, Xiao Sisi, and the program crew at the door, he felt embarrassed and flew into a rage, spewing profanities. You brought all these people to my house to watch me hit you. Come here, I'll beat you to death right now. The man broke free from Fang Zhou's grip, took 2 steps forward, and grabbed the girl hiding behind Fang Zhou. Stop. Fang Zhou quickly shielded the girl's head, preventing her from being punched. Seeing his first attempt fail, the man's anger grew. Feeling mocked by everyone, he shifted his focus to Fang Zhou. What's it to you, you nosy meddler? How dare you interfere with me disciplining my daughter? The man swung a punch at Fang Zhou's head, but Fang Zhou dodged in time. Seeing the situation deteriorate, Han Shi called the girl over. Fang, come here. The girl, understanding the danger, quickly ran to Han Shi's side, hiding behind her while crying and trembling. Fang Zhou, who only intended to stop the violence, found himself the target of the man's fury and almost got punched for no reason. He was understandably angry. Even if she's your daughter, the law clearly states you can't use violence against children. The man didn't listen, throwing punches left and right, trying to beat Fang Zhou, but Fang Zhou wasn't one to stand and take it. He fought back, the two of them wrestling on the ground, knocking over several bottles. The sudden fight between a visiting teacher and a student's parent caused a stir in the live broadcast. Holy crap, what's going on? I looked away for a second, and this happened. This girl seems well behaved, but who knew she had such a family? She's really suffering. Alcoholic and abusive, this man is useless. Picking on the weak, come fight me if you're so tough. Go, Fang Zhou, hit him. My blood pressure is rising just watching this. Xiao Sisi, who had been silent since entering, stood still until she saw Fang Zhou fighting with the man. The storm in her eyes turned into a deep black, like a beast about to be unleashed. I'll kill you. The man, despite being beaten by Fang Zhou, refused to admit defeat, cursing even more foully. His hand reached for a green bottle, intending to use it against Fang Zhou. Xiao Sisi's pupils contracted, and she quickly stepped forward, stomping on the man's hand with force. Though she wasn't wearing high heels, her shoes had a bit of a heel, and combined with her weight, it was painful. The bottle fell to the ground. You bitch! How dare you step on me? I'll have someone deal with you tomorrow. Slap. Fang Zhou raised his hand and slapped the man, warning him in a low voice, shut your filthy mouth. Xiao Sisi's pupils dilated briefly, as if the curse triggered some memory, making her shudder. Her hair fell forward, covering most of her face, making it hard to see her expression, but no one thought she was happy. He's insane? Drinking a bit and thinking he's the boss, even daring to curse at Sisi. Does anyone know where this place is? I want to confront him in real life. For a teacher to be treated like this, that poor girl is really unlucky to be born into such a family. When no one expected it, Xiao Sisi moved. She bent down, picked up the bottle, and smashed it on the man's head. I'll not only step on you, but I'll also smash you. Glass shards flew, and painful cries echoed in the house. Fang Zhou was stunned, looking at Xiao Sisi in disbelief. He was also startled by her sudden action, seeing the supposedly delicate star smile in satisfaction after smashing the bottle. Sisi, Han Shi, holding the little girl, called out in panic. Why did she act impulsively? I'm sure it felt good, but they're live streaming. Fang Zhou snapped out of it and quickly checked the man's injuries. Blood was already flowing from his forehead, and there were glass shards on his face, looking painful. The program crew only had one cameraman, who panicked and set down the camera to check the situation. An elderly voice came from outside, surprised and speaking in the local dialect. What are you doing? Grandma. The little girl ran from Han Shi's arms, hugging the old woman and crying. Papa hit me again, and he hit my teachers too. The old woman entered and saw her son bleeding from the forehead, panicking. Oh dear, what should we do? Is there a hospital or clinic nearby? Fang Zhou turned and asked. The priority was to treat the wound, at least to avoid any fatalities. There's a traveling doctor in the village? I'll go get him. The little girl, wiping her tears, ran out quickly. TLN, Xiao Sisi was indeed lunatic. She doesn't anybody touch her man. Beside the girl's house was a bamboo grove. When the wind blew, the bamboo leaves rustled. What should have been a noisy sound surprisingly felt more peaceful than the wailing and crying inside the house. Teacher Xiao, please have some water. The little girl thoughtfully offered water to each visitor, including Xiao Sisi, who had just smashed her father's head with a bottle. Aren't you afraid of me? Xiao Sisi sat on a small wooden stool, smiling as she observed the girl's face, trying to find any signs of fear or terror. Surprisingly, she failed. The girl's eyes were clear, like a pristine spring, showing no negative emotions. She shook her head and sincerely said, I was a bit scared when I saw you smashing the bottle. I was afraid my dad would die, and teacher Xiao would have to pay with her life. This answer raised Xiao Sisi's eyebrows in surprise. It felt like encountering a rabbit while expecting to meet wolves and tigers on a journey. And the rabbit looked at you, showing no malice but instead being friendly. She took the disposable water cup from Fang's hand and sipped it gently. The boiled water from the old-fashioned teapot had a unique taste that Xiao Sisi wasn't used to. After swallowing that sip, she didn't drink more. She patted another small wooden stool beside her, signaling Fang to sit. Aren't you afraid that without your father, you'd become a child without a family? Normally, wouldn't a child worry more about the person close to them? No matter how good Xiao Sisi was to them, she couldn't compare to their family, could she? Besides, Xiao Sisi had known Fang for less than a week. For a child to say such things, either the child is unusual, or the father is. Fang shook her head again and shared her experiences. My mom left my dad when I was 3, going to a big city and never coming back. Since I was little, my dad only drank and hit people. He either hit me or my grandma, sometimes both. As she spoke, she rolled up her long sleeves, revealing scars on her arms. These are from my dad. Last week, he whipped me with a bamboo stick when I got home. If I could, I'd stay at school forever, but grandma works too hard alone, so I have to go home to help her. Teacher, am I a heartless child? This pretty teacher must think she's a bad child. Not caring about her father's life, so cold and unfeeling. But if every return home meant facing abuse and beating like a storm, she'd rather not have a father. Maybe she and grandma would live better without him. As Fang spoke, she smiled, showing a dimple on her cheek. Originally a very shy child, she spoke so much for the first time in front of Xiao Sisi. Xiao Sisi felt a pang in her heart, deeply moved, with an indescribable pain stuck in her throat. You are a good child. Xiao Sisi hugged Fang, holding her close and gently patting her shoulder. You are already very brave. Braver than I was when I was little. Fang looked up at her incredulously, asking, did even someone as amazing as Teacher Qiao get hit? She had heard from other students that Teacher Qiao was a big TV star, a very impressive person. Could someone so radiant also get hit as a child? She thought, a pearl and a dull stone like herself had completely different childhoods. Fang Zhou had handled the situation, made the necessary compensations and apologies, and came out to find Xiao Sisi, ready to visit the next home. But he paused at the corner, hearing her conversation with the student, deciding to come back later. Yet, Xiao Sisi's words piqued his curiosity, rooting him in place. Xiao Sisi released her hold, placing the cup aside, and began recounting her past. When I was little, my dad was like yours. He hit people when he drank. If I did poorly on a test and he was angry, he'd beat me to death. Mom would protect me, but all I could do was cry. But now that I'm grown, he can't hit me anymore. As she spoke, Xiao Sisi gently stroked Fang's head to comfort her. When you grow up, you can protect yourself too. Fang nodded earnestly. I want to grow up quickly and be as amazing as Teacher Qiao. Xiao Sisi smiled, gazing at the bamboo grove, lost in thought. Though she didn't want to recall the past, the scenes played in her mind. In a chaotic house, her parents constantly fought over trivial matters due to their clashing personalities. The family was wealthy, but they still fought over money. During fierce arguments, her father would hit people, and her mother's cries echoed through the house. Locked in her room, she could only hear her father's violence and her mother's cries. Sometimes, when she came home earlier than her mother, she'd be beaten first, and then both would be beaten when her mother returned. Later, her father even had an affair, with the mistress sending photos to her mother's email to provoke her. At 10 years old, Xiao Sisi advised her mother to divorce. What did her mother say? No, I love him so much. He'll come back one day. Yes, Xiao Sisi's mother loved her father deeply. Despite the domestic violence and infidelity, she couldn't control her feelings. Like a moth to a flame, she believed she'd eventually see better days. But her father never came back. He lived freely outside, never returning home. All Xiao Sisi saw and heard was her weeping mother and her constant words. Men are like untamed horses, loving to roam outside but will eventually return home. Young Xiao Sisi outwardly agreed, comforting her mother, Dad will realize your worth someday. But internally, she sneered, I won't allow my horse to run wild. If it tries, I'll kill it before it can. Like now with Fang Zhou, if she couldn't have him, she wouldn't let anyone else either. She'd rather have the horse dead than let someone else ride it. Fang Zhou heard the entire conversation between Xiao Sisi and the little girl. He stood at the corner for a long time, eventually stepping away to give them some privacy. At that moment, Fang Zhou's heart was filled with mixed emotions. Before, when he was with Xiao Sisi, they didn't really understand each other deeply. They only knew each other's temperaments and personalities well, but nothing about their family backgrounds or growing up environments. He always thought Xiao Sisi was pampered at home because she was so delicate and loved to act out, but it turned out that wasn't the case. Fang Zhou only knew that Xiao Sisi's family was wealthy, but she never relied on her family's money to find resources for herself. Her current achievements were all the result of her own hard work. If it weren't for today's unexpected event, allowing him to overhear Xiao Sisi's conversation with the little girl, he probably wouldn't have had the chance to understand the story behind Xiao Sisi in the future. It turned out she had also suffered from such violence as a child. No wonder Xiao Sisi became so possessive. The influence of one's original family is immense, especially an unfortunate childhood, which may take a lifetime to heal. To be honest, when Xiao Sisi smashed the bottle earlier, even Fang Zhou was frightened. For a moment, he really thought Xiao Sisi was going to go on a rampage. Fortunately, she stopped in time, only breaking a bottle. Perhaps frightened by Xiao Sisi's actions, Fang's father didn't provoke anyone further or make any threats in front of everyone. Initially, he was adamant about not reconciling, but he seemed to receive several phone calls. Fang Zhou vaguely heard voices scolding him on the other end. Sanzi, don't disgrace our village. This is a live broadcast. You hit your daughter in front of the whole country, everyone saw it. You dare hit people when drunk. No wonder your wife ran away. If it were me, I'd run too. Cousin, behave and stop hitting your daughter. Apologize quickly. Our clan can't afford this shame. The program director, on the other side of the screen, directly felt the power of the live broadcast. Initially worried that this segment would be criticized by netizens, the result was unexpected. Local viewers recognized Fang and her father. Some relatives proactively called, urging him to reconcile. Indeed, the public's eyes are sharp. With the compensation and apologies from Fang Zhou and the program team being appropriate, the man finally sent everyone off amicably. He promised not to hit his daughter again. Though everyone knew it was untrustworthy, it was all they could do for now. The group set off again, heading to another little girl's home. Her house was in the neighboring village, just across a river. Fang led the 3 teachers and the photographer to the riverbank. Teachers, this is it. The old wooden bridge had collapsed in a spring storm. The new bridge construction hadn't started yet, so the teachers might have to wade through the water. The small river wasn't wide, and the current wasn't strong. Fang Zhou used a stick to measure. The depth reached about mid-calf. He looked back at Han Shi and Xiao Sisi. One wore loafers with heels, the other sports shoes. Mountain water is quite cold, even in summer. If someone's constitution was weaker or during their menstrual period, they might hesitate. So Fang Zhou asked, "Can you both go into the water?" Xiao Sisi shook her arms, shaking her head. "I can't go into the water. What should we do?" Fang blinked, telling them, to get to the neighboring village, besides this river, there's another road far away. Walking there might take half an hour. Han Shi calmly analyzed, it's already almost 3 or 4 o'clock. If we detour, we might not return by night. Xiao Sisi smiled lightly, saying to Fang Zhou, "Why don't you carry me over?" Upon hearing this, Han Shi also smiled playfully at Fang Zhou. "I don't want to get into the water either." "Then please, carry us." The cameraman, diligently live streaming, followed behind the trio. The live stream, initially with low traffic, exploded after the earlier conflict. Countless fans and viewers gathered to watch the excitement. Seeing Fang Zhou about to carry 2 female guests across the river, the live chat went wild. What a great opportunity! Rare chance for close contact with female guests. If Fang Zhou handles this well, he might gain some favor. Carry. If it were me, I'd carry both. Just thinking about it is awesome, right? A female star and a female CEO. Not just across the river, but I'd carry them home. Fang Zhou had no room to refuse. He rolled up his pants, ready to sacrifice his shoes. Who knew what was at the riverbed? He dared not go barefoot. Get on. Fang Zhou squatted, letting Xiao Sisi get on his back. He gently held her calves and started walking into the river. The mountain river was chillingly cold, making him shiver as soon as he stepped in. Step by step, Fang Zhou walked towards the center of the river, feeling the water gradually rise past his calves. Am I heavy? Xiao Sisi asked softly, her arms around his neck, their skin touching, bringing warmth. The female star was light, with body management requirements, feeling like a cotton ball on his back. Fang Zhou shook his head, honestly saying, not heavy. You're too thin. Eat more. Xiao Sisi hummed coquettishly, pressing her upper body against his back, showing her strength. I'm not thin. The soft touch from her chest felt like a flame, burning Fang Zhou's heart. This, at least a C-cup, right? He forgot Xiao Sisi's nickname in the industry, fragile branch holding a heavy fruit. Say I'm not thin. Xiao Sisi squirmed, making Fang Zhou lose focus while crossing the river. Don't move, or you'll fall. Humph, I won't. Xiao Sisi continued to move, and those on the shore thought they were flirting. Even the live chat audience got jealous. Listen to their conversation. Isn't this flirting? I've never seen Sisi act so coy with any man. Ugh, I'm full of dog food today. I think Fang Zhou is too thin to carry Sisi. Let me do it. I can hear your calculations from Jiangnan. Showing off love leads to quick deaths. They shouldn't show off because I never have. As this comment appeared, Fang Zhou indeed encountered an accident. Distracted, he stepped on a loose stone, slipped, and both he and Xiao Sisi fell into the water. The live chat instantly filled with merciless laughter. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. The commenter above is a prophet. Both of them falling into the water was witnessed by Han Shi. Her gaze turned slightly colder, closely following Fang Zhou's figure. The water wasn't deep, and he quickly stood up, pulling Xiao Sisi along with him. They exchanged glances, and Xiao Sisi was the first to laugh. Ha ha ha, that was fun. Seeing that she wasn't angry but rather happy, Fang Zhou didn't mind and led her to the shore. Then, Fang Zhou returned to carry Han Shi. By now, Fang Zhou's clothes were more than half wet, but luckily, in summer, they would dry quickly in the wind. Come on. Han Shi looked at the half-squatting man in front of her, his back vaguely visible through the white t-shirt. Falling into the water earlier didn't seem to affect his mood, on the contrary, he seemed happier than at the beginning. Han Shi, being very perceptive, subconsciously linked Fang Zhou's mood change to Xiao Sisi. Looking up, she indeed saw Xiao Sisi on the other side, staring back with a smile. They say women's sixth sense is very accurate, and at this moment, Han Shi's premonition reached its peak. Fang Zhou and Xiao Sisi were probably not that simple. Han Shi then had an idea and patted Fang Zhou's shoulder, telling him, your back is all wet. My clothes will get wet too. How about you carry me over? Han Shi spoke reasonably, and Fang Zhou could feel his wet clothes sticking to his skin, which was uncomfortable. He glanced at Han Shi's white shirt, thinking that if it got wet, it would reveal the color underneath. And since it was live-streamed, it wouldn't look good. unlike Xiao Cici's black outfit, which didn't show anything. Alright, I'll carry you over then. Fang Zhou changed his posture, placing one hand on Han Shi's waist and the other on her calf, lifting her horizontally. Han Shi naturally wrapped her arms around Fang Zhou's neck, creating a classic princess carry. Just then, the wind blew, lifting Han Shi's hair in an arc, fluttering. The two looked perfectly matched, one as cool as the moon, the other strikingly handsome, like a scene from a fairy tale. The livestream viewers went wild. Oh my gosh, I knew Fang Zhou was doing well, but I didn't know it was this good. A princess carry? How romantic. Sobbing, my female CEO? I think I saw a hint of shyness on her face. The best way to win a girl's heart is a princess carry. No girl can resist it. On the other side, Xiao Cici's smile froze, her mood turning sour. Why was I carried on his back, but Han Shi got a princess carry? This isn't right. A back carry isn't as romantic as a princess carry. Alright, Han Shi looks honest, but she's actually so cunning. I underestimated my rival. A surge of indescribable jealousy rose in Xiao Cici's heart. But at this moment, she couldn't say or do anything, only watching sourly as Fang Zhou carried Han Shi to the shore. You've sweated. Let me wipe it for you. Han Shi took out a tissue from her bag and wiped Fang Zhou's forehead, seemingly thanking him for his help earlier. Seeing this, Xiao Cici felt even more jealous. She huffed, saying sarcastically, isn't that right? Carrying two people across the river must have exhausted you. So frustrating. Why didn't I think of a princess carry? She walked ahead, heading towards the visible buildings. Fang Zhou didn't understand what was bothering her again. He took the tissue from Han Shi, wiping his sweat, and followed her, saying, let's go. Let's ask for directions in the village and find the student's house. Han Shi watched the two of them from behind, a hint of satisfaction in her eyes. At least this time, she didn't lose any points. After asking a couple of people, they quickly found another little girl's home. This time, they didn't encounter the rough situation from before. But this girl's home also made people frown. The girl's parents were both out working, leaving only her elderly grandparents at home, taking care of her and her 4 siblings. When Fang Zhou and his group arrived, the girl's grandmother was chopping sweet potato vines to cook for the pigs. Her 2 sisters were helping to boil water, while her 2 brothers were playing nearby. One was crying loudly, and the other was sucking his finger. Seeing the teachers, the shy girl, Exes, brought out 2 old benches for them to sit on, explaining, my grandpa went to the field to plant beans. He won't be back until sunset. Exes' grandmother greeted Fang Zhou and the others while chopping the vines. But she spoke too quickly in dialect for them to understand. Exes translated for them. My grandma wants you to stay for dinner. She says it's hard work coming all this way. She'll call the villagers to help kill a pig to treat you. Fang Zhou and the others waved their hands, explaining, no need to trouble yourselves. We'll eat back at the school. A child crawled to Xiao Cici's feet, his hands dirty, about to grab her jeans. Xiao Cici discreetly moved away, avoiding his hands. She walked to Fang Zhou's side, tugging his clothes, signaling with her eyes that they could leave. Han Shi didn't say anything but clearly wasn't planning to stay for dinner either. Exes' family already had enough people. Adding a few more adults and killing a pig would be a huge hassle. Fang Zhou understood their intentions, nodding in agreement, and said goodbye to Exes' grandmother. Her grandmother was very enthusiastic, putting down the knife to hold them back, wanting them to stay for dinner. The 3, plus the cameraman, ran faster than ever, quickly leaving the village. The livestream viewers commented sharply, good thing they ran fast, otherwise, they might have had to help kill the pig. Ha ha ha, I can already see the news headline, top star shaves pig hair with bare hands. Haha, shocking. My female CEO can also kill pigs. The students had a 2-day break, and the program director finally started assigning date tasks to the guests. On Saturday, all the guests gathered on the playground, preparing for today's activity. Hello, guests and viewers. I have 6 cards here, 3 invitation cards, 1 swap card, 1 binding card, and 1 unbinding card. These cards will be obtained by the female guests through games to earn points. The higher the points, the higher the priority for invitations. The director, with his stylish hairstyle, smiled at everyone, seeming very confident about today's program content. The live stream viewers were overjoyed. Director, you remembered you're doing a dating show, finally. My favorite couple must date alone. Go, Cici. Don't be afraid of challenges. Charge. The guests looked at the cards in the director's hand, their expressions varied. Fang Zhou sat on the side, crossing his legs, listening carefully to the game rules explained by the director. Today's game is simple, just an ordinary game of musical chairs. We'll play fast-paced music through the speakers. During the playback, the guests will circle around the chairs. When the music stops, you must find a seat. Starting from 11 people, until there's only 1 left. The more rounds you last, the higher your points. This musical chairs game will be played in 3 rounds. I hope all the guests seize the opportunity. As soon as he finished, the male guests all showed joyful smiles, thinking, musical chairs? This is easy? But then again, if you end up competing for the same chair with the goddess, should you let her have it or not? The playground was already set up, with 10 chairs arranged in a circle in the middle of the spacious ground. The sunlight was just right, bright but not glaring, perfect for outdoor activities. Under the director's instructions, everyone started walking slowly around the circle of chairs. One of the directors brought his portable speaker, a black mini boombox, and started playing music. In February, the willow trees are in a drunken spring haze. In March, the green grass covers the hills. As the prelude played, everyone's expressions were surprised. Isn't this year's most popular spring festival song Spring Hill? Unexpectedly, the director is quite trendy, keeping up with the times. The most beautiful is the human world. While everyone was surprised, the music suddenly stopped. The guests were stunned for a moment, too immersed in the song, taking a while to react. Fang Zhou, taking advantage of his long legs, quickly sat on a chair. Others squeezed and sat down, and amidst the chaos, Zhang Xian sat in front of him. She smiled back, complimenting Fang Zhou, quick reflexes. Fang Zhou grinned, replying loudly, "You too." Ha ha ha. The first round ended, and Chu Xinran was eliminated. The frail school beauty initially sat down, but Qin Yun came from the opposite direction and squeezed her off the chair. For the first time, Chu Xinran had a substantial lament about her thinness. Damn, how does Qin Yun maintain such a full figure and still do so well? The music continued, stopping unpredictably each time. Spring breeze elation. In the second round, Qi Li was eliminated. He had a target seat, but Xiao Sisi was beside him. To let the goddess participate, Qi Li showed gentlemanly spirit and voluntarily got eliminated. In the subsequent rounds, as the music intensified, the competition for chairs became fiercer. Some were about to sit but got the chair pulled away, landing on the ground. Two female guests sat on the same chair, fighting for it. Fang Zhou didn't find the game difficult until Qin Yun sat on his lap. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, it caused a stir, with other guests cheering and clapping, urging Fang Zhou to give up his seat. Ah, the queen sat on his lap? Oh my gosh. Ha ha ha, now I know why the director arranged this game, it has a hidden agenda. Fang Zhou must be thinking, you just sit, no one can beat you. Fang Zhou was bewildered, and Qin Yun wasn't just lightly sitting, she was really sitting. He felt the soft sensation on his thighs, like cotton, making his heart flutter. With Qin Yun's rich perfume scent invading his nose, their proximity was intimate. Qin Yun's long curly hair brushed against Fang Zhou's chest, making the atmosphere ambiguous. Hey, who's counting you two? The director smirked at Fang Zhou and Qin Yun, unable to hide his grin. The program effect was achieved, wasn't it? Everyone's attention was on them, especially the ex-girlfriends, whose gazes were almost piercing through him. Xiao Sisi huffed, turning her head away. Chu Xinran stood on the side, her eyes red with anger. Han Shi, sitting behind Fang Zhou, had a piercing gaze, as if she could shoot arrows, making them into a sieve. Fang Zhou felt a tight scalp, hurriedly saying, "I'll get up, you sit." As he stood up, Qin Yun raised her eyebrows, apologetically saying, "Sorry, I didn't see, thought there was a chair behind, I'll be careful next time." On the surface, she was saying, "I didn't do it on purpose." But Fang Zhou knew her well enough to understand, "I did it on purpose." Her "be careful next time" meant, "I'll continue sitting on your lap next time." In this round, Fang Zhou was eliminated, and the game continued. Just as a song finished, the first round ended, with Sun Haoshan, the heaviest, as the final winner. After hearing the director announce the scores, he laughed heartily, his joy evident. Ha ha ha, 30 years on the East Bank, 30 years on the West Bank, finally, I have my moment. Though self-deprecating, the live stream viewers joined in the banter. I'm dying of laughter, Sun Haoshan is both funny and pitiful. Ha ha ha, no one can compete with his weight. Sun Haoshan excitedly ran to Chu Xinran to boast, telling her, "Xinran, haha, I'm awesome, right?" Chu Xinran, still upset about being eliminated in the first round, didn't have a good attitude, casually responding, "Awesome, awesome, remember to give others a chance next time." It was a casual remark, but Sun Haoshan took it seriously, shaking his head solemnly, "No, we must take the game seriously." In the second round, he was immediately squeezed out by Qi Li, shocking everyone. Qi Li smiled slyly, "Just kidding, your fat can't compete with my muscles." The second round of the game began, and Fang Zhou was now on guard against Qin Yun, afraid she might pull the same stunt and sit on him again. But Qin Yun behaved this time, while a few other girls seemed to start eyeing him. Judging by Chu Xinran's gaze, Fang Zhou knew something was up. He simply pulled out a chair and sat far away. In public, Chu Xinran didn't get many chances and was soon eliminated. She was too light, even if she sat, she'd get pushed off. In the end, Qi Li, Sun Haoshan, and Xiao Sisi emerged as the final winners. They were the top 3 in points and could exchange their cards first. Fang Zhou was 4th, and by the time it was his turn, the director only had 2 invitation cards and 1 binding card left. "Which one will you choose?" The director smiled mischievously, clearly favoring Fang Zhou. Though not famous, he was popular among the female guests, making him the lucky star of the show since its inception. Fang Zhou's hand initially moved towards an invitation card, but then he changed his mind and picked the binding card. Trusting his instincts, the director was surprised but invited him back, moving on to the next guest. "Alright, the cards are now in the hands of the guests. You can use your card rights in turn. The invited person cannot refuse." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's eyes turned to Qi Li. Being the first, what choice would he make? Qi Li smiled and walked over to Xiao Sisi, handing her the invitation card, saying deeply, "Sisi, can I invite you to watch the sunset with me?" The school was built on a hillside, and climbing another 200 meters would offer the most beautiful sunset view. Chi Li had planned a surprise there. If Xiao Sisi accepted, she'd witness those romantic surprises. Under the beautiful sunset, maybe Sisi would be moved by him? Xiao Sisi, dressed casually in a green suspender dress, seemed more lively. She wanted to shake her head but saw the director's gaze, indicating she couldn't refuse without breaching the contract. Xiao Sisi sighed and took Chi Li's invitation card. Chi Li was overjoyed, punching the air and spreading his happiness to the group. Seeing Chi Li succeed, Sun Haoshan followed suit, handing his card to Chu Xinran. Xinran, I want to go peach picking with you. He had learned there was a peach orchard nearby with sweet and fragrant peaches. Chu Xinran glanced at Fang Zhou subconsciously, seeing him focused on his card, not looking her way. She felt a bit angry. I'm about to be taken away, and you're not doing anything? Little did she know, Fang Zhou didn't have an invitation card, and even if he knew her thoughts, he couldn't change anything. After waiting a while, Chu Xinran didn't get who she wanted and, disappointed, took Sun Haoshan's card, her hair hiding her expression. Whether she was happy or not, the viewers couldn't tell. Only a few noticed her disappointment, commenting, "Oh my god, Xinran looks heartbroken. She really doesn't like Sun Haoshan. Boo-hoo, my school beauty has suffered so much in this game. Damn the show for forcing guests to accept invitations." The guests continued their tasks, oblivious to the tense atmosphere in the comments. "Sisi, it's your turn," the director reminded softly. Xiao Sisi raised her card, smiling apologetically at Chi Li. "Sorry, I have an unbinding card. I'm cancelling our date." Everyone looked closely, and indeed, the card in her hand read unbinding card. More shocking was that she didn't want to date Chi Li. Chi Li, who had been pursuing her since the first episode, was visibly stunned. "Sisi, you." He wanted to ask why, but her unbinding was the best answer. Xiao Sisi wasn't interested in him. One adult tacit understanding is that if there's no clear acceptance, it's a rejection. Moreover, Xiao Sisi had clearly rejected him. "Sorry, I don't really want to hike," she said politely, but Chi Li knew it wasn't about the hike, she just didn't want to go with him. Feeling a bit defeated, Chi Li sat back down, pondering. One moment thinking, damn, this actress is too hard to pursue. Maybe I should switch targets while there's still time? Next moment thinking, no, a real man never gives up. Keep chasing? Easy catches aren't worth it. While Chi Li was conflicted, it was Fang Zhou's turn. Everyone's eyes were on him, curious about his choice. Fang Zhou showed his card, smiling, "I have a binding card. Qin Yun and Zion, you're bound together." Hearing this, Zhang Zion's expression turned cold, glaring at Fang Zhou, not understanding his decision. Qin Yun adjusted her glasses, hiding a brief cold glint in her eyes. Fang Zhou thought simply, Qin Yun was next, and binding her with someone else meant she couldn't choose him. Among the guests, Tang Wan and Zhang Zion were the best options. Tang Wan would likely be invited by Lu Hao, so as a good brother, he'd help him out, leaving Zhang Zion as the choice. He couldn't let Han Shi and Qin Yun be together, two ex-girlfriends in one place would spell trouble. Alright, next is Qin Yun. Everyone thought Qin Yun wouldn't invite anyone, but she smirked, stuffing her invitation card into Fang Zhou's chest pocket. Then, loudly enough for all to hear, she said, "Join us for the sunset." The live chat exploded, viewers shocked. Ha ha ha, is Qin Yun getting back at Fang Zhou? Wow, this queen is fierce. She'd rather have a 3-person date than miss the chance. Another 3-person outing? I'm here for the drama. As the sun rose in the east and set in the west, its rays shone on the fluttering red flag on the playground. Qin Yun, Zhang Zion, and Fang Zhou embarked on their hiking trip. Although the mountain was only a few hundred meters high, this path was rarely traveled, except by the occasional herb gatherer. As a result, their shoes quickly got covered in yellow mud, and their pace slowed down. The cameraman carrying the camera on his shoulder moved even more slowly. Zhang Zion, feeling hot, took off her sun protection jacket, revealing the short sleeves underneath, and started tying up her hair. "Let me help you." Fang Zhou, standing next to her, instinctively reached out to take her jacket and backpack. This was their usual practice from before. The guy would help carry some stuff as a sign of understanding. Only after taking the bag did he realize it was quite heavy. "Did you pack iron in here?" Fang Zhou was always curious about how girls' bags had such bizarre contents. You'd think they were useless, but they seemed somewhat useful. You'd think they were useful, but they actually weren't needed. And those times on high-speed trains when he'd help a girl with her suitcase, only to nearly embarrass himself by not being able to lift it. So Fang Zhou asked Zhang Zion if her bag was filled with iron. She smiled and opened the bag to show him. Not much, just a bottle of water, an umbrella, a couple of mandarin oranges, and a few Snickers bars. Fang Zhou chuckled, handing her the jacket but keeping the bag on his shoulder. Qin Yun, nearby, laughed softly, generously praising, "You're so attentive. I didn't bring anything, just myself." Zhang Zion felt a bit awkward. She could tell Qin Yun was interested in Fang Zhou, but she was forced to join them on the hike because of the binding card. If she had no feelings for Fang Zhou, it wouldn't be a big deal, she'd just tag along as a friend. The problem was, she had secretly liked Fang Zhou for many years. This new experience of going on a date with a rival was something she had never encountered before. Zhang Zion decided to return the compliment. Beautiful women don't need to bring anything, their presence is enough. By the way, I heard your hometown is also Henan. Know your enemy, know yourself. Qin Yun nodded, grabbing 2 tree trunks to pull herself up a slope. Yes, same place as you guys. We might have even met before. She looked at Fang Zhou with a knowing smile. He was also climbing the slope. Fang Zhou wasn't worried. Zhang Xian wasn't an ex-girlfriend, so even if she knew about him and Qin Yun, it didn't matter much. What a coincidence. We can hang out together when we go home for the new year. Sure, I'll treat you to a meal. Both Zhang Xian and Qin Yun smiled, knowing it was just a polite remark. Adults have their own circles, and unless they're social prodigies, they rarely want to hang out with strangers. The muddy mountain path was exhausting, especially since it was uneven, so they stopped chatting and focused on the hike. About half an hour later, they finally reached the mountain top. There was a signal tower there. Looking down from the top, they could see the surrounding mountains, with an even higher one in the distance, partially blocking the view but not the sunset. Fang Zhou took off his jacket, laid it down for the two to sit on, and sat on the grass himself, admiring the scenery and clearing his mind. If only every day could be this relaxing. No dealing with bothersome haters, no ex-girlfriend drama, no struggling with a hard life. Unfortunately, if Qin Yun behaved, she wouldn't be Qin Yun. She started stirring things up shortly after sitting down. With the camera right beside them, she began gossiping about Zhang Xian. Xian, you're so excellent. Have you ever dated before? The live audience perked up, eagerly anticipating her answer. Ha ha ha, no wonder she's a queen. She asks the best questions. I think she mentioned in an interview before that she hasn't dated. Honestly, I never thought she'd join a dating show. Maybe even a famous author gets pressured to marry. Zhang Xian, peeling an orange, paused but quickly resumed. No, I'm just here to see if there's any fate. She smiled and threw the question back, teasing. What about you? Doctors in your hospital must be excellent. Qin Yun tapped her leg absent-mindedly, replying, I don't like colleagues or older men. Younger guys are the way to go. As she spoke, her gaze shifted to Fang Zhou, making her intent clear. Zhang Xian noticed her look, unsurprised. What a coincidence. I don't like younger or older guys. I prefer those my age. Among the male guests, only Fang Zhou and Lu Hao were her age. Their gazes clashed in the air, creating invisible sparks. Some enthusiastic viewers captured this moment, dubbing it Declare War. Rival. Fang Zhou remained silent, knowing it was best not to speak now. But Qin Yun wouldn't let him off. Fang Zhou, how many have you dated before? No one ignores their crush's dating history. Fang Zhou's smile froze, glaring at Qin Yun, knowing she had bad intentions. He coughed lightly, saying without guilt, 2. Qin Yun squinted, clearly not believing him. Really? Internally, she cursed Fang Zhou. Nonsense. I know of at least 3 Han Shi, Chu Xinran, and myself. It couldn't be just 2. Besides, with Fang Zhou's personality, he wouldn't have only dated these 3. Qin Yun understood Fang Zhou like a farmer understands the 24 solar terms, knowing exactly what to do at each time. She asked to gauge him, but it didn't matter if he didn't answer. It was all in the past anyway. Fang Zhou once called her sick, but he was no different. This constant dating and breaking up is known in psychology as lime rants. In simple terms, I love you until you love me. Or commonly, I only like you when you don't like me. Fang Zhou was exactly this type. Perhaps Fang Zhou didn't even realize he had lime rants. However, Qin Yun had a double degree from college, so knowing a bit of psychology was natural for her. Qin Yun's blunt question and the skeptical expression on her face made it clear she didn't believe him. Adding to that, Zhang Xian also joined in, feigning curiosity. It can't be just 2, right? She had heard from Li Siming that Fang Zhou had been quite lucky with women. Fang Zhou gave a light smile, lying back on the grass without any pressure. Haven't you heard the joke? No matter how many girlfriends a guy has had, he'll always say 2. Because having too many makes him seem like a jerk, and too few makes him look inexperienced. This answer not only resolved Qin Yun's tricky question but also avoided any awkwardness perfect. Qin Yun and Zhang Xian exchanged a knowing smile, clearly not taking his answer seriously. They both knew what Fang Zhou's situation was. If you put it that way, continuing to ask would be impolite, Qin Yun said, raising the corner of her mouth and taking half of the peeled orange Zhang Xian handed her, eating it without another word. The other half went into Zhang Xian's mouth, leaving none for Fang Zhou. He complained, why isn't there any for me? After all these years as classmates, what's the big deal about eating a piece of your orange? Besides, she used to share her fruits with me all the time. Zhang Xian glanced at him, pointing to another orange. A considerate gentleman should have peeled it for us long ago. Since when do you just wait with your mouth open? Her words always struck right to the point. Fang Zhou smiled helplessly, teasing, I know you're skillful, Ms. Zhang. Fine, I'll peel one myself. Their familiar tone made onlookers feel envious. Only old friends who've known each other for years could be this relaxed. That's why betrayal from a close friend takes a long time to recover from. It hits the hardest because you're unguarded. In contrast, for those already on guard, causing them harm takes much more effort and might not even break through their defenses. Qin Yun chewed on the orange, savoring its sweet juice as it flowed down her throat. Watching the gradually setting sun, she suddenly understood something. Since reuniting on this dating show, Fang Zhou had been tense around her. Whether awake or hypnotized, deep down, he was always on high alert with her. Despite his usual cheerful demeanor and only ever saying "Are you crazy?" when she went overboard, Fang Zhou was most wary of her in this show. Had he not had a compelling reason to join, Qin Yun believed he would have left the moment he saw her. Although they both knew why Fang Zhou avoided her. Reflecting on their previous solo interactions, Qin Yun realized they always ended poorly. This wouldn't do. What if Fang Zhou bolted when the show ended? Qin Yun thought she needed a new strategy, one that could warm him up slowly while not falling too far behind her rivals. What this strategy would be, she still had to figure out. The sun setting. With Zhang Xian's exclamation, the other two turned to watch the sunset. The cameraman sensibly aimed the camera at the sunset, allowing the livestream viewers to enjoy it too. The red sun gradually descended behind the mountain peaks, the surrounding clouds tinged with a soft pink, breathtakingly beautiful. Maybe the afternoon sunset was too stunning, as Zhang Xian dreamt of a red sun that night. However, the sun in her dream was excessively red, like a bleeding sunset, suggesting an ominous sign. She also dreamt of Fang Zhou sitting in a wheelchair, being pushed up a hill in a park, also watching the sunset. The person had light brown hair and a graceful figure, their back view alone being captivating. How's today's sunset? Worth watching. The woman's voice was lazy and casual, familiar to Zhang Xian, but she couldn't recall who it was in the dream. Fang Zhou's voice was immediately recognizable. I don't like watching sunsets. No need to bring me here anymore. The woman replied earnestly, that won't do. You promised to watch it with me, and I promised to do everything to save your sister. How is my sister now? Fang Zhou asked, his superior face even more charming under the sunset, especially his high nose bridge, resembling a small mountain peak. The woman lowered her head, her excellent face also outlined by the sunset's afterglow, yet Zhang Xian still couldn't recognize her. She only saw the woman affectionately peck Fang Zhou's nose like a dragonfly skimming water, then quickly pulling away. She squatted down, embracing Fang Zhou, her head resting against his face, whispering, she's in the hospital, doing well, just waiting for my mentor to return and perform the surgery. Zhang Xian found their conversation full of confusion, wanting to go forward and see who the woman was and ask about their discussion. What had happened to Fang Zhou's sister, requiring surgery? And why did Fang Zhou need a wheelchair? But she seemed bound by something, unable to move. Later, Zhang Xian realized she was merely a tree in the dream. Fang Zhou leaned back against her, not avoiding or dodging, just urging the woman. Let's go back. I'm feeling a bit cold. The woman chuckled softly, kissing Fang Zhou's face again before slowly replying. All right, we'll come back tomorrow. Fang Zhou asked, are you always this free? Doesn't the hospital or school give you tasks? The curly-haired woman, pushing Fang Zhou back, laughed, I'm not that free, but I'm willing to make time for you. So, don't you understand my feelings yet? Don't be so cold to me, okay? Her voice softened in the end. Zhang Xian tried hard to open her eyes, wanting to see who she was. But the first thing she saw was Fang Zhou's indifferent, cold eyes in the dream, like a plane covered in countless hardships and storms, lifeless, with only a flickering candle. Zhang Xian woke up, startled. She had never seen Fang Zhou with such an expression, except in a long-forgotten dream. The dream where Fang Zhou died tragically. The next day was Sunday, and the show's production team did not schedule any group activities, allowing the guests to arrange their own plans. According to the director, it was a day off for everyone, whether to date or work was up to them. Taking advantage of the rare break, Fang Zhou immediately rushed back to his dormitory, set up a table, and prepared to start a live stream. However, upon turning on his computer, he found that the signal here was insufficient for game streaming. Even using his mobile hotspot didn't work, the lag was unbearable. So Fang Zhou gave up and decided to stroll outside the school, hoping to find something interesting. To his surprise, he discovered it was already the season for rice transplanting. In the nearby fields, a few scattered people were busy working. This area was terraced fields, making mechanized farming impossible. They had to rely on the traditional method of manual transplanting. Fang Zhou spotted a small figure that looked familiar. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Anian, a kid from his class. Anian was a round-faced, sensible little girl, lively and cheerful. Although her family's situation wasn't great, compared to the two girls he visited a few days ago, her outgoing nature made her especially endearing. Anian. Fang Zhou called out loudly, and the little girl indeed turned to look at him. Mr. Fang. Anian, standing in the middle of the field, waved her green seedlings energetically. The elderly man working in the adjacent field also turned to look at Fang Zhou. His face was tanned, his body stooped, appearing to be in his 70s or 80s, though still spirited. Seeing Anian's grandfather reminded Fang Zhou of his own. Both were true farmers, spending their entire lives working in the fields. They embodied the saying, feet steamed by hot soil, back scorched by blazing Sunday. Nian, is that your teacher? Yes, Grandpa, that's our new teacher. He's so good to us. Anian introduced Fang Zhou with a beaming smile. Hello, teacher. Come to our house for lunch later. The grandfather spoke in a thick accent, but Fang Zhou understood. Shaking his head, Fang Zhou replied, no need, I have a place to eat. He then glanced around the area and asked, Anian, are all these fields yours? Yes, Mr. Fang, all of them. I'm planting rice with my grandpa. Fang Zhou's eyes widened. Such a large area, and it was terraced. How long would it take them to finish? I'll help you. Fang Zhou rolled up his pant legs, preparing to remove his shoes and join in. Anian, who had been diligently planting, was stunned, waving her hands frantically. No need, Mr. Fang. You can stay up there. Grandpa and I will finish soon. Seeing their popular teacher about to help with rice planting, the little girl blushed with urgency. How could this be? Mr. Fang was from the city. How could he do this kind of work? It would dirty his hands and feet. But Fang Zhou wasn't someone she could easily dissuade. He removed his shoes, placed his phone aside, and stepped into the field. As his feet sank into the soft mud, with water rising to his ankles and calves, Fang Zhou actually felt quite comfortable. Don't worry, I know how to plant rice. He grabbed a bunch of seedlings, moved to the front, bent down, and started planting. Anian initially thought if Mr. Fang didn't know how to do it, she could just let him play and redo it later herself. But Fang Zhou's skilled movements left her dumbfounded. He planted quickly and steadily, maintaining perfect spacing between the seedlings. In no time, 2 rows of seedlings were neatly planted, as if measured with a ruler. Mr. Fang, you really know how to do this. The little girl looked at Fang Zhou with admiration, her eyes sparkling like stars. Without looking up, Fang Zhou continued working and replied, Of course, I used to help my grandparents with this when I was little. But you're much more sensible. At your age, I'd still sneak off to find bird nests. Seeing Fang Zhou already hard at work, Anian resumed her task, chatting with Fang Zhou as they worked. Ha ha ha, Mr. Fang, do you still want to find bird nests? I know where they are. Fang Zhou laughed, sure, but let's finish our work first. Anian's grandfather watched the young teacher, his eyes filled with gratitude. Previous volunteer teachers had offered to help before, but none had worked as efficiently and skillfully as Fang Zhou. The 3 of them chatted while planting, their work progressing faster with the new addition. The sun rose higher, warming the water. A group of people approached from the east, discussing the surrounding terrain. President Han, we've applied for the production and business licenses as you requested. The market research report will also be ready in a few days. The head of the company's marketing department reported to Han Shi. He glanced at his new shoes, feeling a pang of regret. He had just bought them last week, and now they were muddy and unattractive. Why did President Han make him come to such a place for an investigation? This place was so remote, what could it possibly produce? Just handle it. I only care about the results. Han Shi nodded coldly, continuing to walk, but didn't respond to him. Following her gaze, he glanced at his shoes. Are they expensive? Startled by her cold voice, the department head quickly shook his head. No, I just find the mud here quite fresh, ha ha ha. Han Shi snorted lightly, shifting her gaze, and continued, Don't look down on this place. Natural products are. She stopped mid-sentence. The department head found it strange. Why did she stop talking? Following her line of sight, he saw someone planting rice. Fang Zhou. Han Shi called out to the person in the middle of the field. The department head's smile froze. President Han knows someone here? How could that be? Fang Zhou was supposed to be a streamer. The man straightened up, turned around, and looked at the group, recognizing them before responding. Yes, it's me. His turning around shocked the department head. Isn't this President Han's ex-boyfriend, Fang Zhou? As the sun rose higher, the pace of the workers gradually slowed down. After finishing planting one section, Fang Zhou walked to the bank, ready to move to the next. At this moment, Anian started to feel guilty. Mr. Fang, you should take a break, this work is quite tiring. Her grandfather chimed in, Yes, teacher, leave it to us. You should go rest. Fang Zhou raised an eyebrow and smiled, saying to the 2, I just got here, but you've been working for a long time, right? It's fine. I don't have anything else to do anyway. With that, Fang Zhou quickly moved to another section and continued planting. Not far away, Han Shi's group remained silent, not daring to speak since the boss hadn't said anything. A newly arrived intern in the marketing department quietly clenched her sleeves, feeling the low pressure from the CEO. Is she angry? No, President Han always has that cold face, it's hard to tell if she's angry or happy. Meanwhile, Chen, the department head, had numerous questions. Why was Fang Zhou here? They had met a few times at the company, and he remembered Fang Zhou well because he had been dating President Han. After they broke up, he rarely saw President Han in a good mood, and there hadn't been any rumors about her love life since. Now, in this remote place, he saw Fang Zhou again. Before Chen could figure out their relationship, Han Shi had already approached Fang Zhou, observing his actions. What are you doing? Han Shi asked sincerely, her eyes full of curiosity. Fang Zhou raised the seedlings in his hand, looking confused. Planting rice, haven't you seen this before? This didn't seem right. Even if you've never eaten pork, you should have seen a pig run, right? But considering Han Shi's status, it was normal that she hadn't seen rice planting. After all, President Han didn't even know how much rice to put in a pot before. I know you're planting rice. I meant, why are you planting rice here? Han Shi's curiosity wasn't about the action itself but the significance of Fang Zhou doing it. She didn't lack common sense and knew this was rice planting. From her perspective, Fang Zhou seemed to be sweating and this action was hard on the waist. It looked like self-torture to her, unnecessary work. Fang Zhou frowned slightly at her words. He pointed to Anian and her grandfather, saying loudly, they can't finish it all. I'm just lending a hand. Following his gesture, Han Shi saw the little girl. She looked familiar, but Han Shi couldn't recall her name. Hello, Teacher Han. Anian greeted Han Shi warmly, like a little son. Han Shi was taken aback for a moment, then nodded slightly in response. This little girl greeted her even though Han Shi couldn't remember her name. What's her name? Han Shi didn't specify who she was asking about, but Fang Zhou knew. Luo Anian, you can just call her Anian. With that, Fang Zhou continued planting, not pausing his work. Just then, Fang Zhou's phone rang, but it was on the bank, out of his reach. Can you see who's calling? Since Han Shi was on the bank, Fang Zhou asked her. Han Shi glanced down and saw the name Chu Xinran on the screen. For some reason, a strange, sour feeling arose in her heart, souring her mood. Han Shi recalled Chu Xinran's advances towards Fang Zhou's kindness to her, and the fact that Chu Xinran was also his ex-girlfriend. It's a spam call. Han Shi bent down, swiped her finger, and hung up on Chu Xinran's call. Her actions were natural, her tone relaxed, showing no sign that she'd just hung up on Fang Zhou's ex-girlfriend right in front of him. Oh, then just hang up. Fang Zhou didn't notice anything unusual and continued working. Han Shi stood on the bank, watching his movements, her expression growing complex. Not far away, the marketing department employees stood there, feeling like they were walking on thin ice, casting pleading looks at Chen. What's going on, boss? Why did President Han suddenly stop moving? Aren't we supposed to be doing research? Boss, should we ask President Han? Chen himself was at a loss but dared not ask. No one could understand President Han's thoughts, and even with 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare rush her. Who pays their salaries, after all? Chen suddenly remembered that Han Shi was here because of the dating show. He hadn't followed the show before, thinking, who would care about the boss's off-hours activities? They were already exploited enough during work hours. However, seeing Fang Zhou now, Chen thought it might be necessary to pay attention. How much is left, Fang Zhou? Han Shi suddenly asked. Fang Zhou turned and pointed to the nearby fields, saying, I'm not sure. Maybe all of those. Anian, how much of your fields are left? Han Shi raised her voice to ask the little girl. Anian was about to answer, but her grandfather spoke first. Not much. Teacher, please go rest. The old man smiled kindly, exuding simplicity and honesty. Han Shi immediately saw that he didn't want to trouble others and therefore understated the amount. Clearly, Fang Zhou had just said all those fields were theirs. She nodded lightly, not saying anything more. Then Han Shi set down her belongings, took out her phone, and placed it next to Fang Zhou's. She started rolling up her pant legs and removing her shoes, mimicking Fang Zhou's actions. The company staff was stunned by her actions, blinking in disbelief. Boss, what is President Han doing? Is she going to help? Whoa, is President Han going to plant rice? Can she really do it? I mean, no offense, it's just too unbelievable. Chen was equally shocked until Han Shi stepped into the field, her feet covered in mud, and his mouth formed an O shape. Oh my god, what did he just see? The most unemotional, proudest, and decisive woman in the company was planting rice in the field? At first, Fang Zhou didn't notice that Han Shi had entered the field. It wasn't until he heard the gasps and exclamations around him that he realized the usually aloof woman, who seemed to be above worldly affairs, was now standing in the field, staring blankly at a clump of seedlings. Han Shi, Fang Zhou called out to her, puzzled as to why she had come down. The high and mighty CEO, who should be in skyscrapers, shouldn't be here. Her confused expression and actions didn't match the surroundings. How do you do this? Han Shi held up the clump of seedlings, openly asking Fang Zhou how to plant them. Her expression showed confusion and bewilderment, but there was no hesitation. You didn't have to come down. Just go about your business. Fang Zhou was surprised that she actually wanted to plant rice. From what he knew, Han Shi wasn't someone driven by curiosity or playfulness. If it were Qiao Sisi standing here, he wouldn't be so surprised. Some girls are naturally curious and love to explore new things. For Qiao Sisi, this might just be fun, but Han Shi was different. Han Shi would weigh the value of everything she did. Besides, wasn't she busy with the people following her? I want to try. Han Shi's eyes were pure, and her tone sincere, so sincere that Fang Zhou didn't know how to refuse her. Alright, if she wants to try, let her try. At worst, he'd help her out later. Fang Zhou put away his thoughts of dissuading her and walked through the field to her side, picking up the seedlings to demonstrate. First, like this, take 2 seedlings, then insert their roots into the field, about a finger's depth. As he spoke, Fang Zhou demonstrated. Han Shi watched twice and nodded lightly, then took the seedlings and tried to insert them into the mud, but they fell over. Pfft! Someone on the bank couldn't hold back their laughter. It was the intern, who quickly covered her mouth under the department head's warning gaze, but her eyes still crinkled with amusement. Ha ha ha, she didn't mean to laugh. It's just that President Han was too cute. The usually omnipotent CEO was stumped by planting rice. This contrast was like someone always standing on a cloud suddenly getting hit by a passing bird. No harm done, but it hit some people's funny bones. A meme suddenly popped into her head, my CEO can plant rice now. It wasn't just the intern who laughed, Fang Zhou also chuckled lightly. But his laugh wasn't one of surprise, more of expectation, though it was so gentle that the department head felt it was doting. He thought to himself, damn, is Fang Zhou rekindling his romance with President Han? It's okay, pick it up and try again. Han Shi picked up the fallen seedling and reinserted it into the soil. This time it didn't fall over, but it was crooked. This was very uncomfortable for someone with OCD. She reached out to straighten the seedling, and coincidentally, Fang Zhou had the same idea. Their hands met at the seedling, fingertips touching, as if a current passed through. Han Shi's fingertips trembled slightly, like a handful of snow falling from a silent snowy mountain. She glanced at Fang Zhou without a word, finding him looking at her. Han Shi's face slowly turned red. Fang Zhou looked away, withdrew his hand, and let her straighten it herself, lightly coughing. This depth isn't enough, it can go a bit deeper. Han Shi straightened the seedling and continued trying a few more times, soon getting the hang of it. Not bad, you're getting the hang of it. Fang Zhou never hesitated to praise those who made quick progress. Han Shi nodded lightly, her expression unchanged, but inside, she was elated by Fang Zhou's compliment. Like a kindergartner proud of the craft they brought to school and got praised by the teacher. A bit of pride and uncontrollable joy. All this was seen by the employees on the bank, who were internally screaming with excitement. President Han came down to earth. From the looks of it, she might be looking to have a down-to-earth romance. The most shocked was the department head. He was completely bewildered, watching Han Shi's increasingly skilled movements, hardly believing it. President Han was really planting rice? Damn, what's going on? President Han not only learned to plant rice but did so with her ex-boyfriend. They were chatting and laughing, looking very harmonious. Could they really be getting back together? The department head's mind flashed back to 2 years ago when Fang Zhou was still at the company. Back then, Fang Zhou seemed to be just an unnoticed intern in the planning department. The department head didn't have much impression of him. But for some reason, President Han always inspected the 23rd floor where their department was and had a cup of coffee in the planning department before leaving. The marketing and planning departments were on the same floor. At the time, the department head thought President Han was just overseeing work. Later, he found out it was because Fang Zhou was there. They didn't show much at the company, but the department head once saw them kissing in the car in the underground garage. He was shocked, thinking he would be fired when he met President Han's eyes. After that, whenever he saw Fang Zhou on the same floor, he always treated him with utmost respect. He had a deep impression of Fang Zhou, being the first man to win over the CEO, but soon, they made their relationship public, and Fang Zhou resigned. The company had a rule against office romances, and even President Han would be criticized by other directors. Fang Zhou didn't want to pressure her, so he left. At that time, the department head thought Fang Zhou was a real man. But within a few months, news came that they had broken up. The department head was surprised but also found it reasonable, thinking their different backgrounds would cause problems sooner or later. Everything went as he expected. But now, he was confused. President Han didn't seem like someone who would go back to an ex. Yes, in the department head's mind, their breakup must have been Han Shi dumping Fang Zhou. After all, someone in her position couldn't tolerate a boyfriend with no money. Besides, Han Shi was always proud. As for the other possibility, he dismissed it outright. Impossible? Fang Zhou wouldn't dare to dump Han Shi. The way things turned out was never quite what people expected, nor could it be controlled by human will. The relationship between Han Shi and Fang Zhou was no exception. After his initial shock, Chen, the department head, was left in a daze. What should he do? The CEO was working in the field, and they were just standing there. Wouldn't that be inappropriate? President Han, shall we help out too? Wisdom comes with age, and Chen, being quick-witted, directly asked. Han Shi paused, suddenly remembering the group of employees behind her. She straightened up and glanced lightly at them, about to speak when Fang Zhou interrupted. No need, no need. We'll be done soon. No need to trouble everyone. Fang Zhou found it already absurd that Han Shi was planting rice. To have her company's suited-up employees join in as well? What kind of scene would that be? Han Shi didn't speak, and Chen didn't dare contradict her. He laughed heartily and said, "Oh, many hands make light work. With so many fields, how long would it take just 2 or 3 people?" As he spoke, he began to remove his shoes, genuinely preparing to join in. Fang Zhou was astonished. Wait, are you serious, buddy? You guys came in suits to report to Han Shi, and now you're going to plant rice. He turned to Han Shi, hoping she would stop her employees. But Han Shi calmly said, "Put your things away before coming down. Don't get them dirty." This meant she approved of their actions. Han Shi, along with her employees, was going to plant rice. With Chen leading the way, the other employees started rolling up their pants and removing their shoes, ready to plant rice. Fang Zhou was dumbfounded, watching their actions, unsure how to stop them. He turned to Han Shi, but she was already busy with her work, paying him no attention. "Do you know how to plant rice? Should I show you?" Fang Zhou sighed inwardly, realizing he couldn't stop them, and decided to let them be. But these seedlings, after all, were cultivated by Anian's grandfather. If they didn't know how to plant, wasting too many wouldn't be good. "Oh, brother Fang, don't worry. We're all from the countryside, handy since we were young. Planting rice is second nature to us. I can plant rice too. I helped at home just 2 years ago. Let's see if my speed is still as good as it used to be. Been a while since I last did this." The employees, each more eager than the last, picked up seedlings and started working on their respective fields. They didn't know why the CEO changed her mind during the research. But whatever the higher UPS said, they did. This was a rare chance to perform in front of the CEO. Who knows? If the CEO was pleased with their performance, maybe they'd get a bonus this month. Anything was possible. Great, great, everyone come to my house for a meal later. Thank you so much. Anian's grandfather was beaming with joy, watching the young men work. Such scenes of neighbors helping each other out in planting fields were only seen during his younger days. Thanks to Anian's teacher, so many people came to help today. Anian was even more grateful, loudly thanking Fang Zhou and Han Shi. Thank you, Teacher Fang and Teacher Han. Fang Zhou silently planted the seedlings closer to Han Shi, whispering a thank you to her. He didn't understand why she said she'd try and ended up staying to plant rice. But the result was good, the beneficiaries were Anian's family. It's just a small effort. Thank me? You should thank yourself. Han Shi didn't stop her work, but her eyes quickly glanced at Fang Zhou's face before returning to the seedlings. Thank myself for what? It's just a small effort. Fang Zhou chuckled, splitting another clump of seedlings. Han Shi's voice was soft, only audible to Fang Zhou. He heard her say, if you weren't here, I wouldn't have come down. So, I still have to thank you. Her sudden honesty left Fang Zhou momentarily stunned, feeling like a teenager being confessed to, unsure how to respond. He glanced at Han Shi. This billionaire woman's suit pants were already stained with mud. Her white shirt was also splattered with brown mud spots. This was probably the dirtiest this shirt had ever been. And her attire looked expensive, likely worth more than all the rice Anian's family could sell. You didn't have to do this. Fang Zhou suddenly felt something stuck in his throat, unsure if it was emotion or something else. Han Shi, hearing his low voice, understood his thoughts. She smiled, her hands planting seedlings faster. Just joking. Anian is your student and mine too. Helping her is only right. After saying this, Han Shi didn't want to speak further. She focused on her work, not wanting to converse with Fang Zhou. Seeing this, Fang Zhou remained silent, silently giving Han Shi a thumbs up in his mind. Han Shi was always like this, doing more than saying. She wasn't good with words, limited in expression, but her actions conveyed warmth. With Han Shi and her team's help, the efficiency of planting rice increased significantly. The fields were quickly done, and it was already noon. Anian's grandfather asked her to go home and cook, but Han Shi stopped her. No need to trouble yourself. We'll eat in the county later. Han Shi's work was almost done. As she walked to the bank, she spoke. Fang Zhou also didn't want to trouble Anian's grandfather, so he agreed. Yes, no need to trouble yourself. Just cook for yourselves. Anian's grandfather was very hospitable. Hearing they wanted to eat in the county, he waved his hands, saying, how can that be? You helped us so much. At least have a meal before you go. Chen, being perceptive, saw that President Han didn't want to trouble others. He walked over, chatting with Anian's grandfather, skillfully declining the meal invitation. Han Shi reached the bank, suddenly feeling a pain in her calf. Looking down, she saw a brown bug clinging to her leg, motionless. She froze, gasping, and stood still, loudly calling Fang Zhou's name. Fang Zhou. At that moment, Chen felt it was the loudest he had ever heard President Han speak. A woman's scream suddenly pierced through the air above the vast terraced fields. Everyone present turned their bewildered gazes towards Han Shi. What happened? Did something serious occur? What could have caused President Han to be so panicked? Fang Zhou, whose name was called, quickly reached Han Shi's side, supporting her trembling body, and asked in a low voice, what's wrong, Han Shi? Han Shi, with her eyes tightly shut, pointed shakily at her calf, her words coming out fragmented. There's a bug. Following her finger, Fang Zhou saw a plump leech clinging to her fair calf. He chuckled softly. It was just a leech. A common creature in southern fields, always appearing during rice planting, a small bloodsucker. Usually, kids wouldn't be afraid and would even play with them. It's just a leech, nothing to worry about. Hearing the word leech, Han Shi's body trembled even more. Get it off me, quickly. The usually composed and aloof female CEO now had a voice as soft and sweet as freshly made cotton candy. Upon closer listening, you could hear fear, panic, and a clear hint of dependence. She unknowingly gripped Fang Zhou's clothes tightly, her facial features scrunched up in a display of genuine fear. With her eyes closed, she couldn't see anything and could only rely on Fang Zhou, thus leaning slightly towards him. To the employees behind, it looked like President Han was nestled in Fang Zhou's embrace. Everyone internally exclaimed, wow, waking up to see President Han acting all cute and dependent? Han Shi only heard the man's deep chuckle next to her ear, filled with amusement and coaxing. Let go of my clothes first. I'll help you get rid of it. No. Han Shi, eyes still closed, clung to Fang Zhou's clothes like a lifeline, unwilling to let go. The cool, tingling sensation on her calf gave her goosebumps, her hair standing on end. Please, get it off, Fang Zhou. Her voice trembled with fear, the pitch rising at the end, melodious and soft. This was completely different from her usual tone. From a distance, it sounded like she was sweetly talking to someone close. Fang Zhou chuckled, allowing her to hold onto his clothes while he bent down and grabbed a small stick to deal with the leech. It might hurt a little, bear with it. Han Shi obediently nodded and said, okay, done. She felt a slight sting on her leg, followed by Fang Zhou's confirmation. Still apprehensive, she opened her eyes, looking at Fang Zhou first. Really? She saw the handsome and bright face of the man, adorned with a clear smile. Behind him, the freshly planted rice fields reflected the blue sky and white clouds, with green mountains in the distance. For a moment, Han Shi couldn't tell which was more pleasing to the eye, him or the scenery. All she heard was her heart pounding in her chest, ready to leap out at any moment. Indeed, someone you once liked could always make your heart flutter more easily than anyone else. It's off, see. Han Shi looked down and saw the leech writhing on the ground, far from her leg. She still felt a bit grossed out and quickly stepped back, distancing herself from the leech, fearing it might cling to her again. Wait, don't move. Fang Zhou stopped her. What's wrong? Han Shi was puzzled. Fang Zhou pointed at her calf, where a small red dot was left from the leech bite. It's bleeding a bit. Let me clean it. He took out a tissue from his pocket and gently wiped the blood. At that moment, the wind rustled around Fang Zhou, lifting his hair in a gentle arc. Han Shi watched in silence, a bit entranced. This man was always like this. You might think he's cold, but he's incredibly gentle. You might feel he's treating you specially, making you feel cherished and precious, but he could be this kind to anyone. You might believe he's a devoted lover, willing to spend a lifetime with you, but he's the most heartless when leaving, never looking back. At that moment, Han Shi's sense of loss reached its peak. She felt Fang Zhou was like a fleeting wind, impossible to grasp, and even if he stayed momentarily, he would soon move on. Alright, when we get back, you can ask Xin Yun if there's any medicine. Applying some will help it heal faster. Fang Zhou finished cleaning the blood and slipped the tissue back into his pocket, intending to dispose of it later. But his advice received no response. Are you still scared? Fang Zhou stood up and looked at Han Shi, finding her staring blankly at him, lost in thought. He assumed it was her first time being bitten by a leech, leaving a psychological shadow. Hearing his gentle inquiry, Han Shi snapped back to reality. She was about to shake her head but, upon seeing Fang Zhou's concerned expression, she subconsciously nodded. I'm scared? Han Shi's red lips parted slightly, her voice only audible to the two of them. Fang Zhou chuckled, not expecting the usually formidable Han Shi to be scared like a little girl by insects. But this thought was flawed, a stereotype. No matter how successful Han Shi was in her career, she was still a girl needing care and attention. It's alright, look at this plant. Fang Zhou bent down and pointed at a wild vegetable by the stream. This can be eaten. It's great in soup with meat. Want to give it a try? He wanted to distract Han Shi with something else. But suddenly, he felt many eyes on him and turned to see her employees watching. He remembered Han Shi mentioned going to the county for lunch. Oh, right, you're going to the county. I'll pick some and we can all eat together. He broke free from Han Shi's hand and ran to pick the wild vegetables. President Han. The employees approached, about to speak, but she stopped them. You go eat. Come back in the afternoon to continue. Thank you for your hard work today. I'll ask finance to give everyone a 2,000 yuan bonus. With the CEO's words, the employees had no complaints, bidding her farewell and quickly leaving. Their haste suggested they feared she might retract her words. Hehe, not interfering with the CEO's romance, better leave quickly. Hearing the commotion, Fang Zhou asked, aren't you going with them? Han Shi shook her head and softly said beside him, I'll go back and cook with you. She silently added to her previous words, it's not the leech I fear, but that you'll treat me coldly once you leave here. In hands after the employees left, Han Shi and Fang Zhou politely declined Grandpa Anian's invitation, planning to pick some vegetables and cook themselves. Anian, seeing this, brought over a lotus leaf from somewhere to help them carry the vegetables. Thank you, Anian. You're very thoughtful. Fang Zhou took it and praised her with a smile. Anian beamed and joined them in picking wild vegetables. Grandpa said, it's thanks to you both today. Otherwise, it would have taken us days to plant all these fields. He really wanted to invite you back for a meal, but there's no chance this time. Maybe next time. Han Shi's usually cold face softened a bit. She ruffled Anian's hair, her gaze becoming much gentler, no longer as sharp. No need to trouble yourselves. Anian affectionately nuzzled Han Shi's hand like a small animal, her chubby face full of collagen, making one want to pinch it. Even Han Shi, who usually didn't like children, found herself inexplicably looking forward to having her own in the future. Anian, do you have any siblings? Fang Zhou, recalling the earlier scene, found it a bit strange. Typically, rural children have several siblings, but earlier, Anian was the only one planting rice. Either the other children were too young, or they were older and studying elsewhere. However, Anian's next words were unexpectedly heart-wrenching. No siblings. Grandpa found me. Han Shi's hand paused, and sympathy filled her eyes. This child was an abandoned baby, but judging by her rosy complexion and good spirits, she was better off than some children with complete families. This indicated that Anian's grandpa treated her very well. The innocent child, even when talking about her background, remained calm, seemingly unbothered by others' opinions. Fang Zhou turned away, silently berating himself. Look at this mouth, not knowing what to ask and what not to. Teacher Han, you're so beautiful. While Fang Zhou was regretting, Anian had already shifted the topic, focusing her attention on Han Shi. The praised Han Shi withdrew her hand from Anian's head and looked down at her. The little girl's face was full of sincerity, her eyes reflecting Han Shi's image. A woman with an oval face, long hair, and a cold gaze. Thank you, Anian. You're very cute too. The now shy Anian lowered her head, soon lifting it again. Teacher Han, can I ask you a question? Han Shi casually picked a plant, snapping off the tender shoots, and replied, go ahead. Are you Teacher Fang's girlfriend? As soon as Anayan's words fell, the entire field fell silent, only the sound of the babbling stream and the occasional buzzing of insects could be heard. At that moment, Han Shi really wanted to say yes. However, rationality told her to take it slow, not to push Fang Zhou away. She blinked, glanced at Fang Zhou, and saw he was also looking at her. Han Shi simply smiled and passed the question to Fang Zhou. You should ask Teacher Fang about that. The innocent Anayan turned to Fang Zhou, puzzled. Teacher Fang, are you still chasing Teacher Han? Why did she say to ask you? Fang Zhou could only silently lament. Kids these days are really too mature, knowing everything. Two pairs of eyes, like searchlights, stared at Fang Zhou, waiting for his answer. Ahem. Fang Zhou cleared his throat, feeling a bit uneasy as he looked away. No, we're just ordinary friends. In the end, he chose to be honest, although Han Shi's face turned a bit colder after he spoke. Oh, I see. Anayan nodded, seriously picking wild vegetables, murmuring, I thought both teachers were a couple, being so good-looking. Fang Zhou awkwardly averted his gaze, silently moving to the other side to pick vegetables. If they were merely a simple man-woman relationship, it wouldn't matter, but they were exes. Han Shi's slightly upturned mouth fell, but if you looked closely, there was still a slight curve. She spoke again, we're just ordinary friends now, but who knows in the future. Anayan's eyes lit up, nodding vigorously. Teacher Han, I think you'll definitely be together in the future. The little girl's innocent words successfully lifted Han Shi's mood. Fang Zhou silently turned away, pretending not to hear. The three of them quickly filled the lotus leaf with vegetables. Fang Zhou lifted it with both hands, instructing Anayan. Go home now, and remember to come to school tomorrow. Anayan nodded, bidding farewell to the two teachers. When Han Shi and Fang Zhou returned to the school, it was exactly 12:30. Due to the cafeteria being closed for the past 2 days, the guests had to prepare their meals. The program team had provided ingredients in the back kitchen for them to cook. The guests had different schedules, some had eaten early, while others had just woken up. For instance, Xiao Sisi was one who had just woken up. As she aged, the actress paid more attention to health, maintaining regular sleep and mealtimes as habits. However, she wasn't good at cooking and could only help with minor tasks. When Han Shi and Fang Zhou entered the kitchen, Chu Xinran and Xiao Sisi were debating how long to cook a pot of tomato and egg noodles. A cameraman was with them, likely relying on Xiao Sisi to boost the weekend traffic. Ha ha ha, two beautiful sisters cooking together is really a feast for the eyes. By the way, can they really cook those noodles? I have my doubts. As long as Sisi makes it, even dark cuisine is fine with me. Many people were resting on the weekend, and with Xiao Sisi's presence, the livestream was quite lively. When they saw Han Shi and Fang Zhou enter together, both were stunned. Xiao Sisi raised an eyebrow and asked with a smile, did you two come because you smelled the food? Fang Zhou lifted the wild vegetables in his hand and naturally replied, yes, we brought some vegetables. Can we exchange for a bowl of noodles? Han Shi moved quickly, already bringing over a strainer and placing it on the table, ready to wash the vegetables Fang Zhou handed over. She turned to Fang Zhou and said, you go cut the meat. Their coordination was seamless, as if they had practiced countless times, causing someone to silently clench their clothes. Why, after just a day, does it seem like they share a secret? From the moment the two stepped into the kitchen, two pairs of eyes followed them closely, Xiao Sisi's and Chu Xinran's. However, Fang Zhou didn't deliberately look back. From the moment he entered the kitchen, after saying that one sentence, he focused on cooking. Cutting meat, washing vegetables, cleaning the pot, all his actions were smooth and fluid, even more so than Dove chocolate. TLN, Dove chocolate used metaphorically to describe the smoothness and fluidity of Fang Zhou's cooking actions. Dove chocolate is known for its creamy and silky texture, so comparing his movements to Dove chocolate emphasizes how effortlessly and smoothly he performs his tasks in the kitchen. Han Shi was right beside him, helping out. Sometimes she would find herself lost in thought as she watched Fang Zhou busy himself. It felt like a return to their past shared life. Fang Zhou always cooked, and she didn't even need to step into the kitchen. Back then, she thought his cooking wasn't that great. But now, she couldn't have it even if she wanted to. Humans are strange creatures. They don't cherish what they have and only feel regret when they lose it. Han Shi wasn't the only one with this thought. The other two women in the kitchen shared similar feelings. Xinran, the noodles are ready. Xiao Sisi was the first to snap out of it, smiling as she reminded Chu Xinran. She naturally took a bowl, lifted the pot lid, and ladled out a bowl of noodles for her. Chu Xinran finally came back to her senses, retracting her gaze from Fang Zhou, and thanked her. Thank you, Sisi. Xiao Sisi smiled and ladled another bowl of noodles, personally bringing it to the two who were cooking. Han Shi, this is for you. The female CEO slightly pulled the corners of her mouth and waved her hand. I'm not hungry yet. You go ahead and eat. They had just cooked the noodles and hadn't had a bite themselves. Xiao Sisi tilted her head slightly, looking troubled. True, maybe it's not to your taste. Her fair face slightly frowned, resembling a figure from a traditional Chinese painting. Han Shi knew she wasn't good at expressing herself. She thought her earlier words had been misunderstood by Xiao Sisi, so she took the noodles and thanked her. I didn't mean that. Your cooking smells great. Thank you. We picked some wild vegetables. Let's eat together later. Han Shi's words were meant to be polite, but to Xiao Sisi and Chu Xinran, it sounded like a declaration of sovereignty. as if to say, Fang Zhou and I went on a date. Chu Xinran glanced at Fang Zhou, finding him busy stir-frying while nodding in agreement. Yes, these wild vegetables taste really good. Their words and actions had a hint of a harmonious couple. Xiao Cici's smile froze for a moment, then returned to normal. She walked over to Fang Zhou and tentatively asked, did you pick these together? Did you spend the whole morning together? Fang Zhou's brow twitched, feeling a sudden chill on his neck. He lifted his hand to gently touch the back of his neck, casually replying, yes, we were together the whole time. Thud. The sound of chopsticks falling. It was Chu Xinran's chopsticks that had dropped to the ground. Are you okay, Xinran? Xiao Cici turned to look at her, concerned. I'm fine. My hand just slipped. Chu Xinran bent down to pick up the chopsticks, her loose hair covering the darkness in her eyes. Brother Fang Zhou, why did you go on a date with Han Shi and not with me? You didn't even answer my call, but you were willing to spend the whole morning with Han Shi. Both of us are your exes, so why the preferential treatment? Did you not answer my call because you were busy with Han Shi, unable to take it? Chu Xinran felt a chill throughout her body. Although it was summer, she felt cold. The coldness came from within, seeping into her bones, making her unable to hold the chopsticks. Xiao Cici was stronger, acting unaffected in front of the other two. At that moment, Sun Haoshan walked in from outside, calling Fang Zhou to help carry some extracurricular books for the children. All right, I'll be right there. Fang Zhou put down his tasks, instructing Han Shi to watch the fire and turn it off when it was done. Don't wait for me. You guys eat first. I'll join you later. He quickly left the kitchen. Now, only the three women remained. Xiao Cici, who originally wanted to ask Fang Zhou, now had to turn to Han Shi. The actress smiled lightly, seemingly casual but intentionally asking, did you go on a date this morning? Xiao Cici's personality was straightforward. After all, it was already revealed on the island that Han Shi, Chu Xinran, and Xiao Cici had all sent messages to Fang Zhou. This meant they were potential rivals in love. Even if asked directly, she wasn't afraid. As an actress, in terms of composure, the other two couldn't compare to her. Han Shi opened her mouth, about to say no, but then recalled Chu Xinran's earlier call. Did she call Fang Zhou to arrange a private meeting? At that moment, Han Shi's possessiveness surged, filling her entire being. That no was replaced with yes, we went on a date. She didn't want to lie but also didn't want to lose her advantage in front of a rival. Besides, it wasn't a lie. As long as she was with Fang Zhou, it was a date. Those moments were so sweet they might as well be bubbling with joy. How could it not be a happy date? Hearing Han Shi's admission, the live stream viewers were in an uproar. Holy crap! I wondered why we didn't see these two in the stream earlier. Turns out they were out on a date. The cold CEO finally made a move? If they get together, will it be a fourth love story? I can already picture Han Shi on top, Fang Zhou below. It's too exciting. Alright, you two secretly going on a date to deepen your relationship is unforgivable unless you get married right now. At this moment, the wild vegetable and meat soup was ready, and Han Shi was serving it. Chu Xinran, eating her noodles, trembled at their conversation, almost spilling the soup. Luckily, she steadied herself in time, preventing a mess. You guys. She opened her mouth to ask something but was interrupted by Han Shi. It's ready. Let me taste it first. Under Han Shi's icy gaze, Chu Xinran felt as if she were frozen in place. Han Shi didn't seem to want her to ask any further. Why don't you want me to ask? Is it because you don't want others to know the details of your date, or you don't want to hurt a rival who also loves Fang Zhou? Chu Xinran's eyes turned cold, filled with years of frost, unmelting. The three women in the kitchen each harbored their own thoughts. This led to a moment of eerie silence in the large space. Xiao Cici slowly began to smile, her previously elusive smile deepening into something more profound. Oh, so you went on a date. So Fang Zhou went on a date with Han Shi. No wonder their relationship seemed much closer than before. With a cold beauty like Han Shi by his side, who wouldn't be happy? At this moment, Xiao Cici imagined Fang Zhou's face, seeing herself taking a small knife and making several cuts on his enticing face. With each cut, she would ask, was the date with Han Shi fun? Would you go again? Would you like to try some? Han Shi's question pulled Xiao Cici from her fantasy. She looked up to see Han Shi ladling soup into a bowl, her usually cold face softened considerably. Han Shi's change was all because of Fang Zhou. That bowl of soup, made by Fang Zhou, made her gentle. I'm not eating. Xiao Cici shook her head, ladled another bowl of noodles from the pot, grabbed a pair of chopsticks, and walked out. I'll eat elsewhere, there are no seats here. She wouldn't eat the food Fang Zhou made for Han Shi. It wasn't made for her, so she didn't care. As the celebrity left, the camera followed her. Han Shi and Chu Xinran exchanged silent glances, a wordless confrontation. Both knew each other's identity and that they were both pursuing Fang Zhou again. Han Shi's actions, in Chu Xinran's eyes, were tantamount to a declaration of war. I'm not eating either. Chu Xinran slowly took her bowl of noodles and stood by the window, eating bit by bit. Though the soup was made by Fang Zhou, the thought of it being picked during his date with Han Shi made Chu Xinran feel stifled, unable to muster any interest. If Han Shi walked over, she'd see that Chu Xinran was mechanically chewing, not truly enjoying the food. Han Shi knew her little ploy had worked. Two rivals had been broken, it was truly delightful. Her mood was so good, she was even happier than the day her company went public. With a good mood, her eating speed also increased. A bowl of soup and noodles were quickly finished. Han Shi finished eating and noticed that Chu Xinran was still standing by the window, not done yet. She reminded her, the soup is here. If you want some, help yourself. Though Chu Xinran had refused earlier, Han Shi didn't mind reminding her again. Women often say one thing but mean another. The usually smiling Chu Xinran only responded with a single word, without even turning her head. Seeing this, Han Shi didn't twist the knife any further. After all, her goal for the day had been achieved. Alright, I'm off. The female CEO was in such a great mood that her words had an upward lilt. In contrast, the school beauty's mood was low, like a jasmine flower battered by wind and rain, unable to stand upright. After Han Shi left, Chu Xinran turned, put down the half-eaten bowl of noodles, and fixed her gaze on the bowl of soup on the table. Am I really that awful? I can't even get a chance to invite you to eat noodles together. Yes, this morning Chu Xinran called Fang Zhou to ask if he wanted to cook noodles together. It was a rare day off, and everyone could team up to cook. Full of hope, she dialed her crush's number, only to hear a busy tone. So Chu Xinran came to the kitchen alone, thinking of making it herself and bringing it to Fang Zhou. Though she ran into Chiao Sisi and they studied cooking noodles together, her mind was still on Fang Zhou. When he and Han Shi came in laughing and chatting, she heard her heart break. Chu Xinran looked away, slowly moving to the stove with boiling water, and slowly smiled. Meanwhile, Fang Zhou had just finished moving all the books with the other male guests, neatly stacking them in a classroom. Everyone was exhausted, heading off to shower or rest. Fang Zhou's stomach growled with hunger. He wanted to quickly go back to eat but was stopped by Sun Haoshan. Brother Fang Zhou, wait. He turned to see the usually kind Sun Haoshan with a serious face, seemingly wanting to say something important. What's up? At this moment, there was no one else around, making it the perfect time to talk. Yesterday, I went to pick peaches with Xinran. You know that, right? Fang Zhou nodded. Yes, I know. Everyone saw it, after all. Actually, we turned back halfway and didn't go. Sun Haoshan sighed, sitting on a stack of books, looking dejected. Fang Zhou followed his line of conversation. Why? Sun Haoshan shook his head, his eyes dim. Because of you. Me? What does it have to do with me? I didn't go. Yes, you didn't go, but Xinran didn't go because of you. Sun Haoshan recounted yesterday's events to Fang Zhou in detail. She said the person she likes is you, always has been, never changed. She told me not to waste my time, she would never like anyone else. She joined this show because she heard you were coming. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come. Sun Haoshan's words left Fang Zhou stunned, unsure how to react. She was so straightforward. After speaking, Sun Haoshan stood up, patted Fang Zhou's shoulder, and said, so I was both shocked and embarrassed at the time and didn't go. We turned back halfway. Now that I think about it, I was really cowardly. The more devoted and single-minded a woman is, the more challenging it is. So I've decided to compete with you for Chu Xinran. The usually cheerful chubby man had a determined look, seemingly having made up his mind. Fang Zhou paused, then patted Sun Haoshan's shoulder, advising, Brother Sun, there are plenty of fish in the sea. Chu Xinran is a troubled person, being noticed by her is not a good thing. But his words of advice sounded like a challenge to Sun Haoshan. I won't give up easily. Fang Zhou shook his head and headed back to the kitchen, ignoring him. Good advice falls on deaf ears. Back in the kitchen, Fang Zhou found it eerily quiet, thinking everyone had left. But the scene he saw startled him. What is Chu Xinran doing? The quiet kitchen should only have had the presence of pots and pans. But now, there was a girl standing by the stove that was always kept on to ensure a supply of hot water. She wore a light purple floral dress, her long, shiny black hair cascading down her back, and her slender figure flickered in and out of the light. The sunlight fell on her, as if covering her with a golden halo, like an angel. Everything seemed so perfect, except for her actions. Chu Xinran was using a ladle to scoop water from the stove and pouring it bit by bit on her right hand, seemingly unafraid of the pain. Fang Zhou, who had just stepped in and saw her actions, was really startled. He quickly ran over to stop her. He grabbed Chu Xinran's hand and tried to take the ladle from her with his other hand. Let go of me. Chu Xinran resisted, struggling fiercely, and the two of them began a tug-of-war. Xinran, what are you doing? Fang Zhou's tone was urgent, not understanding why she was doing this. Was it really that fun to torture herself? None of your business. You go on a date with Han Shi, why do you care about me? Seeing Fang Zhou, Chu Xinran's eyes turned red, but she stubbornly argued with him. Fang Zhou, being stronger, twisted the ladle out of her hand and tossed it onto the table. What's wrong with you? This hot water isn't a joke, it could severely burn you. It would be better if it did. Then no one would bother you anymore. This was the first time Chu Xinran had spoken to Fang Zhou in such a loud voice, like a cornered little rabbit. Fang Zhou's temper flared up as well. Why was she so self-righteous while hurting herself? For a moment, he even wanted to retort, then I should really thank the heavens. Chu Xinran, emotional, had eyes glistening with sorrow that Fang Zhou couldn't understand, looking like a porcelain doll that could shatter with a slight push. Fang Zhou was stunned, taking deep breaths, telling himself repeatedly, don't be angry, this isn't the time to be angry. Once he calmed himself, he spoke. I didn't mean that. I'm just worried about you, afraid you're in pain. Let me see your hand. As he spoke, he lifted her hand, placing it under the bright light to examine. See, it's all red and blistering. When Fang Zhou's tone softened, Chu Xinran couldn't hold it anymore. The man before her carefully observed her hand, his brows furrowed, forming a deep line, concern etched on his face, especially in his eyes, which were mostly filled with tenderness, as if he were looking at a rare treasure. Her tears flowed like a flood, unstoppable. Chu Xinran turned her head away, not wanting him to see her so vulnerable. In Fang Zhou's heart, he must think she was despicable, always using such tricks to get his attention. But Fang Zhou, I'm not using tricks, I'm using my true heart to exchange for yours. Why, do sincere people never get a response? Is it because I'm not good enough, or because I shouldn't have called you? If I destroy the hand that called you, would I not know you were on a date with another girl? Fang Zhou didn't know her thoughts. He seriously examined her hand, which was very red with several blisters. Glancing at the still steaming water on the stove, he saw it was hot but not yet boiling. It was close but not fully boiled. Fang Zhou felt a chill run through him, quickly pulling Chu Xinran away from the dangerous stove. He couldn't even think what would have happened if it had been boiling water. Chu Xinran might have been severely burned. Why was she so fearless, not afraid of cuts or burns, as if she wasn't even afraid of death? What was she afraid of? You. Just as he was about to ask if she was in pain, he saw the school beauty crying, tears on her smooth, porcelain-like face like little pearls, making her look even more fragile. I knew it, how could it not hurt? She's crying from the pain? Come here, let's rinse it with cold water to ease the pain. Fang Zhou led her to the faucet, turned it on, and put her hand under the running water. The cool sensation traveled from her hand to her brain, easing much of Chu Xinran's earlier grievance. She thought to herself, maybe I'm still a despicable person. Seeing him so concerned about me, it feels worth it even if I get burned to death. After 2 or 3 minutes, her hand was no longer as red and scary. Fang Zhou's worry also eased a bit. We need to get some burn ointment. You go back and apply some toothpaste first, I'll go buy the medicine. Fang Zhou let go of her hand, giving her instructions, and then prepared to leave. But after thinking carefully, he realized it wasn't right to leave her alone here. What if she gets another impulsive idea and starts burning herself again? Come with me. I heard from Principal He that there's a clinic nearby. It's better to go directly to the clinic. Such a beautiful hand shouldn't be scarred. Why do you care about me? Chu Xinran stood there blankly, tears hanging on her face, making her look pitiful. Don't you hate me? After all, I'm so despicable. You're my junior, my ex-girlfriend, and still my friend now. Fang Zhou sighed, not understanding why she was being so roundabout. If anyone was here, burned by hot water, he would care. This was Fang Zhou's instinct as a human, a kindness ingrained in his bones, taught since childhood. Fang Zhou's eyes were full of sincerity, so sincere that Chu Xinran seemed to see the way he looked when he confessed to her back then. The young man, full of vigor, holding flowers, standing before her and saying, I like you, Xinran, be my girlfriend. That moment, even the wind heard the sound of her heart. And Han Shi, what is she to you? When you didn't answer my call while on a date with her, was it because you were kissing or in bed? Chu Xinran smiled bitterly, feeling utterly broken. She was waiting for Fang Zhou's verdict. Like a criminal kneeling in court, waiting for the judge to decide her fate. Fang Zhou fell silent upon hearing her question, his eyes darkening. What date? What call? What kiss? He was completely bewildered, not understanding what Chu Xinran was talking about. You're not even willing to share a single detail with me. Chu Xinran gave a bitter smile, her whole being on the verge of collapse, as if her heart had died. Fang Zhou was utterly confused. When did she call him? In a flash, he suddenly remembered that his phone had indeed rung while he was in the fields at noon. It wasn't convenient to answer, so he had asked Han Shi to check it. She had said it was a spam call. Fang Zhou quickly took out his phone to check, and sure enough, the missed call was from Chu Xinran, around 10:30. At that time, he was transplanting rice seedlings in the field. Because of the busy farming and then cooking soup and moving books, he hadn't had time to check his phone, only to realize now that Han Shi had lied to him. I didn't intentionally ignore your call. Fang Zhou felt a headache coming on. How did this misunderstanding happen? You didn't intentionally ignore it, you did it on purpose, right? Chu Xinran's voice was still soft, much gentler than when she had first come in. But now, her tears flowed even more, like broken pearls. I was transplanting rice seedlings at that time, not convenient to answer, so Han Shi helped me hang up. Fang Zhou told the truth, explaining the real situation to her. Unfortunately, Chu Xinran felt even worse after hearing it. She gave a blank smile, like a soulless doll, murmuring in a low voice, transplanting rice seedlings? I don't think so, ha. Fang Zhou's eyes widened in shock, astonished that such crude words could come out of her mouth. The pure school beauty? How could you talk like this? No, it's not like that, you misunderstood. Fang Zhou opened his mouth to explain, but Chu Xinran cut him off. Not like that? Why not? How is it not? Are you not capable? You really, MMPH. Fang Zhou covered Chu Xinran's mouth to prevent her from saying more outrageous things. Is this something she can say? We were transplanting rice seedlings for a student's family from our class at the time. The student and his grandfather were there, and several employees from Han Shi's company can vouch for it. Don't overthink. Fang Zhou spoke quickly, explaining the situation and advising Chu Xinran. Seeing her eyelashes flutter and her struggle cease, he finally let go. Can we go to the clinic now? Chu Xinran stopped crying, staring motionlessly at Fang Zhou, as if contemplating the credibility of his words. Seeing her unmoved, Fang Zhou sighed and continued. I don't know why you're hurting yourself, but I need to tell you seriously, you were raised with great care by your parents. No one is worth you doing this. Mentioning her parents made Chu Xinran's eyes regain their brightness. She hoarsely asked, then let me ask you a question, can you answer me honestly? Go ahead. Fang Zhou thought he'd coax her to get the medicine first, and then deal with other matters. Back then, did you break up with me because my mom threatened you? A rare stubbornness appeared on Chu Xinran's face. She had wanted to ask this question for a long time. Their relationship had been going well, with both having good tempers, never arguing, not even once. But everything changed after her mother visited her at university. That day, Chu Xinran's mother had gone to the school without telling her, probably to give her a surprise. However, upon entering the school and reaching her dormitory building, it was Chu Xinran who gave her mother a surprise. Her mother had seen Chu Xinran and Fang Zhou kissing. It was the worst she had ever seen her mother's expression. Though she hadn't said anything at the time, even kindly reminding her to study hard and take over the family business after graduation, she seemed unconcerned about her dating life. But after that, Fang Zhou's attitude towards her changed. He often didn't answer calls or return messages, and about 2 weeks later, he proposed breaking up. Despite Fang Zhou repeatedly stressing that the breakup was due to the stress of job hunting after graduation, not wanting to face her in a poor mental state, Chu Xinran still harbored a seed of doubt. After Fang Zhou graduated, she couldn't find any information about him. He had disappeared like a stone dropped into the sea. Chu Xinran had asked her mother if she had forced Fang Zhou to leave. But what did her adoptive mother say then? I didn't break up a couple. I just hinted at your future plans. Breaking up? Looks like he has good self-awareness. A poor boy like him doesn't deserve you, Xinran, you're a swan. Meaning Fang Zhou dating Chu Xinran was like a toad wanting to eat swan meat, overestimating himself. Breaking up was good, saving her the trouble. What could Chu Xinran say? That was her adoptive mother, who had taken her from the orphanage and raised her in luxury. She said she didn't force Fang Zhou, and Chu Xinran couldn't exactly force her to admit it with a knife. She had held this question in her heart for 3 years and finally had the chance to ask. Fang Zhou was also pulled back to that rainy day 2 years ago. In a high-end cafe, a lady in a fur coat looked at him like trash. She told him word by word, Xinran will inherit our family business in the future. Her husband must be wealthy and noble. You, a nobody, should consider yourself lucky to have flown close to her. Your sister is about to enter high school, right? I just donated 2 buildings to XX City No. 1 High School, Fang Zhou's hometown, so I have some influence there. Whether your sister can get in depends on your choice. Before his sister fell ill, her grades were excellent, and admission to the city's No. 1 high school was assured. So she was threatening him. Coincidentally, he was also feeling burdened by Chu Xinran's clinginess at the time, so he made the most rational choice. Fang Zhou smiled lightly, returning to the present, deciding to tell her the truth. It wasn't exactly coercion. I was tired, and she happened to give me an opportunity. Mutual benefit. Chu Xinran took a step back, her face turning pale, and whispered, I see. Lies never hurt, the truth is the sharp knife. What she had suspected as coercion was actually his willing decision. Fang Zhou really had no heart. How could he so easily give up on her? Your casual words of mutual benefit, while I waited in sorrow for 2 years. You're all winners, and I'm the only one who lost completely. Let's go to the clinic now, Xinran, Fang Zhou said, extending his hand. Fang Zhou returned with Chu Xinran after applying the medicine, and it was already around 3 p.m. Having missed lunch, he was starving. He instructed Chu Xinran to go back and rest well while he headed to the kitchen to cook something to eat. Ever since they had clarified the reason for their breakup, she had become silent and withdrawn, her eyes dimming as if she were a wilted flower. Fang Zhou understood that she might find it hard to accept the truth in such a short time. On one side was the mother who had raised her since childhood, and on the other was the ex-boyfriend who had left without a word. Caught in the middle, it felt like a double betrayal. But Fang Zhou had no choice. Between his sister and his girlfriend, his sister was undoubtedly more important. Fang Zhou, just as he was about to leave, Chu Xinran called out to him once more. This was the first time she hadn't called him brother since their reunion. Her tone was very flat, devoid of any emotion, unlike the affectionate way she used to speak to him. What is it? Fang Zhou turned to look directly into her eyes, which were filled with so many conflicting emotions. If my mother didn't oppose it, would you get back together with me? She still held on to that faint hope as she asked. No. Unfortunately, Fang Zhou still rejected her mercilessly. Even if your mother didn't oppose it, it's highly unlikely we could start over. Why? Chu Xinran didn't understand. With all the favorable conditions, why couldn't they be together? Because a good horse doesn't backtrack. You should look forward to, I'm not worth it. After saying that, Fang Zhou headed towards the kitchen without another word to Chu Xinran. In truth, his feelings were also complicated. Chu Xinran was indeed a wonderful girl, but unfortunately, he didn't deserve her. Prejudice is always a difficult chasm to cross, it's not something one can simply step over, nor does it disappear with time. Moreover, Chu Xinran's mother was such a strong and proud person, talking to him as if it would dirty her mouth. Such a person, expecting her to accept someone she already disliked, was as hard as climbing to the heavens. Even if, by some miracle, she did accept him as her son-in-law, Fang Zhou no longer wanted to be with Chu Xinran. The initial thrill had long faded, especially now. Sometimes, Fang Zhou thought maybe Li Siming wasn't wrong to call him a scumbag. Once he no longer liked someone, he wouldn't give them a second look. Passionate quickly, indifferent just as quickly. Perhaps he was just using the thrill of a relationship to fill the void in his heart. After Fang Zhou left, Chu Xinran stood there for a long time, staring at his receding figure. The spot on her hand burned by hot water was now bandaged with medicated gauze. The doctor had said, "I've used the best scar ointment, it will heal perfectly without leaving a trace, don't worry." However, now Chu Xinran wanted to ask the doctor how to remove the scars in her heart. And also, how to evict someone who had lived in her heart for so long. "Your heart has a wall, but I found a window." In a daze, a pleasant ringtone sounded. It was her phone ringing. Chu Xinran picked it up and saw the caller ID was Mom. Her eyebrows moved slightly, and she gently swiped her finger to answer the call. "Hello, Mom. Xinran darling, you said the rice from the mountains was delicious, right? Mommy has already sent someone to connect with them. We've bought 10,000 pounds to let our company employees try, and if it's good, we'll discuss further cooperation." The voice on the other end was gentle and elegant, sounding like a considerate mother. Once upon a time, Chu Xinran had also thought so. Her adoptive mother Chu Xian had always been gentle and graceful in front of her, never saying a harsh word, except regarding Fang Zhou. Before joining the variety show, Chu Xian had found out Fang Zhou was also on the show, and her first reaction was to stop her from going. That noon, the mother and daughter had a heart-to-heart talk in the garden for an entire morning. The always free-spirited Chu Xian had earnestly told her, "That person is not worthy of you, you deserve someone better and more outstanding." Chu Xinran shook her head, looked at her mother, who was still charming despite nearing 50, and solemnly told her, "I only like him." "What spell did he cast on you? His family background, education, and ability are not even comparable to any boy I introduced to you. Why are you so stubborn?" Chu Xian had worried a lot about her adoptive daughter, frowning as if handling official business. Chu Xinran couldn't understand her words. "Mom, whether someone is worthy isn't determined by money, it's about the heart. If I weren't the lucky one you adopted, I probably wouldn't have met him either." That was the last sentence Chu Xinran used to end her conversation with her mother. Now, on the other end of the phone, Chu Xian was still talking endlessly, either about her health or her recent state. "Xinran, why aren't you saying anything? Are you upset?" Chu Xian finally noticed something was wrong and quickly asked. "We won't participate in that stupid show anymore. Come back." Chu Xinran had always been quick to tears, but this time she held back. "Mom, you forced him back then, didn't you?" A seemingly unrelated question, but Chu Xian knew what she meant. There was silence on the other end of the phone. "Yes. Whether in the past or now, I will never agree to you being with him. Even if you both appear on the show and end up together, I won't let him step into the Chu family." Chu Xian's tone was decisive and firm, leaving no room for negotiation. This made Chu Xinran even more disappointed, her heart feeling like it was placed in an icy tundra. "Mom, you have so much money, but have all your wishes come true?" Chu Xinran's voice was hoarse as she confronted her mother directly about Fang Zhou once again. A simple question, but it made Chu Xian on the other end fall silent for a long time. "Precisely because I've had too many unfulfilled wishes, I don't want you to follow my old path." Chu Xian's tone suddenly became very heavy, unlike her earlier cheerfulness. "Xinran, the person you like may not love you as much. Being my daughter means you can have a smooth life without the hardships of love." On the other end, Chu Xian was holding a pair of scissors, trimming flowers. "Mom, I want to try again, or I'll regret it for the rest of my life." After saying that, Chu Xinran hung up the phone, the sound of beeping filling the air. With a snap, Chu Xian cut off a branch. The elegant lady continued her actions gracefully and slowly, but her technique wasn't as refined as before, more like an unconscious movement. "Madam, the young lady is still young, she will understand your good intentions in a few years." The butler, who had overheard their conversation, frowned and tried to comfort Chu Xian with these official words. Finally, Chu Xian put down the scissors, sighed, and murmured, "She won't turn back until she hits a wall. This child is just like me. Fine, let her be." Meanwhile, Fang Zhou returned to the kitchen, trying to focus on cooking, but his mind kept drifting back to Chu Xinran and her words. The days in the mountainous area passed quickly, and before they knew it, they had been there for nearly 10 days. The guests had transitioned from being out of their element to adapting well, mingling seamlessly with the children. They managed their tasks both during and after classes and even found ways to entertain themselves. Thanks to his gaming skills, Fang Zhou had unsurprisingly become the kids' leader, highly popular among the students and the most favored guest. Every break, his desk would be surrounded by a group of children, chattering away. The other guests suggested that Fang Zhou should consider becoming an elementary school teacher. During the big break at noon, a crowd gathered around Fang Zhou again. Teacher, have some of this. My grandma made rice cakes with mugwort. They're delicious. Teacher, I brought some too." The children were enthusiastic, but a familiar face was missing. "Where's Anian? Have you seen her?" Since helping with the rice transplanting, Anian had been like his shadow, following him everywhere. Fang Zhou responded to the children with smiles but found it odd that Anian wasn't there. "Anian is at home." She didn't come to school today. Her grandpa hurt his leg, so she's taking care of him at home. The children explained, and Fang Zhou understood the situation. To ensure the guests had rest time, they had arranged staggered days off. With the regular teachers gradually returning, the guests had fewer classes to teach. Fang Zhou had no classes today, so he wasn't aware of the situation in the class. Where does she live? Probably in a nearby village. Fang Zhou stood up, ready to visit Anian's home. Anian was an orphan, picked up by her grandpa. There was no one else at home to help, so she was likely the only one taking care of the elderly man. She lives in the largest village at the foot of the mountain. You'll find it if you ask around. Fang Zhou nodded and was about to leave the office when Xiao Sisi called out to him. I'll go with you. Her classes were scheduled for the afternoon, so she had time. Fang Zhou thought it over. Since Xiao Sisi co-taught the class, it made sense for her to visit the student too. Alright, let's go together. About 15 minutes later, Fang Zhou, Xiao Sisi, and the cameraman arrived at Anian's home. Like Fang's home, Anian's house was a single-story house built with poverty alleviation funds, surrounded by red brick structures. There was a faint smell of pig manure, indicating they raised pigs. Anian. The group called out at the door, and soon the little girl came out, surprised to see Xiao Sisi and Fang Zhou. Teacher, why are you here? Xiao Sisi stepped forward, placing the fruit and a box of milk they had bought on the ground, smiling. We came to see your grandpa. Anian waved her hands, trying to return the items to Fang Zhou. Your visit is already a great surprise. You didn't have to bring so many things. Fang Zhou accepted the items but stepped into the house, placing them in the living room, and said, guests always bring something. Unless Anian doesn't welcome us. Anian had no choice but to accept the teacher's kindness and led them inside to sit down. Sorry, teacher. I couldn't come to school today, she said while pouring water into disposable cups for them. Fang Zhou nodded in understanding. It's fine. I only found out you didn't go to school because I heard your grandpa hurt his leg. How is he now? Anian led Fang Zhou and Xiao Sisi into a room where her grandpa was lying, his leg in a cast, looking quite serious. Teacher Fang, why are you here? Anian's grandpa only recognized Fang Zhou but gave Xiao Sisi a warm smile. They chatted harmoniously for a while. Meanwhile, the live stream viewers were moved by Fang Zhou and the others' actions, showering them with praise. Sisi is so caring. She walked such a long way for a home visit last time, and now she's here to visit a student's family. Not exaggerating, Fang Zhou really cares about teaching. He truly cares for the students. Am I the only one admiring the scenery? Those terraced fields are beautiful. If developed into a tourist area, they could make a lot of money. After about 10 minutes of chatting, they left the room to let the grandpa rest. Anian, I noticed you have pigs at home. Fang Zhou asked curiously. The little girl nodded shyly. Yes, with grandpa's leg injured, it's now my turn to feed the pigs. In rural families, besides crops, their income relied on these livestock. Sometimes they would rather go hungry themselves than starve their sources of income. Why don't you go to class? I'll feed the pigs for you. Since her home was close to the school, Fang Zhou could feed the pigs during his free time and return to class afterward. This way, Anian wouldn't miss her lessons. She was in 5th grade and would have to go to a farther town for 6th grade, so she couldn't afford to fall behind. The more Fang Zhou thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Anian was stunned and quickly shook her head, wanting to refuse. No, that's too much trouble for you, teacher. I can do it myself. I'll read at home and not fall behind in my studies. Such a handsome teacher didn't belong in a pigsty. Having him feed pigs felt like a waste. Xiao Sisi chuckled, looking at Fang Zhou with a peculiar expression. I didn't know you could feed pigs. From what she knew, feeding pigs wasn't an easy task. Fang Zhou patted his chest confidently. Of course. I grew up with pigs. Then he turned to Anian. Trust me, go back to class. You can still make it for the 3rd period. His tone was firm, leaving Anian with no room to argue. Sisi, take her back to school. Fang Zhou was a man of action. After understanding where the tools were, he started to shoo them out. Xiao Sisi, however, looked at him with great interest, her red lips curling into a slow smile. I'd like to try it too. Fang Zhou froze. What did you say? Xiao Sisi's sudden declaration, I want to try it too, not only shocked Fang Zhou but also stunned countless viewers in the live stream. They all exclaimed, no way, is a female star really going to feed pigs? My goddess is really going to go down to earth now. Boo-hoo, Sisi, you're joking, right? In the eyes of her fans, Xiao Sisi had always taken the highbrow acting route, portraying vividly lifelike characters with boundless vitality. She could appear in towering skyscrapers or along scenic coastlines, but she should never be found in a pigsty. Fang Zhou widened his eyes in shock. You want to try feeding pigs? Please, no, your fans will kill me. You're a star, a top-tier celebrity, feeding pigs? What about your image? Your fan base will be heartbroken. They support your career so much, and now you're feeding pigs. Almost as if she could read his mind, Xiao Sisi smiled but spoke to Anian. You should go back to class, leave this to us. The little girl stared at Xiao Sisi, her face quickly turning red at her words. No, Teacher Xiao, you can't do this. She's a glittering star on TV, how could she feed pigs here? The pigsty is so dirty and smelly, Teacher Xiao wouldn't be able to handle it. Xiao Sisi reached out to pat Anian's head, her voice gentle, if I say I can do it, then I can. Hurry back, or you'll be late. She then signaled Fang Zhou to persuade Anian to leave. Ahem, Anian, go to class first, you don't need to worry here. Anian had no choice but to leave, reluctantly walking towards the school, glancing back every few steps. From her view, her two teachers had already started working together, preparing to chop the pig grass she had cut in the morning. Her young mind was filled with big questions. Why does it feel like Teacher Chiao and Teacher Fang match well? No, what about Teacher Han? Boo-hoo, why does Teacher Fang fit so well with everyone? After sending Anian off, Fang Zhou dumped a basket of pig grass at the door and picked up a vegetable knife to chop it. As he chopped, he told Xiao Sisi, you should go inside and rest, you don't need to help here. He assumed Xiao Sisi was joking. Ordinary girls had reservations and would dislike the smell of pigs, let alone a pampered star who had assistants help with even the loosest shoelace on set. Moreover, Xiao Sisi was so delicate and particular, he bet she wouldn't last 3 minutes before running out in tears from the stench. Instead of expecting her to help, it was better for her to rest and not cause more trouble. But unexpectedly, Xiao Sisi ignored his words, picking up a lighter from the table and heading to the stove by the house to start a fire. Due to her lack of experience, the firewood soon produced thick black smoke, making Xiao Sisi cough. Cough, cough. The coughing caught Fang Zhou's attention. He frowned, walked over, pulled out the wood, and reignited it. You need to leave gaps so oxygen can get in, otherwise, it'll smoke and won't burn properly. Fang Zhou patiently explained while watching the fire. Xiao Sisi squatted less than half a meter behind him, they were so close that a simple turn could touch her. Got it? Thanks, Teacher Fang. The woman's voice behind him suddenly turned sweet, making Fang Zhou uncomfortable. He turned to explain how to manage the fire, only to find her face right behind him. Their eyes met, and time seemed to freeze. Xiao Sisi's porcelain white face had smudges from the black smoke, a touch of grey that didn't make her look ugly but added a hint of down-to-earth charm, making her even more captivating. You know so much. Xiao Sisi smiled faintly, leaning forward, her delicate nose almost touching Fang Zhou's high-bridged nose. In a whisper audible only to the two of them, she said, I really like you. Her gaze was pure, with no impurities, containing only him. Her eyes were full of admiration and appreciation, sparkling like stars in the sky, making Fang Zhou dazed for a moment. It was as if he was transported back to years ago, when they first started dating. They had arranged to meet by the artificial lake in a park, a large lake that was a dating spot for young couples at night. They sat by a grove, with no one else around. At that time, they were each other's first love, innocent and pure, both so young and tender. In a similar scenario, Xiao Sisi was too busy to write her course paper and asked Fang Zhou for help. Fang Zhou, being a top student, had no trouble writing a course paper and quickly handed it to her. Back then, Xiao Sisi, with a face that could charm many boys, kissed Fang Zhou's cheek in delight. And Fang Zhou, being a young and spirited boy, couldn't resist his beloved's teasing. He caught her hand, pulling her into his lap. Just a cheek kiss? That's not enough. Fang Zhou embraced Xiao Sisi, making her sit on his lap, whispering for his reward. Xiao Sisi blushed deeply, her face clearly visible under the nearby light. What do you want? The future star was just a shy girl then, speaking in a soft voice in front of her beloved. I want to kiss here. Fang Zhou's hand lightly touched Xiao Sisi's lips, feeling their warmth, softness, and the irresistible allure. Ah, no. Xiao Sisi barely started to protest before the rest of her words were swallowed, as Fang Zhou didn't give her a chance to speak. Their lips met, a kiss full of passion and tenderness, leaving them breathless. They let the dopamine surge through their bodies, enjoying the electrifying thrill and the gentle tranquility like a flowing stream. A beautiful and pure first kiss, unforgettable for a lifetime. Back then, Xiao Sisi had said the same thing to Fang Zhou. How do you know so much? I really like you. Years later, she said it again, as if nothing had changed. Fang Zhou, taken aback, could only stammer, Sisi. Xiao Sisi's breath was warm against his skin, her smile radiating. The moment their eyes met was precisely captured by the cameraman, and the viewers in the live stream got excited. I told you there's chemistry between them? Look at them, almost glued together with no one around. Even though Fang Zhou has no money, he's handsome. Suddenly, I think Sisi dating him wouldn't be a loss. Damn, who looks at someone else with that kind of gaze? If they aren't a thing, I'll wash my hair standing on my head. Shipping everything makes my diet balanced. The two subjects of the viewers' chatter turned their heads away after about 10 seconds, both seemingly reminded of that innocent and beautiful first kiss. Fang Zhou lightly coughed and replied in a deep voice, starting a fire is simple, you're just not used to it because it's your first time. It's not a very technical task. It was his response to Xiao Sisi's earlier comment, how do you know so much? As for the other declaration of affection, Fang Zhou pretended not to hear it. Unpredictable female stars losing control on camera could be trouble. Fang Zhou didn't want to make a big deal out of it, balance was good. Is that so? Then I'll try again. Xiao Sisi returned to her normal state as if she hadn't said that previous line. Only the slightly deeper color of her eyes hinted otherwise. Fang Zhou went back to his spot, picking up the vegetable knife to process the sweet potato vines, and neither spoke for a while. After some time, when he looked up again, he found that Xiao Sisi had already boiled the water, just waiting for the sweet potato vines to be put into the pot. Let me do it, you go sit. Starting a fire was simple but tedious, and Fang Zhou worried she wouldn't be able to sit still. Unexpectedly, Xiao Sisi shook her head, telling him to cook for Anian's grandpa instead. We'll be leaving soon, and he won't be able to cook. Anian is at school and it would be inconvenient for her to come back. Fang Zhou nodded, thinking she made a lot of sense, and turned to cook. Xiao Sisi, bored, sat by the fire, absent-mindedly writing and drawing on the ground with a stick. A closer look revealed she was writing Han Shi's name. She was deep in thought about what Anian had told her a few days ago. Yesterday, Teacher Han and Teacher Fang helped me plant rice. They were fast and did a great job. I asked Teacher Fang if Teacher Han was his girlfriend, but she's not. The little girl didn't understand love, she just expressed her first impressions and inner thoughts. So, in Anian's eyes, Han Shi, who was willing to roll up her suit pants and plant rice with Fang Zhou, liked him. Xiao Sisi quickly realized that Han Shi's so-called date was actually helping Anian's family with the rice planting, not a real one-on-one date. This realization served as a wake-up call for Xiao Sisi. Men, like women, enjoy sweet words, but they also look at actions. Especially after passing the age of listening to sweet nothings, people only look at what the other has done. No matter the grand promises, they're not as good as a bowl of noodles made by hand or an umbrella given personally. Xiao Sisi reflected on herself. Since reuniting with Fang Zhou on the variety show, she hadn't done much for him, but had caused him harm multiple times. In this state, how could he possibly change his mind? Even a domestic abuser would kneel and beg for forgiveness after hurting his wife a few times. Of course, Xiao Sisi considered herself just psychologically troubled, not a potential domestic abuser. So she decided to change her strategy for winning Fang Zhou over. She would not only say sweet things but also do things to move him. People's hearts are made of flesh. Even if he didn't get moved, at least she would have taken action to win him over and wouldn't regret it later. Xiao Sisi watched the fire burn brighter and slowly revealed a strange smile. Even if she died, she wouldn't regret it. After cooking and taking the food to Anian's grandpa's room, half an hour had passed. Summer made even minor chores feel hot. Fang Zhou wiped the sweat from his forehead and walked to the door to check on Xiao Sisi, but was stunned by what he saw. The usually delicate female star was carrying a bucket, heading towards the pigsty. It seemed she was really going to feed the pigs. Fang Zhou widened his eyes, unable to believe what he was seeing. No way, are you serious, Sisi? This scene was as shocking as being told his fan count had surpassed 1 million. Sisi, let me do it. Fang Zhou quickly walked over, trying to take the pig feed from her, but she refused. You get 2 more buckets and start feeding from that side, I'll start from here. Without looking back, she stepped into the pigsty. Her brand new AJ Sakura pink shoes immediately got dusty, losing their luster. But the owner didn't care. She focused on scooping the freshly cooked, steaming pig feed into the trough. The piglets, sensing the unusual feeder, excitedly grunted and jostled for food. The pigsty became lively. Fang Zhou stood at the door, dumbfounded, watching Xiao Sisi feed the pigs. Though unfamiliar, her movements were quick and clean, feeding one side before moving to another, even pausing to observe the pigs eating. Take it easy, no one's stealing your food. Xiao Sisi even had time to joke, making the live stream viewers burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, second brother pig says, indeed, no one's stealing from me, but other pigs are. I've really seen it all today. I didn't expect Sisi to have this skill, feeding pigs so effortlessly. Directors of period dramas, give Sisi a script. Boohoo, Sisi is so down to earth. She's really feeding the pigs? I want to donate to this family. The sight of a top-tier female star feeding pigs quickly trended on the entertainment section of social media. People clicked in and exclaimed, isn't this Xiao Sisi? She's feeding pigs? Is this a new way to go viral? I need to check this out. The number of live stream viewers soon surpassed 1 million, with everyone sharing this bizarre news. In a local cultural and tourism office, an officer excitedly shared the live stream link in a group chat, saying, should we invite her to be our promotional ambassador? The terraced fields in XX could indeed be a promotional point. Plus, this show went viral. We should seize this opportunity, it might help the local community. I'll contact her now. Fang Zhou, still stunned, watched Xiao Sisi continue her task. Since the clip of Xiao Sisi feeding pigs aired, it was turned into humorous edits and fan-made videos, dominating all major platforms. Coupled with Xiao Sisi's high EQ responses on her social media accounts, the public's impression of the show improved significantly. The local Cultural and Tourism Bureau seized the opportunity, inviting Xiao Sisi to become a promotional ambassador. Within 2 days, the promotional video was released, once again taking the internet by storm. The unique approach highlighted the ecological environment, natural oxygen bars, and summer resorts, paired with the beautiful actress and animals, giving viewers a fresh experience. Adding the latest viral music, like My Surname Is She, made the promotional video memorable. Curious viewers flocked to the live stream, and many stayed, becoming loyal fans. All the guests' social media accounts saw a surge of tens of thousands of followers. The unprecedented success of the show exceeded everyone's expectations. The chief director, holding a tablet and reviewing the data, couldn't stop smiling. Director Liu, the data for this episode is higher than the previous 2 seasons combined. The assistant, sitting nearby and analyzing the data, was equally thrilled. With high show ratings, their bonuses would be substantial. Director Liu laughed heartily. This is just the beginning. We might be making history. If we seize this opportunity, even pigs can fly with the wind. Just as the director was about to give a motivational speech, there was a knock at the door. Turning around, he saw Qin Yun with her brown curly hair. Director, I'm taking a student to the county for a trip today, just letting you know. Her gentle voice made the director's smile widen even further. All right, go ahead. Take Xiao Lu as the driver. With the show's high ratings, the director's attitude towards the guests had become exceedingly accommodating, fulfilling their requests as much as possible. Qin Yun blinked and smiled slightly. No need, I can drive. Assistant Lu must have his own work to do, let's not trouble him. I'll help you find a car. Assistant Lu, quick to act, led Qin Yun outside and saw that the child she was taking was Anian, the student from the viral clip a few days ago. The production team knew a bit about her situation, knowing she was an orphan. Is teacher Qin so compassionate? Assistant Lu smiled, opening the car door and handing her the keys. This child is endearing, and I have nothing else to do today. Qin Yun smiled warmly, placing her hand on Anian's shoulder, looking like a harmless big sister. Fang Zhou, who had just finished his class and was coming downstairs, saw this scene and suddenly felt a strong unease. Anian. Fang Zhou shouted Anian's name, but they were too far away, and the closing car door was his only response. For some reason, the scene from over a year ago of his sister being taken away flashed in his mind. It was a similar black car, Qin Yun seemingly friendly, holding his sister's shoulder, and then driving away, leaving him behind. Back then, Fang Zhou naively thought Qin Yun was just taking his sister out for fun. But he later realized he had never told Qin Yun about his sister. How did she know Fang Wenjing? When he called Qin Yun and his sister, he received a busy signal, and Fang Zhou knew something was wrong. If it weren't for the chip monitoring his sister's health, he would have regretted it forever. Now, it seemed like history was repeating itself. Fang Zhou's eyes turned red, and he ran forward desperately, trying to catch the car, but it sped away, leaving the school gates. Qin Yun. Fang Zhou's hysterical shout caught the director's attention upstairs. She took the student to the county for a trip. Do you need to find her? Fang Zhou turned sharply, wanting to tell the director, no, Qin Yun is sick, she can't stand me being close to anyone. If she says it's a trip, it might not be. Although Anian is young, Fang Zhou knew that you couldn't predict the actions of a delusional and isolated person by common sense. They had their own logic. His sister, Fang Wenjing, was only 15 or 16 back then. But Qin Yun crazily believed there was something between him and his sister. Remembering that time still made Fang Zhou shudder. He couldn't sit idly by. Director, lend me a car. I'll go with them. His voice was hoarse from shouting, his eyes red, and his face grim. Director Liu sensed something was off and quickly came down to ask what was happening. After confirming Fang Zhou's physical condition was fine, he reluctantly lent him the car, sending Assistant Liu along to ensure safety. Be careful and bring them back before dark. Director Liu instructed Assistant Liu carefully, and another car drove away from the mountainside. Fang Zhou took deep breaths, adjusting his emotions while watching the scenery pass by. Calm down, maybe Qin Yun really is just taking Anian out for fun. She shouldn't be that twisted. Besides, Qin Yun took Anian in front of so many people. If something happened, she wouldn't escape responsibility. Fang Zhou believed Qin Yun wasn't so foolish as to ruin herself. About an hour later, they reached the county. Assistant Liu asked Fang Zhou where to go. Fang Zhou took out his phone and dialed Qin Yun's number. Hello, where are you? Why are you looking for me? Do you need something? If not, I'll hang up. I'm busy. Qin Yun's unusually cold tone was a stark contrast to her usual demeanor. Normally, she would be ecstatic receiving a call from Fang Zhou, but now she was indifferent. I want to know where you took Anian. If there's something, you can talk to me. Don't harm an innocent child. Fang Zhou directly stated his purpose, telling her to direct her issues towards him and not her the child. Qin Yun chuckled softly, gently stroking the little girl's head. Why do you sound so nervous? What are you afraid of, Fang Zhou? I'll treat Anian well, don't worry. With that, she hung up, ignoring Fang Zhou. Fang Zhou was frantic. This crazy woman had a history, how could anyone trust her? On the other end of the phone, Anian, watching Qin Yun put away her phone, asked curiously, Teacher Qin, where are we going? Anian had seen this beautiful teacher at school before. She spoke gently, smiled sweetly, and had a strong sense of warmth that made people want to be near her. It was like the feeling of a mother. This was something Anian had never had but always longed for. Every time she saw Qin Yun, Anian would be in a daze for a while. So, when Qin Yun asked her if she wanted to go out and play in the afternoon, Anian agreed without hesitation. Who wouldn't like a beautiful and gentle teacher? Qin Yun heard her question and slowly smiled. She got out of the car, opened the door for Anian, and softly said, We're here, come on out. Anian got out of the car and looked up at the building in front of her, eyes widening in surprise. Is it really here? On the other side of the small county, Fang Zhou was driving with Assistant Liu, searching for any sign of Qin Yun. Assistant Liu, puzzled, turned his head and asked, Brother Fang, shouldn't we be looking in places like malls? Sister Qin said she was taking the student out to play. Fang Zhou withdrew his gaze from the roadside and glanced at Assistant Lu with a complex expression. I also hope Qin Yun is just taking the student out to play and hasn't suddenly gone mad and planning something else. Let's check the malls first, then. Unfortunately, after searching 3 malls, children's amusement parks, arcades, and parks in the county, they still couldn't find them. Fang Zhou sat in the car, continually calling Qin Yun, but there was no answer. Sorry, the number you have dialed is not available. Please try again later. He punched the seat in frustration and finally dialed another number. The digits 110 appeared on the screen, and Fang Zhou's finger hovered over the call button. At that moment, Assistant Lu, driving, suddenly brightened up, slapped the steering wheel, and exclaimed, "Oh right, there's one more place. They must be there." With that, he started the car, turning the steering wheel sharply, and drove off quickly. Fang Zhou, momentarily stunned, put down his phone. His eyes darkened, and he asked hoarsely, "Where?" He told himself that if they couldn't find them there, he would call the police. His hesitation was because they were guests on a dating show, and due to Qiao Cici's viral clip, the local authorities already knew them. If he called the police, regardless of the severity, it would draw public attention. At that point, it wouldn't be easy to dismiss it as a misunderstanding. Fang Zhou knew that being a guest on the show came with significant influence and consequences. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. Be cautious and act carefully. 10 minutes later, the show's vehicle stopped in an open area, and the two got out. Fang Zhou looked at the large sign in front of him, frowning. Amusement park. Could they really be here? Yes, let's go in and check. Together, they entered the county's only amusement park. It wasn't large but had all the necessary attractions, pirate ships, roller coasters, Ferris wheels, haunted houses, and more, loved by both adults and children. Probably because it was a weekday, not many attractions were operating. When Fang Zhou found Qin Yun and Anian at the carousel, he finally relaxed. Qin Yun, always dignified and elegant, was sitting on a child's carousel horse, laughing happily. Her carefree and innocent demeanor matched her beautiful face, giving her an extraordinary charm. Next to her sat Anian, who had changed into a new outfit and hairstyle. The princess dress and sparkling hair accessories made the little girl even cuter. What was even rarer was that she didn't seem nervous about being at the amusement park for the first time but rather open-hearted and happy. The two, one big and one small, sat on the carousel to the tune of amusement park music, like two real princesses. Fang Zhou stood silently by the side. So, Qin Yun really was just taking Anian out to play, and they seemed to be having a good time. He felt a sense of relief. Thank goodness it was just a fun outing. No need to dwell on the earlier fears or anticipate crises that hadn't happened. As long as they were safe, that was enough. Teacher Qin, the amusement park is so much fun. Getting off the carousel, Anian affectionately held Qin Yun's hand, a big smile on her face, happier than ever before. Qin Yun also seemed to be in a good mood. She gently touched Anian's head and said softly, "I'll bring you here again if we have the chance." As she finished speaking, she noticed Fang Zhou and Assistant Lu standing nearby. Qin Yun raised an eyebrow, her smile deepening. "What brings you here?" "Oh my, Sister Qin, we've been looking for you for a long time. Why didn't you answer your phone?" Assistant Lu, having searched with Fang Zhou for a while, was a bit annoyed. Qin Yun took out her phone, looked at it, and apologized. "Sorry, I had it on silent mode. I didn't want to be disturbed." With that, Assistant Lu couldn't say much more. "Fang Zhou, why were you looking for us?" Qin Yun's gaze settled on Fang Zhou, her eyes like hooks, slowly entangling him. Brother Fang was worried. Halfway through the sentence, Fang Zhou covered Assistant Liu's mouth. "Assistant Lu, wait for us in the car." Clearly, he didn't want Qin Yun to know he had been worried. After Assistant Lu left, Fang Zhou quickly walked over to Anian, observing her closely. After confirming she was fine, he said, "Nothing much, just wanted to join you guys. I've been feeling a bit stressed lately. Teacher Fang, do you want to ride the carousel? It's so much fun." The simple-minded girl, hearing he was stressed, just wanted to help him relax. Fang Zhou smiled and told her, "Teacher gets a bit dizzy on carousels. How about you ride it again for me?" So, Anian got back on the carousel, giving them time and space to talk. "Are you afraid I might harm Anian?" Qin Yun's hand lightly tapped her phone, her gaze fixed on Fang Zhou's changing expression. "You think of me like that, it's heartbreaking, Fang Zhou." Her voice was low, eyes turning sad, but her words made Fang Zhou's heart skip a beat. "I did touch her, though, guess where?" Qin Yun's words about harming Anian made Fang Zhou break into a cold sweat. He quickly turned to look at the girl, who was happily playing, oblivious to the boring adults around her. "What did you do?" Fang Zhou demanded sternly, his eyes turning cold as he grabbed Qin Yun's shoulder, his face darkening significantly. He had suffered at Qin Yun's hands once before, and despite his best efforts to stop her this time, had he failed again? Worry, fear, and dread washed over him like a tidal wave, suffocating him and making it hard to breathe. Qin Yun, however, threw her head back and laughed, her hair flying in the air. "Ha ha ha." Her red lips parted slightly, and she looked completely nonchalant. "Just teasing you, why so serious? If you don't believe me, you can ask her yourself later." After taking a few deep breaths, Fang Zhou finally calmed down and slowly released Qin Yun. She was right, he could ask Anian later. She wouldn't hide the truth. Moreover, if Qin Yun had really done something, she wouldn't be so calm. She would be flaunting her victory in front of him, boasting about her actions. And those nonsensical words, like, Fang Zhou, I've removed the obstacles between us, so now you'll never leave me. You seem very distrustful of me, Fang Zhou, so I just teased you. Fang Zhou's face briefly showed a guilty expression, but it quickly disappeared. She's a mad woman, after all. You can't apply common sense to her. If you had just said what you were doing, we wouldn't have had to search for so long. And by the way, that joke wasn't funny. He was calm now, refusing to be easily led by Qin Yun. Qin Yun raised an eyebrow, her gaze returning to Anian, and said with interest, but I think a girl's outing isn't really suitable for men. Fang Zhou's brows furrowed. What does she mean by a girl's outing being unsuitable for men? What do you mean? He found her words cryptic and deliberately mysterious. Qin Yun tilted her head slightly, taking 2 steps closer to Fang Zhou, then stopped when she saw the wary look in his eyes. Never mind. She had her temper too. However, Fang Zhou's curiosity was piqued, like an itch that couldn't be scratched. He had no choice but to step closer to ensure he could hear her soft voice. Go on, say it. Fang Zhou softened his tone, his voice still hoarse, but the sound was like the deep, resonant tones that young girls obsess over. This tone successfully captured Qin Yun's heart. She glanced at Fang Zhou, noticing the deep wariness in his eyes, and slowly began to speak. Anian is only in 5th grade. Normally, her menarche should occur in middle school, but when I saw her in the bathroom yesterday, she obviously didn't know about it. So today, I took her to the hospital for a checkup. Fang Zhou was finally enlightened. So that's what it was about. The suffocating feeling in his chest suddenly vanished. It was like a huge weight had lifted off his heart, and a sense of relief spread through his body. There was also an inexplicable sense of guilt that surged from his feet, enveloping him. Qin Yun was worried that Anian's early menstruation might affect her development, so she took her to the hospital for a checkup. What were the results? Fang Zhou knew that as a male teacher, he shouldn't ask about these things, but Anian was an orphan, and her grandfather was old, making it harder to notice these issues. For girls in mountainous areas, menstrual issues were more challenging than people imagined. Qin Yun glanced at him with a faint smile, then looked back at the carousel. It's fine, normal development. Kids nowadays mature early. Fang Zhou finally felt at ease and murmured, as long as she's okay. He realized he had misunderstood Qin Yun. He hadn't expected it to be about this. When he called earlier, if Anian had been nearby, it would indeed have been awkward to discuss. After all, he was a male teacher. Sorry. Fang Zhou apologized to Qin Yun in a low voice, openly admitting his misunderstanding. Qin Yun didn't seem to mind his apology, waving it off nonchalantly. It's okay, I'm used to it. Her tone was light, but there was a hint of resentment, making Fang Zhou's heart feel a slight pinch. He turned to look at her face, noticing it wasn't as stern as before. Her eyes showed helplessness and mockery, as if she really was used to being misunderstood. For some reason, at that moment, Qin Yun looked like a good person who wasn't understood by the world but silently gave without expecting anything in return. Fang Zhou felt a mix of emotions. He had prepared for the worst, ready to fight against a darkened Qin Yun, only to have her reveal, I'm a good person. It felt like playing a game of werewolf, where the witch poisoned the hunter, only to be taken down with them. Why are you so good to her? Fang Zhou changed the subject, not wanting to dwell on the previous matter. He feared Qin Yun might manipulate him. She was adept at using everything around her to her advantage. Qin Yun looked at him in surprise and asked back, I'm a volunteer teacher. Isn't it natural to be good to students? That's true, but you don't treat the students in your own class this well. In fact, during a previous visit, Fang Zhou heard that Qin Yun hadn't even gone. So Fang Zhou found it strange that Qin Yun took Anian to the hospital for a checkup, bought her new clothes, and brought her to the amusement park. What was her motive? Sigh, look at your expression. It's like you have I'm the bad guy written on your face. Qin Yun sighed, putting her phone in her pocket, and sincerely said, what kind of bad person takes kids to an amusement park? I'm practically a philanthropist. It's not my fault for being wary, it's just that you're too aggressive, sis. But today, he really did misunderstand her. If he kept asking, Qin Yun might actually get angry. He gave an awkward laugh and apologized again. Sorry, I won't ask anymore. Anian is lucky to have met you. If it were any other female guest, they might have just taught her how to use a sanitary pad. But only Qin Yun, due to her occupational habit, first thought about whether early menstruation would affect her health. If there were any problems, they could be detected early. So, indeed, Anian was fortunate. But this didn't excuse Qin Yun's deliberate ignoring of calls and scaring him with Anian's safety. Qin Yun raised an eyebrow, her lips curling into a smile as she leaned closer to Fang Zhou. Fang Zhou, you really do care about that little girl, don't you? Fang Zhou said that Anian was fortunate to have met Qin Yun, but Qin Yun paid no heed to his words. She waved her hand dismissively and looked at the girl who was playing happily, a meaningful expression on her face. Rather than saying it's me, it's more accurate to say it's you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even know who she is. The latter part of her sentence was spoken softly, but Fang Zhou heard it clearly. So, she was using Anian as a token of goodwill towards him. Fang Zhou couldn't quite describe what he felt, but Anian did benefit from it, and it hadn't harmed him thus far. He couldn't blame her for it, only recognizing that Qin Yun was very cunning, knowing how to take a roundabout way to win favor. Moreover, she seemed very calm about it, not worried that he would become more wary of her. To describe Qin Yun in one phrase, she was always in control and composed. Why do you need to do this? Fang Zhou looked at her with a complicated expression, feeling a mix of emotions. Not only had she not harmed Anian as he feared, but she had been genuinely kind to her, just as she had mentioned on the phone. If Qin Yun had wanted something else, Fang Zhou would have done everything in his power to help her get it. But she wanted him, and that was impossible. I only do what I find useful, so don't think of me as a saint. Mr. Fang, since you misunderstood me earlier, shouldn't you compensate me a little? Qin Yun's tone shifted, her gaze locking onto him as if she were scrutinizing him thoroughly. Fang Zhou felt a chill run down his spine and asked in a deep voice, "What do you want?" If she demanded something unreasonable, he would absolutely refuse. To his surprise, Qin Yun simply pointed to the Ferris wheel not far away and said with a light smile, "It's simple, just accompany me for a ride on the Ferris wheel." Fang Zhou's gaze rested on the Ferris wheel, which was slowly rotating, taking people to the highest point one by one. All right. Accompanying her on the Ferris wheel could serve as compensation for the misunderstanding and as thanks for taking Anian out to play. About 5 minutes later, the two of them entered the same cabin on the Ferris wheel, one after the other. Inside, there were rows of seats and handrails for people to sit and enjoy the view. Qin Yun sat inside, observing the scenery below through the window. The small county wasn't large, it seemed that standing on a tall building would give a view of the entire area. The town still had some old buildings, juxtaposed with newly constructed high-rises, telling tales of different eras' glories. It feels like a good place to retire. She suddenly made this remark. Fang Zhou was slightly taken aback and looked at her in surprise. You're so young, and you're already thinking about retirement. Qin Yun withdrew her gaze, looking at him with a half-smile. Isn't early retirement at 35 the dream of many young people nowadays? People say they lack ambition, don't understand hard work, and don't think about their future. But I think, after 30, people truly start to understand what they want. As long as you can be responsible for every decision you make for yourself, I think early retirement is fine. Her words made a lot of sense. If there were other choices, most people wouldn't want to live the 996 lifestyle. As for Fang Zhou, he had long accepted that he was destined to work hard and never considered early retirement. He thought it was hard to say if he would even live to retirement age. Then you can consider this place. This county, aside from the lack of high-speed rail making transportation inconvenient, had low living costs and housing prices, and a slow pace of life. It was indeed a good choice. Will you accompany me? Let's retire here together. Qin Yun blinked, sincerely inviting Fang Zhou, her expression more earnest than when she was offering incense. Ahem, it's too early for me to consider that. Fang Zhou avoided her gaze, gently declining her invitation. At the same time, he subtly moved a bit further away, increasing the distance between them. A woman's heart is like a needle in the sea, impossible to guess or grasp. The Ferris wheel slowly ascended, and as they spoke, they had already reached a high point, from where they could overlook the entire county. The varying heights of the buildings provided a visual impact. Fang Zhou, do you remember? When we were together, we also rode a Ferris wheel. Qin Yun suddenly spoke, trying to evoke memories. Fang Zhou thought about it for a moment and seemed to recall such an event. Back then, he had begged Qin Yun to ride the Ferris wheel with him because they were in the throes of a passionate relationship. Their relationship was unlike any he had before. When Fang Zhou was with Qiao Sisi, they were each other's first love, naive and innocent, often arguing endlessly over trivial matters, both stubborn like bulls, unwilling to give in until they were both battered and bruised. After learning to compromise, they broke up. With Chu Xinran, who was a few years younger and had a soft and gentle personality, Fang Zhou had absolute control in the relationship. Chu Xinran relied on and enjoyed every decision Fang Zhou made. But such a relationship couldn't last long. Sometimes, he needed her to make decisions, but she seemed afraid of making him angry and never voiced her true thoughts. Over time, Fang Zhou got tired. Later, with Han Shi, a strong-willed woman who meticulously planned every aspect of their life and work, even major life decisions like career choices. As people often say, one's career choices should be their own, or there will be complaints and dissatisfaction, even from lovers. It wasn't until he met Qin Yun that he felt he had found someone truly compatible. Qin Yun, a few years older, was mature and steady in both actions and mindset, emotionally balanced, neither overbearing nor indulgent. Though this was only a facade initially. In comparison, Fang Zhou felt like a young, impulsive boy. He constantly thought about meeting Qin Yun, doing mischievous things, with his mind filled with her image. Not seeing her for 3 days felt like being poisoned, and he would find any way to meet her. That time, Fang Zhou had invited Qin Yun to the amusement park, and they even kissed on the Ferris wheel. I don't remember. Even though his mind had recalled it, Fang Zhou stubbornly denied it. A strange light flashed in Qin Yun's eyes, and she swiftly moved closer to Fang Zhou, whispering, "If you don't remember, let's relive it." She leaned in, her lips dangerously close to his. As soon as the words left her mouth, Fang Zhou's vision was filled with Qin Yun's face, magnified several times, and his collar was grabbed. He tried to retreat, but his head hit the wall, leaving him no escape. Qin Yun leaned in, accurately capturing Fang Zhou's movements, and her warm, moist lips covered his. The slippery sensation between his lips and teeth sent a strange electric current flowing through his heart. The fragrance from Qin Yun's perfume filled his nostrils, making him feel as if he had inadvertently wandered into a lush garden filled with countless roses. Fang Zhou's heart pounded like a drum, feeling like a thief who had trespassed into a garden to steal the most beautiful flower. A slippery object traced his lips, like a colorful snake marking its prey before the final strike. Fang Zhou's eyes widened, and he pushed Qin Yun away, whispering, "No." The older woman's lips glistened, and she looked like a satiated beast, lazily asking, "Why not?" Her eyes remained on Fang Zhou's face, but the facade had dropped, revealing a lurking predator, determined to claim her prey. "Last time, it was you who said it wasn't enough." Her voice was light, like a kite ready to drift away, but its destination was an amusement park from a year ago. Back then, Qin Yun had just been promoted to associate professor, driven by her career, leaving little time for Fang Zhou. But Fang Zhou, a young man full of vigor, became clingy and demanding once he started dating the older woman. After 3 days without seeing her, Fang Zhou managed to coax Qin Yun to the amusement park, under the pretense of relieving her stress. As soon as they entered the Ferris wheel cabin, Fang Zhou couldn't resist hugging Qin Yun's waist and pulling her in for a kiss. People around them, waiting in line, stared wide-eyed. Fortunately, most Ferris wheel riders were couples, and after a couple of glances, they returned to kissing their own partners. Fang Zhou seemed to have opened Pandora's box, inspiring others to follow suit. That day, the amusement park staff thought expressionlessly, "This is the most public display of affection I've ever seen." Their kisses were intense and urgent, and Qin Yun could feel a small something saluting her. She pushed Fang Zhou away, saying, "Enough." But Fang Zhou didn't let her go, whispering, "Not enough," as he continued to kiss her and roam his hands over her body. When the Ferris wheel reached its highest point, they didn't even look at the most beautiful view, their eyes were only for each other. The past is the past, and now is now. Fang Zhou's firm words broke Qin Yun's reminiscing. She glanced up to see the man she had just kissed, his eyes clear, devoid of desire, unlike before. Qin Yun couldn't understand how someone could detach so quickly. The clingy Fang Zhou of the past was now so distant. The stark contrast was bewildering. If Qin Yun didn't know he was sick, she might have gone mad. Perhaps it was that time she had overstepped, revealing her true nature and scaring him. Qin Yun smiled wryly and softly asked, "So, does that mean if I sleep with you today, it won't count tomorrow? Then let's do it later. After all, it will pass. Just think of me as craving your youthful body, how about that?" She spoke while still gazing at Fang Zhou, her captivating eyes even more alluring with the slight redness from their earlier kiss, better than any makeup. Her slightly curled hair swayed in the air, like spider silk, setting an inescapable trap. And Qin Yun's prey was Fang Zhou. The cabin's small space felt warmer due to their intimate actions, making Qin Yun's cheeks flush. As she spoke, she placed her hand on Fang Zhou's thigh, slowly moving upward along his jeans. Like a nun about to climb a mountain, she approached the base. A large hand stopped her, and Fang Zhou's voice was stern, "Don't move." Qin Yun smiled slightly, withdrawing her hand but covering Fang Zhou's with hers, asking softly, "What if I insist on moving? You? This is sexual harassment." Fang Zhou was flustered by her teasing, remembering their intense past encounters, which were indeed extraordinary. But he remained clear-headed, knowing he couldn't fall for Qin Yun's beauty trap. "Ha!" Qin Yun laughed at his accusation, almost mocking him outright. "Harassment? What about when you pursued me, pinning me against the wall without asking my permission? What was that?" She leaned closer, her eyes piercing, her voice low but her words enough to leave Fang Zhou speechless. "That was our third date. You deliberately chose a cafe with private rooms, spilled coffee on yourself, and when I helped you clean up, you kissed me. When I was shy, you lifted my head and pinned me against the wall. At that time, we hadn't even confirmed our relationship. Wasn't that sexual harassment?" Qin Yun stared at the man before her, successfully making him lower his head in shame, unable to look at her. She laughed softly again, delivering a final blow in his ear. "If you must say so, I can only say you taught me well. After all, before you, I never had a boyfriend." Fang Zhou looked up abruptly, shocked at her words. "How did it become me teaching you?" In bed, Qin Yun was like a succubus, always draining him dry. After dating Qin Yun, Fang Zhou finally understood the saying, "A woman at 30 is as fierce as a tiger." Qin Yun shook her head sincerely, "I was a first-timer, but you weren't, so you taught me." Fang Zhou thought for a moment and realized it was true. His relationships with Qiao Sisi and Chu Xinran were platonic, and it wasn't until Han Shi that he experienced true physical pleasure, finally reaching the pinnacle of ecstasy with Qin Yun. Honestly, if Qin Yun hadn't done what she did to his sister, Fang Zhou might not have had the heart to break up with her. Men are often hypocritical, they say they like purity but secretly prefer the bold. Fang Zhou was no exception. Qin Yun's suggestion just now was indeed tempting. Not talking about emotions, just enjoying physical pleasure, seemed to have become a way for many young people to alleviate loneliness. But on closer examination, isn't this a sign of cowardice? Not daring to take on the responsibilities of a relationship, only caring about momentary enjoyment. How is this different from animals in heat? Humans are humans because they are thinking reeds, educated and tamed, capable of controlling their actions. This is the difference between humans and beasts. No matter how eloquently Qin Yun spoke, how sweet her words were, Fang Zhou wasn't someone who would let his lust cloud his judgment. He would never forget the fear of almost losing his sister. Fang Zhou shook off Qin Yun's hand, stood up from his seat, and looked at the scenery outside, saying word by word, spilled water cannot be collected, and a broken mirror can't be mended. Besides, I don't need a friend with benefits. You'd better not waste your efforts on me. The bright sunlight shone on Fang Zhou's cold, hard side profile, adding a touch of ruthlessness. Qin Yun looked at him and suddenly burst into laughter, her whole body shaking with mirth. If you don't want to be FWB, then suit yourself. She also stood up, looking at the window on her side, feeling the Ferris wheel's slow descent, and gradually put away her smile. If you won't be my boyfriend, and you won't be FWB, then you can only be my dog. This is your choice. When you cry in the future, cry softly, or I'll feel bad. The two stood on opposite sides of the cabin, their bodies close, but at this moment, their hearts were galaxies apart. 3 minutes later, the Ferris wheel finally descended to the ground. Fang Zhou and Qin Yun walked out one after the other, their expressions serious, startling Anian. Mr. Fang, Ms. Qin, what's wrong? Anian thought they were both afraid of heights, hence their pale faces. Qin Yun was the first to smile, stepping forward to pat Anian's head to reassure her. It's nothing, I'm just a bit tired. Let's go back to school. With that, she walked ahead with Anian, ignoring Fang Zhou behind them. Fang Zhou followed silently, looking like a wronged wife, so much so that even Anian noticed he seemed unhappy. Ms. Qin, you go ahead. I have something to say to Mr. Fang. Anian broke free from Qin Yun's hand and waited for Fang Zhou. Qin Yun didn't linger, giving a meaningful smile and a glance at Fang Zhou before heading to the exit. She could probably guess what Anian would say, and her kindness to her wasn't in vain. What's the matter? What do you want to say? Fang Zhou was puzzled. What did Anian have to say? Anian stood still, watching Qin Yun's figure disappear around the corner, then looked at Fang Zhou and asked, Mr. Fang, have you heard the story of the nightingale and the rose? Fang Zhou nodded. If you mean the fairy tale, yes, I know it. Anian nodded and briefly recounted the story. The nightingale was moved by a student's longing for love and used its life and song to cultivate a red rose, only to be rejected by the one he loved, and the rose was crushed. I think Ms. Qin is like that nightingale in the story. Anian's assessment surprised Fang Zhou. He asked, why do you think that? There was a fundamental difference between the nightingale and Qin Yun. In the fairy tale, the bird was willing to sacrifice its life for someone else's love, while Qin Yun wanted others to sacrifice for her love. Because Ms. Qin told me she really likes you and used to be with you, but because of a mistake, you won't forgive her. Anian's eyes were pure, seemingly speaking on Qin Yun's behalf. Ms. Qin said she would pay a huge price for your forgiveness, even her life. So I think Ms. Qin is like the nightingale, unwavering in her pursuit of what she wants. Fang Zhou couldn't help but laugh. Where did this little girl learn such phrases, even using unwavering? But he feared that the life Qin Yun was willing to sacrifice wasn't her own, but someone else's. He raised a hand to rub his temples, feeling a bit of a headache, unsure if it was from lack of sleep or the sun after searching for someone for so long. But he still smiled warmly. He looked down at Anian and asked, so, are you here to speak on her behalf? Unexpectedly, Anian shook her head. No, whether or not Mr. Fang forgives Ms. Qin is your own business. I just think you're very popular. Several female teachers seem to like you. Hehe, I want to be popular too in the future. So that's what Anian was leading to. Fang Zhou laughed and seriously told her, being too popular isn't necessarily a good thing. Anian was puzzled and asked, why? If you're popular, you won't get bullied. Isn't that a good thing? The veins on Fang Zhou's forehead twitched. He couldn't explain the complexities, so he gave a vague explanation. Love is unique and exclusive. I can only choose one as my girlfriend. So who do you think I should choose? Anian scratched her head and thought seriously. Ms. Han is meticulous and wealthy. Ms. Jiao is beautiful and a famous actress. Ms. Qin is gentle and patient. And there's Ms. Chu and Ms. Tang, they all have their own strengths. Oh, I don't know who to choose. Fang Zhou laughed and urged her to move forward. Alright, stop thinking. You'll use up all your brain power. Then who will you choose? Anian persisted, asking as they walked. Fang Zhou hummed softly, tugging her braid as a warning. I'm not telling you. Go back and study hard. Anian reclaimed her braid, made a face at him, and shouted, fine, don't tell me, you stingy. After running a few steps, she turned back to Fang Zhou and said, Mr. Fang, why don't you just be with all of them? One per day, and you'll still have time to rest. Fang Zhou froze in place, thinking, alright, are you afraid I won't live long enough? After the meal, Fang Zhou and assistant Liu each drove a car to take Qin Yun and the others back to school. But they were forced to stop on the way up the mountain. At the fork in the road at the foot of the mountain, 2 trucks were parked, unable to go further. The trucks had to stop there. Someone was directing something. We can't go any further up ahead. We'll have to leave them here and call for vans to transport everything bit by bit. Then came a clear female voice in response. Alright, Principal He, please contact the town's trucks. Fang Zhou heard it and thought, isn't that Qiao Sisi's voice? What is she doing here? Getting out of the car to take a look, he saw that the trucks were filled with supplies donated by her for the students. 2 full trucks. And she was personally overseeing and arranging everything on the front line. This really surprised Fang Zhou. While he was in a daze, she spotted him and called out loudly, Fang Zhou, come over and help watch the view. The truck needs to turn around. Oh, okay, coming. Soon, after the truck turned around, the 4 or 5 trucks from the town arrived. The farmers hired by Xiao Sisi with her money were busy unloading the supplies. Fang Zhou, unable to stay idle, rolled up his sleeves and joined in to help. Before long, he was sweating heavily. Behind him, Xiao Sisi teased, "Even if you help carry things, I won't raise your pay, you know." Fang Zhou thought it was already very commendable for Xiao Sisi to do this much. How could he possibly ask for money from her? "Today, I'm working for Miss Jiao for free." After about half an hour of work, Fang Zhou was exhausted and sat on the ground to rest. A cold voice sounded in his ear. "If you're working for Miss Jiao, you wouldn't mind helping me with some work, would you?" It was Han Shi's voice. Fang Zhou put down the supplies in his hand and turned to look. She was standing with several people, holding various tools. "What's this?" Han Shi raised the production and business license application form she had just prepared to submit and said softly, "I plan to invest in a farm on the mountain over there." Fang Zhou's pupils dilated instantly. Really? Is Han Shi really this generous? A farm would definitely need help, right? Then those rural women in the mountains would have work to do. They wouldn't need to go out to work. The children could enjoy their mother's love and wouldn't have to bear too much pressure at a young age, even skipping classes to help with farm work. It seemed he had only been out for half a day, but everything had changed dramatically. What Xiao Sisi did had signs beforehand, but Han Shi's move was completely unexpected. She really was quietly doing big things. "What do you need help with?" It took Fang Zhou several seconds to find his voice. "It's simple. Just go to the surrounding villages and contact the village committees to notify them." Han Shi's expression was very indifferent, and her gaze towards Fang Zhou was also calm, as if it didn't matter whether he helped or not. "All right, I'll go. Give me the information." Fang Zhou agreed without hesitation. "I'll go with you." After saying that, Han Shi gave a few instructions to the people around her, seemingly dividing the areas and assigning tasks. Fang Zhou also returned to the car and gave a brief explanation to Qin Yun and the others, who had been waiting. "I'm going to help with some promotion. You drive the car back later." Qin Yun raised an eyebrow and glanced at Han Shi and the others not far away, a strange light flashing in her eyes. She smiled gently and said, "All right, go ahead." A Nian had already been taken up the mountain by Assistant Liu. Fang Zhou had asked a truck driver to help drive another car up. After arranging everything, Fang Zhou got into another car with Han Shi and the others and left the foot of the mountain. So, those people that time were here for research and site selection. Fang Zhou suddenly remembered seeing people from Han Shi's company during the rice planting. Yes, they were from the marketing department. Han Shi and Fang Zhou were sitting in the back, with 2 others in the front, making a total of 4 in the car. "Hi." The young man in the passenger seat greeted Fang Zhou enthusiastically. After receiving Fang Zhou's smile in return, he turned back. Outwardly calm, he was actually very excited inside. This person named Fang Zhou seems to be the one Han Shi likes. He had seen the CEO assistant's post on social media, saying that Han Shi was the top supporter in a male streamer's live broadcast. He had a hunch that it was Fang Zhou. Not to mention, just looking at the romance show, Han Shi's behavior was very telling. Her gaze, who would believe she didn't like Fang Zhou? And Han Shi had sent Fang Zhou 2 affection texts. Isn't that enough to show Han Shi's feelings? "Were you out with Qin Yun just now?" Han Shi asked unexpectedly. Fang Zhou nodded and briefly explained the situation. "Yes, I took a student to the hospital." "I see," Han Shi thought, as long as it wasn't a date. "Is your leg better?" Fang Zhou suddenly remembered that Han Shi had been bitten by a leech that day and hadn't gone to Qin Yun for medicine, so he casually asked. Han Shi shook her head and said lightly, "It's fine now." "That's good." Fang Zhou nodded and didn't ask further. He was about to close his eyes for a nap when he heard Han Shi's cool voice again. "But, it seems a bit itchy." Fang Zhou opened his eyes to see the female CEO beside him slowly rolling up her pants, revealing her smooth, white calf. "Can you take a look for me, please?" Her last words, "please," were soft and almost coquettish. The employee in the passenger seat internally exclaimed, "Unbelievable." When had they ever seen Han Shi act so demurely? Fang Zhou looked down and saw her leg, fair and unblemished, with no sign of injury. Just as he was wondering, Han Shi placed her leg directly on his lap. "The light is poor down there, this is more convenient." Fang Zhou's pupils widened in shock. He had never seen such a scene before. No problem." He quickly checked her leg, finding no wounds, and hurriedly put her leg down. Wow, Han Shi was never this forward before. In private, she would be fine with intimacy if Fang Zhou initiated it, but she would never show any affection in front of others. Not even holding hands. The current situation felt absurd, like a goddess being pulled down from the altar to revel with the common folk. "Let's go, we have work to do," Fang Zhou said, trying to regain his composure. Originally, Fang Zhou thought that Han Shi setting up a farm in the mountain village was already impressive. But the next day, Zhang Xian and Qin Yun gave everyone an even bigger surprise. They each brought a doctorate and a professor. One was Dr. Zhang Zihang, specializing in botany. The other was an old professor from Qinyan's university days, specializing in environmental protection. When Zhang Xian brought her brother, Dr. Zhang Zihang, in front of Fang Zhou, he was completely stunned. Because Dr. Zhang Zihang accurately called out his name, as if they had known each other for a long time. But Fang Zhou had no memory of this person at all. He only knew that Zhang Ziyan had a brother, but he didn't expect the other party to know him. Fang Zhou, right? I've heard so much about you from Ziyan. It's great to finally meet you. As they say, seeing is believing. Your face is only a bit better than mine, haha. Dr. Zhang Zihang shook hands with Fang Zhou while joking. He was dressed very formally today, in a suit and half-rim glasses, looking very refined, directly charming a large number of female fans in the live broadcast. Ah, Ziyan's brother is so handsome, I'm dying. Wow, the brother-in-law's aura is really top-notch. Haha, what brother-in-law, at most he's just Fang Zhou's brother-in-law. The other party threw a sugar-coated bomb right away, almost making Fang Zhou lose his bearings. Not at all, Dr. Zhang. You have an outstanding aura, a scholarly presence that ordinary people like me can't compare to. Fang Zhou smiled and welcomed Dr. Zhang Zihang's arrival. Alright, you two can stop the mutual flattery. Get to work. Zhang Ziyan, watching the two compliment each other, couldn't hold back. Mainly because she couldn't stand her brother looking so proper in a suit. She thought Zhang Zihang was more suited to wearing something simple, looking down to earth while cultivating plants in the fields. It's probably how most siblings interact, mainly by teasing each other and occasionally holding each other back. Yeah, speaking of which, you have to take me to see those sweet pomelos you mentioned. If they're not as good as you said, I won't let you off. Zhang Zihang, while speaking, put his arm around his sister, asking her to take him to see the pomelos. The siblings seemed to have a very good relationship, making the live broadcast audience envious. As they walked away, Qin Yun also brought the professor over. She introduced him with a smile. Fang Zhou, this is the main promoter of this teaching support, also the most active volunteer among us. Qin Yun subtly elevated Fang Zhou's status, making the professor regard him highly. I see. Yuner told me that the volunteers here are very compassionate. Fang Zhou glanced at Qin Yun and humbly said, we're just doing what we can. Professor, you're the one bringing real hope here. Earlier, Qin Yun had privately told him that the professor came mainly because she told him that the environment here was good and the water quality was excellent. They could consider investing in a mountain spring water project, so he came ahead to conduct a survey with his team. If the project was successful, it could bring an unexpected boost to the local economy. After all, this was a project from a top university in the country, and the investment would be substantial. Many enterprises would compete to be the investors in such projects. Moreover, the project was generated from a romance show, which would also attract a lot of attention. By then, building roads and bridges, and setting up factories would follow naturally, driving employment and development. Haha, let's get to work first. We'll talk later. The old professor laughed, his face wrinkling into a friendly smile. Perhaps this was the power of knowledge. He brought a whole team, about 6 or 7 people, who, under the guidance of local villagers, took water samples in a grid pattern. They would take the samples back for analysis, and if they were up to standard, they could consider attracting investment. Alright, you go ahead. If you need anything, just let me know. Fang Zhou couldn't stop smiling because he knew exactly what this project meant. It meant that many people who had to go out to work could find a decent job in their hometown. They wouldn't have to endure the pain of leaving their homes or the sorrow of parting from their children. Nor would they have to live in tiny, cramped spaces in bustling cities. They could stand in the sunlight, talking freely with their family and friends. More importantly, the education problem for left-behind children would be resolved. Qin Yun stood beside him, watching the team brought by Chu Xinran, and smiled. The Chu family is quite powerful too, sending people to buy grain. Fang Zhou followed her gaze and saw that Chu Xinran was also surrounded by a group of people. They're here to buy grain? How do you know? Qin Yun looked at him in surprise and said, she told me herself. Didn't she tell you? They're not just buying grain, they're also planning to do live streaming to help farmers. She knew that the female guests all had their own agendas, trying to please Fang Zhou through this. Chu Xinran's goal was naturally Fang Zhou, but she didn't expect Fang Zhou didn't know about it, which meant they had a falling out. This was interesting. Fang Zhou recalled the day they parted unhappily and felt a bit awkward, thinking, if we hadn't argued that day, she might have told me. Chu Xinran hadn't talked to him for several days. Although he could still occasionally feel her gaze on him, she would quickly look away each time, making Fang Zhou unsure of what to do, so he simply ignored her. That's good. The Chu family has the strength. He replied indifferently, not delving deeper into the topic. Besides what Qin Yun and the others were doing, the other guests were also making efforts. Originally, they were just passers-by, but after spending half a month here, they gradually integrated into the group and grew fond of the children. They voluntarily donated money and materials to support the students. Everything was moving in a positive direction. Fang Zhou watched everyone busy and felt a warm sensation in his heart, like soaking in a hot spring in winter, warm from the inside out. He thought to himself that those ex-girlfriends weren't so bad after all. With the financial power of several female guests, the show's popularity skyrocketed, even catching the attention of the local government. Government departments sent representatives to coordinate with their investment projects. This meant that these projects, with government guidance, would more easily get on track, with entrepreneurial loans, financial support, and resource allocation, among other benefits. This gave many villagers hope. Many called their children working out of town, urging them to return quickly. On the third weekend of their stay, which was also their last 2 days here, the village at the foot of the mountain near Hope Primary School, which received the most aid, was bustling with activity. The hospitable villagers invited the program's crew to a banquet. They used their highest etiquette to host the guests, expressing their gratitude. Unable to refuse their warm hospitality, the chief director agreed to the villagers' request. This would also make for a great live broadcast, showcasing positive energy and possibly generating more buzz. Everyone thought it was just a meal, but the villagers' homemade wine kept coming, one cup after another. Their words of gratitude were endless, making it impossible to decline. Their enthusiasm was so overwhelming that even the live broadcast audience felt a bit intimidated. Wow, today I finally understand what true hospitality means. It looks like their homemade wine is really good. I wonder if there's a link to buy it. Honestly, I didn't expect the show to achieve this level. They directly boosted the local agriculture, forestry, animal husbandry, and fishery. That's amazing. Fang Zhou, his face flushed red from drinking, watched the villagers' joyous expressions and decided to let loose, drinking to his heart's content. After all, he was genuinely happy. Come on, brother, let me toast to you again. Thank you for bringing us here and letting us experience a different life. I feel like I've ascended to a higher level. Lu Hao, usually a man of few words, became a chatterbox when drunk. He wrapped his arm around Fang Zhou's shoulder, insisting on drinking more with him, but it was clear to everyone that he was already drunk. Enough, enough, if you drink any more, you won't be able to hide your slurred speech, Tang Wan said with a smile, watching them. She was drinking fruit wine, which had less impact. Next to her, Zhang Ziyan poured another cup for Tang Wan, saying softly, "It's rare to be this happy, have another drink." Zhang Ziyan was also drunk. The usually reserved and introverted writer was now actively pulling people to drink. Her brother, Zhang Zihang, who didn't drink at all, watched his sister with a pained expression, gritting his teeth. "Enough already, if you throw up later, I'm not helping you." Despite his words, Zhang Zihang's gaze remained focused on his sister, keeping a close eye on her. Suddenly, his pupils contracted. He saw his sister sit beside Fang Zhou, pulling his hand and trying to play a game. "Hehe, brother, you smell so good. Are you hot wearing so many clothes? Let me help you take them off." Zhang Ziyan's eyes were hazy, her cheeks flushed, and her voice was sweet and soft, like a freshly peeled egg, tender and enticing. Fang Zhou, only half drunk, retained clear thoughts. Just as he was about to remove Zhang Ziyan's hand, someone acted faster. But instead of pulling Zhang Ziyan away, they pulled him. Fang Zhou was yanked, almost falling off his chair. Luckily, he steadied himself in time, but now he had someone in his arms. Looking closely, it was Chu Xinran, who hadn't spoken to him for days. She threw herself into his arms like a swallow returning to its nest, wrapping her arms around his waist, her warm breath tickling his neck like feathers. "Brother, why aren't you talking to me? You're so mean." Chu Xinran's head rested on Fang Zhou's shoulder, looking like she was weakly leaning on him from behind. Only Fang Zhou knew how taxing this position was. Hearing her accusation, Fang Zhou thought, "Weren't you the one who didn't want to talk to me?" Every time they met, she would lower her head and walk away, not giving him a chance to speak. Moreover, Fang Zhou believed that exes didn't have to be strangers, it was best if they could get along peacefully. Still, he chose to comfort Chu Xinran. "You're drunk." As he spoke, he tried to push her off gently, hoping she would sit properly. But with a bit of force, Chu Xinran slid down, sitting on the ground stubbornly. Clearly, she was drunk. "You're drunk. Let the crew take you back." "I don't want to. I'm not drunk." The usually obedient Chu Xinran started causing a scene. She clung to Fang Zhou's leg, like a koala. She even began singing, "I know it's all the moon's fault, the night was too beautiful, and you were too gentle." Fang Zhou was both amused and exasperated. This song was quite old, and one of his favorites, a must-sing every time he went to KTV. It turned out she liked it too. All right, it's all the moon's fault. Now, go to sleep." Fang Zhou tried to free his leg, but Chu Xinran clung too tightly, making it impossible to pull away. It was summer, and everyone wore light clothes, almost like wearing nothing. With each attempt, he could feel two soft things swaying. "Humph, I'm not drunk." Drunk people always insist they're not drunk. Fang Zhou suddenly regretted letting Chu Xinran drink, knowing her low tolerance. Hadn't she only had 1 cup of fruit wine? How could she be like Han Shi? Han Shi? Wait. Han Shi was drinking too. Fang Zhou belatedly looked for Han Shi and saw a shocking scene. Han Shi and Xiao Sisi were holding a Chinese rural dog between them, jumping around. Behind them, Qi Eli and Dong Donghui were voluntarily using their phones as lights, trying to create a party atmosphere. Wow, those two women were incredibly bold, not afraid of being bitten by the dog. Not far away, Zhang Ziyan and Tang Wan were singing Two Little Bees. A phrase popped into Fang Zhou's mind, a riot of mischief. "Hey, everyone, let's calm down a bit, okay?" Fang Zhou called out, trying to restore order. The scene was too chaotic. Fang Zhou, in the crowd, tried to find the female directors to help take Chu Xinran back, but he couldn't locate anyone. Around him, Zhang Ziyan was refusing to leave. Seeing Chu Xinran clinging to Fang Zhou's leg, she decided to hug Chu Xinran too. "Hehe, I'm hurt. I need a beauty's touch to get better." Zhang Ziyan spoke while taking Chu Xinran's hand, seemingly trying to divert her attention to herself. This scene made the live broadcast viewers exclaim excitedly, "Damn, I think I know why Zion hasn't dated for so many years. She's into girls. No way, why is she hugging Xinran so tightly? Xinran, don't get turned? If Zhang the writer goes that way, she'll be like a human wrench. Nonsense. Zion clearly likes me. You're just making stuff up." With an additional person clinging to her, Chu Xinran couldn't continue singing but still wouldn't let go of Fang Zhou. "Don't leave me. The farthest distance in the world is standing in front of you, not knowing I love you." Fang Zhou felt a vein throbbing on his forehead. "Alright, no more singing, now it's poetry." Seeing the two women in a mess, his half-clear, half-cloudy mind suddenly came up with an idea. "Hey, how about you two play a poetry game? Let's see who's better, okay?" Fang Zhou felt like a kindergarten teacher, coaxing the kids to eat lunch. Fortunately, though the idea was lame, it worked. "Okay, I've never lost in my life," Zhang Zion said, slapping Chu Xinran's thigh as an invitation. The latter yelped in pain, her attention indeed shifting to Zhang Zion. "Humph, bring it on." Suddenly, like a night spring breeze, thousands of pear trees bloom. Stopping to love the maple forest at dusk, frost leaves redder than February flowers. They went back and forth, occasionally pausing but overall evenly matched. Fang Zhou quietly freed his leg from Chu Xinran's grasp. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, he saw Qiao Sisi and Han Shi, seemingly heading his way. Feeling the urgency, Fang Zhou remembered Han Shi's drunken antics and quickly stepped back, finding an exit, ready to leave. But Lu Hao was quick, grabbing Fang Zhou and handing him a drink with his other hand. "Hey, brother Zhou, you're not trying to run, are you? That's not allowed." Fang Zhou thought, "You sharp-eyed brat? No, I just have something urgent to handle. I'll be right back." Lu Hao wasn't letting him go easily, pushing the drink to Fang Zhou's mouth. "You can go after drinking this. Otherwise, we can't handle being bombarded by the villagers alone." Seeing Qiao Sisi and Han Shi getting closer, Fang Zhou felt the pressure. He grabbed Lu Hao's drink and downed it in one gulp. Then he quickly retreated, leaving behind "nature calls," and didn't look back. Tang Wan and Lu Hao exchanged confused looks. Didn't he just go to the bathroom? This wine must be strong. Yeah, maybe he went to throw up. This stuff really packs a punch. Qiao Sisi and Han Shi missed their target and continued playing. But Han Shi kept staring in the direction Fang Zhou left. After about 3 minutes, she also used the bathroom excuse to leave. Escaping the chaos, Fang Zhou finally breathed a sigh of relief. His head felt a bit dizzy, and his thoughts weren't as clear as before. The homemade wine's after-effects were kicking in, having drunk it too quickly. The drunkenness washed over him like a flood, enveloping his entire body. The scenery started spinning, and in the cover of night, he couldn't tell where he was. Where was he going? The bathroom? Or back to the school? Fang Zhou didn't know anymore. Eventually, he felt the world spinning, the big tree turning into a starry night sky. A bright moon hung above, its gentle light like a loved one's care. Fang Zhou suddenly felt an indescribable emptiness, as if all the previous bustle and excitement were unreal and would leave him. It was all fake, none of it belonged to him. All just bubbles. His parents were gone, grandparents too, ex-girlfriends left, and even fans disappeared. Fang Zhou felt like a lone boat in the deep sea, homeless, adrift like duckweed, going wherever the currents took him. His sister's cute face appeared in his mind, making him smile and shake off the loneliness. "No, I still have my sister. My sister will get better, my sister." Fang Zhou slowly closed his eyes, memories of when his sister was diagnosed playing in his mind. Back in high school, she was top of her class, popular, but then she fell ill suddenly. Always energetic, she lost her appetite, felt weak, and fainted during a break, scaring everyone. Fang Zhou rushed to the hospital, where the doctor told him, uremia. Just after their grandparents passed, Fang Zhou learned of his sister's illness. He felt like his world was collapsing. When he finally composed himself and visited her, she still smiled. "Hey, I think I'll be in the top 10 this time. Just watch." Her face was pale, but her tone was light. The contrast made young Fang Zhou tear up. That night, he stayed up, vowing to cure her. "It'll get better." As those memories faded, Fang Zhou's consciousness blurred, as if sinking into soft cotton, not wanting to wake up. Soon, someone emerged from the woods, smiling at the sleeping Fang Zhou. "Finally, caught you?"
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.